YouTube, it's Brian Phillips coming to you again with an extraordinary special. Today we have something that is not coming in a garbage bag, and it is actually a long time coming for us. For some of you, it's probably going to seem like, why was it such a long time coming? Well, we've spent a lot of time trying to figure this out, and this is the first step of many that's going to get us where we need to go. And we're always doing things like this. It's ridiculous. Just ask my family. They'll oblige.
We will.
But at any rate, you'll notice that we're in the garage. So you're probably thinking, well, it's not an airplane yet, unless it's in the garage and it's a big airplane, which would be cool, but it's not that. I'm going to disappoint you soon. You just keep watching. Look, this is what we have. Well, this is a tractor. We've already done an evaluation of this wonderful Titan Attachments forklift attachment with 48-inch forks. If you haven't seen it, check in my playlist and you can see that. This thing has been really helpful. We've only used it a few times so far, but it's been working great. The forks are the strongest part. I may have done some ripping, but don't tell Titan that because it works really good to rip up the ground. But hey, we got something else from Titan. The first step in our haymaking experience. Voila! This is called a drum mower, guys. You probably already know if you're watching this because I have something that looks like this on the thumbnail, okay? So first of all, forgive my attire. This is what I wear when I'm outside and it's cold. I wear a bunch of these frocks, these lab coats. I get them at work. Sometimes they just end up, you working until 2 a.m. and they're like, just keep it. And I put it in the truck and then I take it home to wash it and I use it a million times. So in case you're wondering what this is a drum mower. You can get your very own at Titan Attachments. We will put a link to it. We will obviously show you how well it works. This video may or may not be along with the first use. It's probably going to be later though. So stay tuned. There'll be more. And by the way, the second step after you cut the grass is to ted the grass. Ted, like Theodore, except it's not. It's tedding the grass. You're spreading it out and it will dry in the sun. And then basically once you're done tedding the grass, you use either the same machine or a rake or another machine, and you put it into windrows, and then the rows get picked up into a baler. And there's more coming on that. But again, stay tuned. This is a long process, and it comes from halfway across the planet. In this case, I'm pretty sure it comes from China, but I don't know that for a fact. Anyway, so this is the DMWR135. It is a 54-inch cutting width. You can tell from this also. It says 54-inch 3-point drum mower. And this is why it's called a drum mower, guys, because there's two drums, and they spin up the speed using the PTO. And what happens is there's basically a gearbox in here, and one long shaft and two pinions that turn these. Right here, this is actually just a cover, and these spin really fast, and there's little blades that are allowed to free swing here. Now, you'll notice my first issue. The packaging on our pallet forks was pretty good. We had a horrible, crappy pallet. It was just ridiculously beat up, and just rotten wood, you know, all the stuff you expect to get when you buy a piece of equipment like this that they ship for free. Well, this came with a beautiful pallet. It's in really good shape, but unfortunately it looks like somebody stacked some things on top of it.
It's not quite straight.
Our first impressions are, this was shipped by Saya with residential and liftgate service, and it's probably a good thing we did that because even though technically this machine could probably pick up 700 pounds at full lifting capacity, this is not 700 pounds now because you have a pallet, you have the frame. I believe all in it's about 800 pounds right now. So you have to be a little bit careful about that, especially if you have a 1025R. The 48-inch forks will allow you to lift a whole lot less out here as opposed to if it's all the way in next to the mast, okay? Or in this case, the carriage, rather. So keep those things in mind, and I just give you that introduction because what we're gonna do is we're gonna open this thing up and give you guys the first look. Because to be honest with you, we already know about a couple of spots that got damaged, namely here. It's hopefully very minor. There's a bend in that. And I don't think it's going to be a big deal. I don't know if it's worth throwing a fit over yet. But we're going to find out. If it is worth throwing a fit, I guess we'll throw a fit. But we'll report that to you. And then other than that, it's just this big scoop where evidently somebody laid something heavy on top of it. And you can see a big you know, just these. I work with freight companies, okay, for a living. That's part of what I do. In fact, I work with Saya. I check the scales that measured this thing. So I'm pretty sure that they were careful with it. Saya has a pretty good reputation in the industry, and R&L carriers delivered that thing, and they did a really nice job. The guy had an electric lift. He had an electric jack with him, so he drove it all the way up our 180-foot driveway. What did the guy do today?
He ran with it.
With a manual pallet jack.
Up our
with an
wet
800-pound
and
pallet.
slightly slushy driveway.
Exactly.
He was awesome.
He did a good job. He really did a good job. We did mark down, you know, whatever we thought might be damage. It might not be freight damage. Maybe it came from China this way. Who knows? But the point is, we're going to open it up and let you guys watch with us. Now, the other thing we noticed, I just wanted full disclosure, we printed a manual. We did it in color. You know, it talks a lot about, you know, like when you first get this, what does it say on there? It says, read the manual for the assembly instructions.
Yep.
Okay, so guys, I'm just gonna shortcut that real quick. So this is what you get. It's a nice looking manual. Got lots of exploded view diagrams that are not quite. This is working really good with gloves.
Yeah, those are.
It's got exploded view diagrams with a bunch of part numbers. Now, who knows if you can actually order these parts? But here's your assembly instructions. Step 1: there are 4 parts inside the package: main body, the hanging hitch, the connection parts, and the cover. So those are the instructions. Now, to normal rocket scientists, this would be daunting. But since I also am going to include some brain surgery in there, we're going to add step 2 here. Step 2, get all the parts out and assemble the hanging hitch and connection parts to the main body. Finally, assemble the cover. So the award for the worst instructions of the year goes to Titan Attachments for the instructions on this. Luckily, you'll have a video. So I have this little dustpan. I was just going to show you before we get too far. This is just dusty, okay? So it just comes right off. Show them how nice it looks when it's... So just to be clear, the finish is good. It's just dirty.
Yeah.
And that's not a big deal. Now, I do not know for sure if that is like a gearbox in here. I don't believe it is, because why would they have this type of a seal on it? I honestly am not sure. And then it's pretty evident that right here, this is where the cover is going to attach. And the reason we know that is because we looked at a bunch of pictures. I know it sounds kind of ridiculous, but we basically spent the last half an hour looking at pictures. And we went to, you know, like all the Chinese knockoff brands, which probably made this too, and we found a bunch more pictures, and here we are. So now that's what we did, and you can glean from our experience. Hopefully there's lots of laughable moments. The first laughable moment you'll notice is that this thing barely picks it up, and I want to show that to you just so that you can be kind of buyer beware, because you may not be able to pick this up with your tractor. And yes, we are inside of a closed garage. Don't try this at home, guys. It could be dangerous. They've moved slightly from where I need them. But the reason I demonstrate that is not just to show you how much weight's on these tires, but I want to showcase how nice this thing works. It is really nice. And the thing is, the 48-inch forks, we had decided that they were too long at one point because it's kind of hard to go through a forest with it, except that you can run it almost vertical and get through and get out of the way. The problem is if you had a whole lot shorter fork, you wouldn't be able to do this. So the other thing is I found that you can basically put these blocks underneath here and then you can reposition the pallet. I wanted to leave it as close to, virgin unpacked as I could, but we had to get it in out of the weather. because there's a possibility of snow mix tonight. So I didn't want this sitting out in the snow. So we're gonna take just a couple of minutes and get these repositioned. It's nothing, rocket sciencey about it, but I want those to sit on these blocks. And that way we can reposition the pallet, get in there and get a little better bite. Having this out 20 inches will make a huge difference. We can probably go that high once it's in up against this carriage. So we'll do that next and come right back. Okay, so with some simple shifting, we can get our blocks wherever we need. Let's show the people at home. Now I can turn the RPMs up on the machine. Nobody died yet. And basically, now that we have those blocks under the frame, we can get everything in place to where we can inspect it properly. And the whole idea behind doing this in such a stupid manner is because we don't have a bigger tractor. If we had a bigger tractor, we wouldn't be doing this. So we just use these cribbing blocks to hold the frame up. This thing only weighs probably 700 pounds right now. Well, 740, 750 pounds right now. So these blocks will hold up thousands safely. But what you saw happen, because I have a blade on the back of my tractor instead of a ballast box, if I had a proper ballast box on, then it wouldn't have tipped in the way it did. So anyway, nobody died. You just have to be a little bit careful about that stuff. These tractors, they have a lot more power to get themselves into troubles than they do always to get out of trouble. So luckily I had a second set of hands so we get out of that trouble. So this thing is nice and solid now, and so we'll be able to see what we're doing better. I can back up the tractor, give us a nice place to work, and then of course the pallet is free. So when we're all done with this, the machine can be laid out separately. So the whole idea behind laying this on top of there was that gives us the ability to pull the pallet out from under it. We could go underneath the steel next and we could put it straight to the ground. That saves us whatever the weight of the pallet is. So we have more lifting capacity and so on and so forth. So we show that so that you guys know how fun it is. All right, so back to work. So we're gonna start cutting stuff up. So this is the tag that came with this. So this is where it says need additional parts or assistance. You can email these people. We'll see how that works. Historically, on our last order, which there's only been 2 of them, we had just fine luck. We didn't really need anything. So, and then this just tells how to leave your comments. It's a nice laminated colored printout, which is pretty cool. Kind of would have liked to see something like this in an info tube. And an info tube, if you're not aware, is something like this. This came on our auger. So the info tube will unscrew, and then you can just put your documentation in there, which is really nice to have. We also found this bag that was empty on the frame. I'm not sure what it is. It may have been from some unassociated thing. Somebody probably had lunch in it. I don't know. But it did come on it. And so we're going to wait and see, cross our fingers, hope it's not something important. And then they had this nice pallet protector, corner edge protector thing, which didn't appear to be doing anything. It was sitting inside the rail. So, like I said, probably fell off of another piece of freight in the freight company's handling. So then also you'll notice here, the way that they've wrapped this on here is they have wire that's embedded in this plastic tubing. So it's like a giant industrial grade twisty tie. Only issue with that is that this thing has slipped out of the frame in our application. And this is the way it came to us, which is a little bit disappointing. And that's part of the reason why we had to be super careful. Can you guys see that? And then it came down here and engaged this little corner piece. And so that's not desirable. I think at one point this would have been lifted up higher and it was probably tied on here, or maybe even tied in here. I'm not sure if maybe they didn't put it in the right the right order. Maybe it was supposed to be suspended, and that way it wouldn't be hanging outside of the dimensions of this box. But who knows? All I know is that the instructions are so crystal clear that we're gonna figure it out. And the other thing too is, if we end up saving this, then we will indicate timestamps on landmarks of this project. So if it ends up being a fairly long video, then you can just go to the description below and you'll be able to see. We try to do that when we have longer videos, so that I know some of you guys aren't going to want to watch every step and every near death stupid maneuver that we make. Although, I mean, some of you are just laughing the whole way through. Maybe not us, but you guys might be. So, hey, let's refer back to the instructions. Oh yeah, put it together. Yeah,
Yep.
That's what it says.
We haven't even gotten to step
So we're
one
gonna
yet.
get this PTO shaft out probably first, because it's pretty evident where that goes. I'm keeping my feet out from underneath the equipment, just in case there'd be like a massive failure, which I really hope there isn't. These things are tied on here pretty tight. So the reason I'm going for the PTO shaft first is because there was also some damage that we noted on there, mostly superficial, but we wanted to point that out to you guys, because when you're making your decision on what machinery to buy, let's just be honest, they're all gonna have some probably superficial stuff that's wrong. Anytime you get a company that's gonna be shipping for free, that's included, you're gonna run into that. And even if they're not free, freight is freight. It goes, if you're shipping it less than a truckload, there's a good chance you're gonna be handled by 2, 3, maybe 4, maybe 5 times if you're just domestic shipping. So, and then it has to get here from overseas if it was from overseas. Man, that thing is heavy. Holy crap. You'll notice that this is fairly clean. Not rusty, that's good. Got the necessary warning labels. Looks like it's in just English. And then we have this pin here, which will allow us to key it into place when we get it onto the shaft. Looks like we have a painted over grease zerk, so that's not cool. So we'll have to scrape that and do this carefully, make sure it doesn't tip. So basically we've got a grease zerk here, and then we've got a grease zerk here. So why don't I see if I can let's just take a look. This is the type of things that people aren't going to generally show in their videos. Mostly because it's sort of, worst case scenario, you can just go buy another PTO shaft. Which, by the way, PTO shafts are not free. So if you're on a budget or you're trying to do this on the cheap, yeah, that's annoying. Look at this. So even though this stuff comes off, I don't even know what it is. Looks like it's probably just like rusty water or something.
Splashed.
Yeah, it's coming off of there, but you can see, you can kind of see it. It comes off of there. We could probably clean it with Windex if we were concerned. But the damage we noted on here was like right here, you got a little wear and tear.
Got dinged.
Got dinged and popped opened. So again, probably not like a huge deal. And I still haven't figured out if there's like a special grease zerk you can get for these. And again, like what we ran into on other aspects of this project, just the general cleanliness is pretty standard. But as you can see, if you just dust it off, it's actually pretty good. I mean, obviously, it would be better if you didn't have to dust it off. I just kind of lean toward the clean, freaky side. So, first thing we're going to move is this. By the way, that thing probably weighs, I don't know, let's call it 30 to 40 pounds. So already, capacity is better. So remember, every little bit makes a difference on these machines. Now, we did already figure out we have a 5/8 bolt here. We have 4 of them actually, and they hold these braces together, but we're gonna wait to take those off because we wanna get as much weight off of here as we can just for safety and then convenience. But since we don't really have, instructions beyond build it, we're just gonna work it in an order that seems to make sense to us.
Do you want to take these smaller packages off over here
Oh,
first,
yeah.
maybe?
Yeah, this is probably the support. Yeah, they're tied back there though.
Oh, shoot.
Camera through, sorry. Okay, so you can see some more damage, just scrape, superficial stuff, but stuff that really, it's probably not the end of the world. I mean, these things are gonna get scraped up in the real world, but it's kind of annoying when it's brand new. It's like, Why did the manufacturer not come up with a method that's not going to be damaged? And then this is wrapped up nicely. I don't see any rust on anything, which is really a pretty good sign, if you ask me. Because really what comes down to is, if they've kept it dry, that's probably more important than those couple of superficial scratches. You can get some touch-up paint for $5 at Menards. You can touch this thing up and, you know, the next day you're gonna go scratch it up and, you know, when you cut and hang anyway. So that part's not such a big deal to me. It's just more along the lines of if it's rusted up. You know, we've already caused some damage to the... Okay, so that's a brace. This, I know what this is. This is the blade removal tool right here. Ooh, that's gonna have to get cut. Just like the brain surgeons do it. Talk about it earlier.
Yeah.
Yes! Okay, guys.
That's
So that's
the
the
blade.
included brain surgery tool. I'm sorry, not brain surgery. It's a blade removal tool. Let's show them how it works. So you stick this in here, and then something happens. I think you're supposed to go up under the lip like this. Imagine the hole is over here. Then you put that in there, and what happens is that allows you to lever up on the edge of this. I guess, I don't know.
That'll be fun to figure out.
Yeah, I mean, just read the instruction manual, consult the instruction manual for any questions you may have, or you can call a factory and they'll walk you through it. In China, if you speak Chinese. See
What
this?
is that?
That's not painted, I'm not sure why. Looks like this, gosh, what the heck is that thing? I don't know, maybe it's like a drawbar. I don't know, we'll find out. We'll just read the instructions where it says to assemble it. Oh, hey, I know what that is. That's a leg. And it looks like that damage was a lot less than I was expecting, because once I unwrapped it, the only thing that's damaged is the part that was dragging along the frame there. It's weird how metal on metal does that. Oh, look at this. That looks like, those look like some sort of attachment pins. There's a bunch of pins, not quick release pins, but they're quick enough. So again, we'll just follow the instructions for that, assemble that shortly. But for now, why don't we take a second, we'll clean up this, clean up the bubble wrap.
Okay.
Okay, so we got the whole thing dusted off just because it was driving me nuts. So, and we didn't want to have to make you guys wait for that. Now we're just trying to get this. This is like the skirt system that holds up and around all the machine when it's spinning. A lot of the debris can get flung violently because these things spin really fast. Okay, so that's undone. Only held by a couple of ties. Oh, jeez, that's awkward. Don't do anything with it. Just let me get it out once you get pinched. Oh, well, that's damaged too. Dang it. All right, let's get this. Ready?
Yeah, I may come around there.
Yeah, might as well.
Okay.
So again, probably not the end of the world, but it's damaged. This is bent. So we're going to cut this open and just see the extent. Have to be careful because that skirt will cut if you're not careful. But as of yet, we're just following the instructions still. Unpack it and put it together.
I don't think it said unpack it. Just put it
No,
together.
it said make sure the parts are there.
Oh, well, okay, fine.
And they did sort of have a drawing that showed like semblance of what it would have been in its original packaging. Now that that's exposed, you can kind of see what I'm talking about. I mean, it's probably not like a big deal. You see this is just sprung a little bit. Mm-hmm. And so I'm wondering if there's a way for me to, I mean, this is just going to hold up the skirt, so it's probably not like really critical load-bearing part. It's just holding up a skirt. I mean, the skirt's critical. That is a safety issue, and it is wise to use that. But as you can see, this thing's going to bolt on either side. It's going to make it a little bit bigger, too. And you see how this one's... So I don't know if I just take and kind of squish it back, if that'll get it into the right position. I mean, it's, like I said, probably not a big deal. But still annoying. Just ask anybody who's ever talked to me, including you watching. Okay, so this is the material. So it comes with string. Yeah, we'll just follow the directions on that and just take the part out and then install it.
I don't remember seeing string.
And then this is, what is that? It doesn't smell like vinyl.
It's like a tarp, but it's like thick though.
Like thick tarp. It's pretty flexible. It's just cold. So as you can see, I've got all these weird things on it. So yeah, it's pretty thick. It's got grommets on it. A guy could probably remake this out of a high quality tarp. Not that that's what I'm gonna do, but you know, after you throw like 450,000 stones at it, you can see that that's just gonna sit up on top of this.
Yep.
Okay, and then the other half does have that same wobble in the middle. I don't think it's an overly strong design right here because it just doesn't need to be. You see it's got a bend in it. Not a big deal. But then this is octagonal, it looks like. And then that receives the other side. So yeah, that makes pretty good sense. So this just slides together. Just like this. Okay, so once that slides together, then these frames are going to, it's weird, there's like liquid all over the place, but it's so strange because I didn't swear there wasn't any liquid on it. So you see this, guys? That's where this attaches.
Right.
So you just pull this top plate off here. You undo these. This lifts up, and then that sits on it. The only thing we're not going to be assembling today is, regrettably, this part, because we don't need it for what we're doing right now, which is storing it. The good thing about that being somewhat flexible is when you do hit something, it'll bend out of the way, hopefully, and not like put a hole in the wall, possibly. So then that big frame needs to come out too, and then this bag of goodies needs to come out. So we'll do this one next. Just more of the industrial twisty ties. So the next pieces of equipment that we're getting, okay.
Wait, what?
Well, it's just a creamy white substance.
So not water.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a paper towel just to be on the safe side. I'm pretty sure it's a lithium grease, but you never know. Let's show them, the people at home. That would explain the, see this creamy white substance here? Yeah, it looks to be some sort of a grease that's right here, and I don't know if it came out of this enclosure here, or if it's just from something else. These grease zerks have a cover on them, which is very nice. Oh, and then let's take this thing off while we're looking at stuff. I was not like super concerned about this until just now. Looks like it's part of the overall guard assembly for the PTO shaft. I'm assuming this will bolt on and offer some level of protection in the event your tractor doesn't have one of these. And if you have an older tractor, it won't have something like this, okay? So again, we're just gonna follow the instructions and just put this together shortly. So I'm just gonna put that next to the PTO shaft. So as you can see, guys, it's not like, I wouldn't say it's rocket science, but at the same time, there's a pretty fair amount of pieces here.
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, for a living, I put a lot more complicated stuff together. But, you know, like, I have instructions, things like that, you know, that aren't like just unbox it and put it together.
It's kind of like, this could be potentially dangerous, so you
dangerous.
kind of don't want to do it wrong.
Yeah, but I mean, really, the dangerous part, you know,
is already assembled.
It would be maybe a little bit hard to get it running if you didn't get it assembled right, maybe, because the PTO shaft probably isn't going to attach very well. These twisty ties are fun. I like them. What's your vote on the twisty ties?
My vote is you like them, which means you're going to keep them, which means I don't like them. That's my vote.
I might have been slightly sarcastic about how much I like them. Although, I don't know how else you're going to do it. Maybe zip ties. But zip ties would be, by the time they made it from China, they probably wouldn't be in very good shape. Hey, look, some more damage.
We're up.
Possibly minor, just looks superficial here, but there's damage right there. It's just a big scrape upon itself.
Well, it's all like sitting on itself. I don't really know how they expect it to come out.
Well, and that's part of the problem, I think, guys, is that even though these, you know, we're just pointing out the damage, not necessarily, it wasn't creamy white, it was just wet. See, I was telling you about the water dripping, and that had a little bit of water in it.
There's drips on there.
Whoa, it is creamy white. Uh-oh.
Yeah. No, that was there a second ago. I noticed it.
Hold on a second. Maybe that's just wet, like water wet. I don't know.
No.
Oh, here, show the people at home.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm looking.
Whoa.
Not showing.
Wowzers. Somebody either really enjoyed this or it's a little bit on the dust and water side. I'm
Let's
voting for the
hope
latter.
that.
But maybe there's some interesting stuff going on where it might be.
Drum mowers are pretty exciting.
I mean, I like it, but I don't like it quite that much. I just have to wait and see how it works. Jeez, look at this. It's like all over the place. Goodness gracious. It's like an elephant or what is the deal here, guys? Look at this. Man,
What is that?
I don't know.
That's
It's
gross.
really not pleasurable for me to watch.
That's why we showed the people at home the close-up.
You're watching, you never know what you're going to get. And don't worry, we won't check the box that this is made for kids. So you can sleep at night. Ooh. It's not damaged.
Where does that go?
You just got to put it together. That's where it goes. Don't you know by now?
I thought this was supposed to be a 15-minute project.
Well, I never said that. Not this time.
There's white stuff on that one in the middle. Don't get it on your gloves.
Oh. Okay. Whoa. Almost got sprayed that time. Yeah, guys, I didn't really think I was going to have to, you know, have your paper towels ready. Just, you know, disclaimer. But have your paper towels ready. I mean, not in a good way, I guess. Well, there's two arms. They go somewhere on here. You know, I'm wondering if the lubricant from this spring may have, man, that thing is, ooh.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty sturdy, pretty stout. You'll notice that it's kind of on this thing. You know, white lithium grease would have a similar look and appeal to the other foreign objects that we keep finding, the liquid, the unidentified liquid. There we go. Oh, wow, look. I missed that spot, the paint booth. Look at this. Look at this. Okay. That looks important for something. I think this is probably going to hook to the other part when we put it together. There's that. Pretty sure it's going to go up here, but again, it's kind of like not 100% sure if it goes there or if it goes maybe somewhere else. Pretty sure that does go here though. And I don't really see any pins yet. Have you seen pins yet?
I haven't seen like any hardware.
Well, it could be.
Where's your?
No, I see blades right here. Maybe we should take those blades off.
There's got to be like a nut sack around here.
There's that bracket. That's got bolts on. Hey, this does. This does. Look.
Huh?
There's 3 pins. There's 3 pieces over there. Is this the part where we pause it and try to figure out how to do this?
Do you have all the pieces off? Maybe we should.
Oh, that's right. That was the first step. Take all the pieces off.
Yes. Step 1. You have to.
Take the pieces off. Okay. I remember that. Okay, so this one comes off somehow, but I don't know what that is now. Okay, there's a tie down here. So this is tied to the main body piece. And there's a pin there too, but that's definitely for the 3-point. Looks like the top link connection. And then these are the side ones.
So that's not already assembled to the other piece?
Well, I mean, with twisty ties.
Oh, that's not how it goes?
I mean, that's not a permanent solution. Okay?
Shoot.
Yeah, I know. Oh my goodness.
Oh, those are the blades. The blades are that small?
That's what she said.
Sorry, guys. Those are the blades. I thought they were like the whole...
No, that's the whole key, is that it spins very fast and then those swing out.
Wow.
So if you hit something really quick, then these swing free. I do not like where that damage is. Like a rock or like a piece of steel that bounces off of your frame, hypothetically. This twisted tie is just in a bad spot.
I've learned so many things about hay that I didn't care to know before this.
No, you wanted to know really bad. You were watching this video and thinking, yeah, I want to do that.
I mean,
like that guy.
in this whole process of like, I didn't know how much went into making hay.
Or like half of the other crap we've learned
I know.
since we moved in here. / built the house for a year. That was a joy, guys.
My favorite part of life.
Yeah, building a house is fun.
Except the fun part.
It's fun when it's over.
Yeah.
And
It's
if
fun
your
when you
marriage
start.
survives, and you did good. Wow, look at this, guys.
That's gonna be...
It's rammed in there. I think it was one of those things where they measured like once instead of measuring twice.
Mm-hmm.
Or is that measure
Twice.
once, cut twice?
Yes. That's...
What, I don't
Except
know.
I think they just measured once and cut once and just
Maybe
made it
that's
work.
what it was. It's like, okay, there it goes. It broke free. And that's been, whoa. Hey, show me this.
Hold on.
That's been riding a long time. That could have come all the way from China. Whew. Look at that. Look at that. Focus.
Can't reach. Okay.
So the damage here is so significant. I mean, it's not significant, but it's been sitting here riding along the frame and just like this for probably hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of years. It's since prehistoric times, it's been riding. Hey, maybe that's what it is. Prehistoric goo. Maybe it was the origin of life. At least half of it. Oh, I don't think I can get it out because of my safety measure. Dang it. All right, we're gonna try this again. The thing that's really fun about this step is you know that you're scraping the paint off the other half. Yeah. Oh, it's caught down there, that's why. Yeah, oh, there we go. Oh, it's a boy. I got it, it's a boy. It's kind of like awkward, but mostly because of my own fault on that part. Here it is. Here it is, guys. Oh yeah, buddy. There it is. You have to touch every part of the machine to get this out. Thing's heavy. Holy crap. Man, it's just heavy. Okay, so you'll recall earlier when I said there's damage. The damage is here. Hey, look! A quick release, actual quick release pen.
Yep.
Why is that taped in there like that?
That was protecting the finish from China.
Didn't they use the industrial lube for that?
Apparently not. They ran out.
Wow. I mean, I'm glad that this is included, but to be honest with you, I thought it'd be in a bag, like a giant paper bag.
Hopefully that's not where the nutsack was supposed to be.
Well, you know, there was a nutsack involved somewhere.
There always is.
All right, so that's on there now. We cleaned off the tape. I'm really not sure if that's going to be of consequence or not. I kind of suspect it's not going to be, but it's just mostly annoying because why is it damaged? It's brand new. Come on now. All right, we are gonna take a minute, clean this one off and come right back. Okay guys, so we've been discussing this off camera, which is a nice way of saying actually discussing it. We weren't having a big blow up argument that happened earlier.
Yeah.
So this is the extra spare blades, but you'll notice it's hanging off of a bracket, just this ambiguous bracket that doesn't seem really important, except I think it is. And you'll notice it's bent. It should be flat, and it's bent back like this. Back. That should be flat. Now, could I straighten that? Absolutely, I could with my wife's help.
Oh, great.
Oh, just kidding. So these are what the blades look like, guys.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so those things are going to spin at like 4 million RPMs. I don't
Minus
know.
like
I don't know how fast they're actually going to spin.
3 million.
They'll probably spin at like 30 RPMs. But
I just really thought they would be bigger than that.
it's pointing that way. They seem to be reversible. So what that means is like you could put it on this machine and it'll spin this way. And then when it wears out, you could take it off and switch it to the other side and it'll spin that way. So that's pretty nice that it comes with these extra blades. Who knows if you can order more? I'm assuming you probably can since it's a consumable part. Or you can just like, just follow the directions, just build them from scratch. We think, regrettably, when we do this assembly, it's going to be assembly by process of elimination. So we've eliminated one big question for you, and that is this. Let's show them the pins.
Oh.
Okay, so this is a class 1 carriage, or class 1 3-point, okay? So now some of you are probably saying, oh, dang it, I already ordered it. Make it work mine. You were saying earlier about how big things are?
I know. That one's also disappointing, but not because it's too small.
It's disappointing because it won't go in the hole.
It's too big.
It's too big. So guys, let's show them a close-up here. Jeez. See? That's a class 1. That's a class 1 pin. This is not a class 1. Can you give them like a square shot so they can actually see from right above, please? Go straight above so you're square. There you go. There you go. Okay. So, the other thing is, look at that. Look at that huge hole. Oh, well, that doesn't work either. So, show them this here. This is a Frontier blade. It's nothing special. I mean, I think it's pretty special, but you guys probably don't. And I don't expect you to love my attachments the way I do. Oh, jeez. Maybe I should lower it. I'm not sure. It's always fun when you let them down like this, and then you try to do it on camera because you always look like an idiot. Oh, it's never easy when you do it on camera. Oh, jeez, what did I do wrong?
I'll pause and then it'll take 2 seconds.
7 hours later. I lowered the hydraulics on the 3-point like I should have done in the first place, but I was being lazy. And as you can see, it fits like a champ. So, stage 1 or class 1, class something else. Maybe this is a class 2, maybe this is a class 50. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's not a class 3. I don't think it's a class 2 either because it's like way too small. But that's what it came with. So evidently that'll be on our list of things to check with. And you'll notice that all three of them are the same thing. Okay, so assembly by process of elimination, guys. It looks something like this. You start putting pieces on, and then when you run out of pieces, you start scratching your head with like the last 4 or 5 pieces. You just work harder and you guess and check until you get it. I'm thoroughly thinking about pausing it and assembling this off camera because the amount of bad language that's going to happen could be prohibitive. It could get my channel blocked. But I don't know if you want to watch. There's always fast forward, guys. So if I hear any complaints about how long this video is,
Just fast forward.
Just gonna grin and bear it like I do all the rest of the time. So this is on blocks. I can tell it's getting lighter. Oh yes, I can't lift it. I'm thinking when I pull this off, we got a couple of tie points here just for safety until we figure this out. I got to get this thing either out or I gotta get the 3-point attached. Now my problem is, when you put this up, you got these bushings here, right? So these bushings are gonna go into the 3-point fixture here, okay? So then this 3-point fixture is gonna be facing the machine, the drum mower, like this, okay? Just like that. So that's gonna slide onto here, right? It's gonna slide right onto here. And this is gonna be the bushing, and then it's gonna swivel, okay? That's what I've been told. The problem with that is that, hey look, it's almost like a class 1 pin. Don't get excited, folks, you need that there. So, once you do that, then you could back up to it with your machine. You could pick it up from the ground, put it on blocks. So, we're gonna have to resolve that. The other thing is our shipper put it on a pallet. This thing comes in a frame. It's probably the exact right height to pick up because they've thought of everything. The other thing is we're gonna go ahead and take these off now. Let's do that next because I'm at my wit's end. I'm about ready to hire somebody to build this, except that I don't know who to hire. So I got a crescent wrench, guys. Mechanic's favorite tool. That's a hilarious joke for any of you who's a mechanic. You probably haven't heard that joke before because I just made it up. All right, so, oh wow, yeah, those are really tight.
Those are some high quality.
Hey, hold on, just show them the hole. Show them the hole. I want them to see the precision. Look at the precision in that hole, guys. Look at this, watch this.
Ooh,
wow. Wow. I think they cut that with a blowtorch. No, seriously, like that's a torch cut.
Well.
So when you cut your holes with a torch, this is what you end up with. And you know what, guys? The funny thing is, you're probably hearing this thinking, boy, you don't seem to like that thing too much. I love it. You know why I love it? Because it was cheap. Except it wasn't quite as cheap as the ones from China. And you know why? Because then you have to deal with a freight forwarder and a consolidation company, and then you have to deal with customs. Oh boy, it's getting a little bit scary here. You know why? I wonder if our little prop stand is gonna like go
bye-bye
like that when we do this. I mean, it's kind of losing its structural integrity. I wonder if we should pause and like literally get this out. But before we do that, why don't we take all these twisty ties off? Since I was thinking that might give us some semblance of structural integrity, but I don't think we can do it. We're gonna have to come back to it.
Okay.
Okay, guys. So like I was saying, in China, okay? So if you buy it from China, remember, China cheats. You know, this is probably the design by some American company, and it's probably stolen by China, but that's okay. Whatever. I don't know exactly how to solve that problem. I'm gonna cut this though, because I'm getting sick of dealing with these stupid twisty ties. My wife is cheering right now because she says, "Thank God that's one less twisty tie in my house." But these twisty ties are awesome, guys. You know, you could tie like the world's largest bag of chips with that.
They make chip clips. They're in the drawer.
Oh,
You could just use those.
is that like next to where the clean dishes go? Sorry.
You found a pan and made yourself an egg yesterday.
2.
From our chickens.
We're not on chickens.
It came out of
See,
our
guys,
yard.
it's like a real life farm here.
Yeah.
And if you're a tax official, it is a real life farm.
We have chickens. They lay eggs. We eat them.
That's right. No, we sell them for profit. Okay, so getting back to the point, folks. Is that all of them? I think I got all the
I think
twisted
that's all of them.
ties. So this frame is a pretty good design. It just was poorly executed by the torch operator, okay? So you'll notice here that this is not fitting into the hole. And so what do we know about things that fit into holes?
Well, if they fit in the hole, it's better than when they don't.
Exactly. Exactly. You got to be able to squeeze it all the way into the hole. And this is just sitting next to the hole being very frustrated. Just like us. Like 2 peas in a pod here. I don't know if we're going to be able to take this apart. The frame's going to like blow open and like... So I think our next move is probably to take this pallet, put it somewhere really awkward, and then come back and lift up the frame. And you'll notice the next problem we're going to run into, YouTube, is that this, which is probably supposed to be sitting inside of here, not like
It's not under there.
dropping down
Yeah.
in this awkward spot here
Yep.
between my legs. It should be up higher, and then this would be laid down, okay? And then everything would just fit perfect. But that's not the way it turned out in this case. So I'm gonna go ahead and pick this pallet up. We're gonna do that. Let's,
What?
they're here for the comedy.
Great.
Yes. If you guys, this is a how not to video. Okay, so are you ready for this?
Am I doing anything besides staying out of the way?
Well, that'll be the first step.
Okay, great. Don't hit my car. Open? Yeah. Yeah. You are. Nobody's being serious. I moved the blocks. So now we can put it on the ground. Yeah. Yeah, that's way less scary. Just put it down.
So, for those of you who just watched that, you'll notice that the legs give you enough room to get your forks in and out. So, hypothetically, if this would have been palletized correctly in the steel, then you wouldn't need a pallet under it. It would have already acted as a pallet. Although that's a very idealistic way of looking at it. You see this frame, there's no support in the middle.
Yeah.
If there was support in the middle, that would work really nice as a pallet itself. So anyway, I guess they wanted to pay fumigation charges, another thing I've learned about in the last few months.
Speaking of fumigation, we should close our garage door because it's cold.
You can see my breath.
I can see my breath too.
So what we're gonna do is, I think we'll go ahead and let it air for just a second though. This will pivot, guys, so you have to be careful about that. And I gotta do it. I gotta just lift it. Oh, good, okay. There's a spring that's gonna help this actuate under normal conditions. It's gonna take up some of that load. But I just didn't want the spring to break apart and have things fall all over themselves. So what we're gonna do now is just move these cribbing blocks out of the way, and then we're gonna go back to the precision tooling. Oh yeah. Whoa. Wow. Why does that feel so awesome? Oh yeah. Wow. Whew. There we go. Okay, it's going. I like to try things both ways first.
Just don't get the wrong hole.
Hey, careful. It's a family show. These families have to build equipment like this.
Yeah.
Whoa. There it is. Okay. The ironic thing is, this is a 5/8 bolt. I mean, there's no question about it. I mean, it could also be metric, but I don't think so because it fits perfectly with 5/8. So I'm just waiting for the comments on this video. It's gonna be hilarious. It's be like, hey, that's made in Tennessee, Brian. Don't you be saying it's Chinese? Well, I mean, have you seen the way it's packaged? If you're doing this in Tennessee, you should do a better job. Anyway, so also I'm concerned about the way the blades are drooping out of the machine right now. And I think it might just be the way it's sitting, but like this one here, guys, look at this. Look at all the damage here. That really is frustrating. I mean, is that gonna stop the machine from working? I don't know. I mean, if this is Titan listening, yes. But if it's anybody else, I don't know. Probably not gonna stop it from working. Is it gonna cause premature wear and tear? Yes. And that's the issue, is that if it would have been packaged a little bit better. They got all the pieces of the puzzle. They just didn't put the puzzle in the right hole. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, there we go. I just gotta make sure it's not a reverse thread mold first. There we go. And I was all excited when I saw all this steel, because now I got like steel, I can build a new building out of it.
Yay.
Yeah.
Like a chicken coop or a cat house?
A steel chicken coop?
Yeah.
Okay. That sounds like a good plan. This whole frame is kind of sprung, which is why it's giving me so much trouble. Which is part of the reason why people don't usually use box end and crescent wrenches. Do this, they use like a socket, especially the people filming themselves.
Also why they don't do it on video.
Or maybe they do it once on video and then they like take it all and package it back up and then they refilm it.
Yeah, the easy way.
Does. Okay, so I think that's all the bolts. There's 4 of them. 4 bolts, 4 nuts. Yeah, I'm pretty sure those bolts, I had a brilliant plan. I was like, maybe, whoa. Oh, jeez. Wow, whoa, wow, whoa, whoa. Came off. They got these extra bolts here. These extra bolts. I think that's for the one that bolts on top of it. They can run a bolt through it. Oh yeah, Larry. Oh, man, that's perfect. We just put pictures in that. It's like a picture frame. It's nice and heavy. Yeah, I'm just gonna put this here for now then. Okay.
Sure.
All right.
We don't need that door.
Oh shoot.
It's fine for now.
That's probably a good point though, in case there's a fire. All right, so now that we have access to the top, we could hypothetically start working on our plan to get this part assembled in our process of elimination assembly method.
Is this step 1 now?
Step 1. I think you have to take this off to get that out. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty sure that's what has to happen. And that is definitely not the top link. You know what that is? That goes over to that thing. Booyah! Process of elimination. It's kicking in. So if you guys are struggling with the process of elimination, what you want to do is pause the video, go to the step I'm on. Just skip the step where you almost tip your tractor over. You can study the pictures a bunch and say like, oh yeah, that might go there, that might go there. We're just gonna work through it. You guys can enjoy it. We're gonna need some needle-nose pliers. I mean, who's got those? You know what these are for? These are for the spring pins, which aren't, well, I don't know. I guess these could have been quick release since you have to take them apart, but it's probably appropriate in this case. See this? So you gotta collapse that. And then you got to pull this. I mean, really, what you need to do is just take all the pieces out and then assemble it. Jeez. I didn't know how important this how-to video was going to be. How not to
video.
Oh, yeah. You'll notice that when I take things apart, I lay them in an orderly fashion so that I can maybe put them back the way that I took them apart. That's something I've learned from a lifetime of experience in real world. Okay? Oh, geez, that thing is heavy. This is a bushing. That's probably a little bit hard. I might have broke it. I don't think so. So this is going to actually run into the side of that. Okay, so as you can see, this whole thing will swivel. Boom, boom. So you can go through a gate, or whatever you need to go through, you know. I'm pretty sure that's the direction the tractor's going to be. So camera crew, are you ready for this? This is going to be an action-packed sequence, especially if I catch my finger in it and cut it off.
Okay.
And just say bleed really loud.
Okay.
Yeah, not gonna work.
Shoot.
Dang it. We had such a good plan. You know what we're gonna have to do? What we're gonna do is, we're gonna probably pause. We'll probably have to come in here with the forks. Remember, it's way heavier down there for whatever reason, because this evidently is lighter. We're gonna pick it up, we're gonna drag the frame back, and we're gonna put it on the ground, okay? That's what we're gonna do, and coming right now. Okay, so, after this wonderful process you've watched unfold before your very own eyes, I just wanted to take a minute to say how awesome Titan attachments are. This is a Titan attachment tool, and it works perfectly, and it works really good. And we're going to use it to maybe get this other Titan attachment thing installed onto this machine.
Maybe.
We did some field tests, so we just reached under and just felt, oh yeah, feels normal anatomy. So it's flat. We're not going to damage this. This is thick, okay? So if you lift it, it's not going to damage it. Now, the manual doesn't expressly state that.
Or anything else.
Like that. So, now this isn't so much. So, ideally, you would just kind of like go here and do that and lift up. But I don't know that we can get away with it. So we're going to have to be a little bit more careful. And by the way, yeah, that is supposed to be flat because there's two of them. It's supposed to be straight and square, and it's not, and that thing's supposed to go into it. Do you want to show the people what I just figured out?
No. Well, yeah. What?
Okay, so this thing, first what you do is you take this pin out, which, you know, I'm sorry guys, I'm kind of jumping around here. This comes out, and then you just ram it in the hole here, like this.
Oh.
Oh. It goes in, and it comes out the other side, except that ours has a special feature. It's a feature called damage. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to reference my manual here. According to the picture on the front of the manual, yeah, here, you're at that angle. Can you tell me? Does that look like it might be the right hole I just rammed that in? I think it is.
I have no idea.
Because look, this thing goes like that, okay? Thus adapting at some point shortly.
Sure.
This thing, then the spring goes up onto the top of that thing, okay?
Okay.
And then this thing has one single pin.
In the hole, that little pin?
This one pin is going to keep it supposedly on. Now, like I said, ours has a special feature, which is this bent bracket here, which is going to bind this, okay? So that should be square, and it's not. You want to give them a shot where they can actually see what I'm talking about. It's super handy. Then this is going to go in here at some point and lock it in the upright position or not, I think. But you see what I'm talking about? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's nice. Now it's scraping the paint. That's all right. You'll fit in with the rest of your pots. Oh, yeah. See? Bent. Okay, guys? Would you agree that that's where that stuff's in? I mean,
That makes sense.
I don't think it goes here because it doesn't fit.
The hole's too big.
Now, the other thing is, as we get ready to seriously consider lifting this up. When we lift this, this thing is allowed to go up. This whole mechanism is allowed to pivot up. So if we try to lift from this, it's gonna lift out of the way. But we could use that to our advantage, because then we could stick in here and we could lift it straight. I think we should try that. What do you think?
Just the camera crew right now. Because I don't know.
I don't know what's better first.
I don't either.
But I can tell you what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna grab this crescent wrench. Yes, crescent. That's a branded trademark. A lot of people call these things crescent wrenches, and they're made in like Guangdong.
Really?
Yeah, I don't even know if that's a place.
Well, I know that.
But the crescent, it is a crescent wrench because it's crescent brand. Okay?
I had no idea.
It's actually called a size, it's a sizable wrench. Okay, you see this? See what I'm doing? I'm just gonna make it like tight here, and then I'm gonna pull on it really hard until it's straight. Oh, this is so obnoxious. Wow, wow, it's not quite straight, guys. What are we gonna do about that?
I don't know. Do
We're
it
gonna
again.
pull on it some more, baby. Oh yeah. And it's a little bit more straight, but it's still not quite straight. Okay, I gotta be careful about what I'm saying, Megan. I mean, camera crew. You never know if we're gonna trigger the YouTube algorithm. Okay, here we go. Now that we straighten it out, let's try fitting it in. Oh, yes! Oh, wow, now that one's bent too. Oh my God, are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious here? Look at this. Look at the pinhole. It doesn't even rotate. It's because I overbent it. You know, I told you it wasn't straight. Well, it was evidently a little bit too straight. It's my problem. Okay, here we go. Just ask Google. Oh man! I think that might be enough. I'm telling you guys, this thing was bent on mine. If it's bent on yours, just run the other direction until you come back to your own garage and you assemble it, following these detailed instructions. Step 1, unpackage. Step 2, assemble. That's why this video is 10 hours long.
It's only an hour and 7 minutes so far.
What?
An hour. Hour 7. Hour 8.
It's all right, we'll edit that out.
No, we won't.
Exactly. Oh my gosh, this
It's
is...
a little better, but still no.
It looks like the pin might make it though.
It might though.
But seriously, what the heck were you thinking, whoever designed this thing? Are you gonna have one little teeny tiny pin hold this whole thing together?
That does not seem...
I mean, it's like okay, but at least have a washer on there or something. Good Lord, look
or
at
a
this.
slightly larger pin.
Well, the pin size isn't that critical. What's critical is that there's no bearing surface made up with all this.
Size always matters.
I know. You remind me all the time. You know what else too, to be perfectly honest, is that that does go that way. Okay, it is correct.
Yeah.
The other thing is, I'm gonna just try this for fun. I'm just gonna stick it in here and straighten it. Ooh, yeah, it's not working. I haven't bent it yet, but I did gouge the paint. This is embarrassing. Why would anybody want to film this process?
I don't know.
I can think of so many things that would be more enjoyable to film and put on the internet than this.
Or like making dinner.
Oh, is that? That was not what I had in mind. Oh, this is so annoying. And I don't think that one's welded out of square. It's square. It's just that this one is just enough out of square. I gotta go back to it again. I'm gonna go go back to it just a little bit more. It's just easy though because of the angle of all of it. It's just perfect. Oh my goodness. Well, at least it's somewhat strong. There is a better tool for this, you know.
There is.
You know what that tool is?
Doing it right the first time?
No, it's a hammer.
Oh.
Just kidding, kids at home. Remember, this video is not intended for young audiences. It's
That's
intended
right.
unless young audiences.
That's why Brian's using lots of funny voices.
Oh yeah. Voices.
He's trying to keep it PG.
PG.
Ish.
PG 17. I can't get it through the hole. Just speaking of PG, I cannot get this thing through the hole to save my life. Oh no. Let's try doing it from the other direction. That usually works. Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. I got the tip in. Ooh. Seriously. Come on, get in there. You see it's in. Can you see it?
I can.
You people at home are probably just laughing, thinking, what an idiot. And this idiot's wife has to help him. Yes, she does, and she loves it, every minute of it.
Well,
It does
maybe a minute of it.
Well, it's like other things. Get in there. This pin, guys, I'm telling you, sticking a pin in a hole is not hard unless it's on this machine, and then it's extra hard. It's really annoying.
Pause.
Maybe we should pause it.
Okay.
Guys, we stuck it in and it went through all the way. Let's show them. The way I did this, guys, was I bent this back ever so slightly so that I could make that pin fit through the hole. And then two very exciting things happened while you were off camera. You want to show them both of them? No, you can't show both. But over here. Oh, just laying down on the job, folks. Right here. That thing's bent. Yeah, feels good. Let's show them the angle over here, guys. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yep, there's your problem. That thing's bent down. Oh. Ching pong. Dang. Oh, okay. You remember how I said this was Chinese made? Now you know. So, anyway, the moral of the story is you pay for what you get. And I'm thrilled with this thing so far. Okay, anyway, back to the point. We know that could be a problem, and the reason that could be a problem, guys, is because that's a cover that covers up something. This doesn't spin, but underneath here, there is something that spins possibly. And I would say likely spins. So, okay, so I bent it back, sort of, to where I think it might have been if the instructions would have clarified that. Did it cover that in the instructions, camera crew?
Step 27.
So the other thought I had was if we could just lift that end up, we could pivot this, maybe. Seriously, you want to try that? I know you don't want to.
I have no opinion. I don't know.
Well, but just look where this guard is, though. See, the guard is stuck inside this angle iron. So if I go to lift this, I can lift this, but then we would have to pivot it, which means we got to get it over there. I mean, it's only like 700 pounds. Why can't you lift this by yourself while I watch?
I'm filming.
From the couch.
Can I go make dinner?
So I'm going to try to lift it, I guess, because I can't really lift it all the way up, and it's just, it's going to be dangerous.
Careful.
There. Maybe. Oh yeah, maybe. Oh, yeah, that's not dangerous at all. Oh God, that's really heavy. Nope, not happening. If we lift it and we move it forward and we pivot on the center one, you see the problem. I just don't want to drag that and ding it up so bad that it runs into the belt.
Oh,
So
right,
what I'm trying to say is maybe I can pick this up now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's really heavy. You see what I'm talking about there?
Yeah.
Maybe I could put
Hold
this
on.
around and use it like a jack. Whoa. Catch with one hand. Yes! My wife is a good catcher. She really is. Oh, come on now! The stupid PTO shaft's in the way. Come on, China.
Oh. Could we figure out how to use the leg, the support leg?
How about we
over
do
there?
this? Let's throw a block under there. That's what we'll do. We'll just throw a block under there, and then we can go and pick up that side. Okay? Ready?
Well,
On
no,
the
where
count
am
of
I?
7.
Where am I
1,
putting
2,
it?
Stick it under there. Right there. That's fine. Put it down. So put it underneath where the thing was. Move your hands. Goodness gracious. See, that's already probably wanting to bend it. See, then we can try to pivot it. Guys, step 1, unpackage. Step 2, this.
Assemble.
All right, don't forget you need to buy one of these first. It's not included. Are you ready for this?
No, where? Nope.
See, because I can't lift it up unless I just go in partially. I think we're just gonna do it. We're gonna do it.
Okay. Nope.
Close enough. Go right in front. All right, go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, let's go. Okay. All right, good. Good still. Woo. Woo. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hey, camera crew, can you check where my bolts are? Are they just going under the middle part of the frame?
You're right here.
That's not how deep. It's just going past the main frame.
Yeah, it's between these two parts.
That's just touching.
It's touching right here.
You see how that's hitting the frame there? Mm-hmm. Look. You see how that's hitting there? I want this to just not penetrate any further than this, okay?
Okay.
That way when I lift, I'm on a flat. Understood that from like everything. That frame out. The problem is I have adequately counterweighted this, and I'm afraid when I get up, it's probably gonna move.
So that'd be me.
Nah, it's just gonna move.
Oh.
Which is fine.
Okay.
Hey, it didn't fall yet. That's good. So you guys saw what we were talking about here, right? Ah, it's too far through.
Did it slide?
No, I just missed the frame here. That's the key. These forks were only supposed to be this far. And instead, they're this far. They needed to be back here. That way you didn't have any risk of hitting this frame member here.
I couldn't see the forks when you started.
Oh my goodness. So I can back up, and then when I come out, I can just leave the forks where they need to be. Now this is super easy to move. Except for that. And that stuff. Other than that stuff, it's really easy. That'll be helpful for something. Maybe. Like shipping it back.
Not funny.
Okay. So So now, I think the safe thing to do would be to let it down. And in order to let it down, we're probably gonna have this out of the way, so regrettably, I'm gonna tip this up and out of the way. So we could probably do this off camera. So using the process elimination, we're gonna stick this through there because it's still up in the air. I can't quite get the frame out yet because of the height of everything. Okay, so we'll just pop this out. And this should be able to just run in underneath.
Of course.
Well, there's the hole. So the only way to do this would be for me to try to lift this, which is gonna make it kind of be cattywampus. But we gotta do this to get it, done.
Yeah.
There is a second hole in here. We could try to do it from above. I don't think it's gonna reach down far enough though. See guys what we're talking about?
Yeah.
So we're just having trouble now getting the angle so that we can put this in from underneath. I can just try and see what happens. This was included too, which is kind of nice. Of course, you can get those for cheap at Farm and Fleet or Tractor Supply or whatever.
Do you want me to?
I think we're just gonna have to
help
let it down. We were trying to not let it down, but we're gonna have to probably just let it down because we're gonna have the pressure off of it.
Okay.
I can try to lift it higher, but that's about as high as it'll go. So we'll just let it down to the ground. See how fast it goes. This is where it falls over. Yeah, I wasn't bad at all. I'm
Okay.
really surprised. Pleasantly surprised. All right, so this is going to be awkward, but now that we know that it'll sit there by itself, then it's maybe not as critical to have that in there
Yeah.
for the process of elimination assembly.
Okay.
All right, where did that plastic thing go?
I have it because you threw it to me.
Oh, good, thank you.
Yep.
All right, so we're going to basically put this upright and drop that down. I suppose if somebody was motivated, you could put lubricant on there, but it is a plastic part, so it's probably not super critical. Holy crap, this thing is heavy right here. Of course, why would there not be something in the way? Hey, look at that, that's a pretty good fit now. Okay. So you know what else is gonna make this challenging? See this? Yeah, stop. So that stop is what keeps this from going past 90 degrees.
Oh.
Okay, does that make sense?
Yep.
So now, the problem I just realized we have is that because we don't have class 1 pins, and whatever these are, class 2 pins, we're not gonna be able to pick this up with the 3-point. Which means when we're done, we'll be able to move it, but we're gonna have to move it like, you know, stupid style.
Great.
I know, it's a little demoralizing. Okay, now, I believe it went like that, right? That went that way. And then I had it all laid out nicely. And then lots happened since then.
Yep.
So I think this is gonna go like that. And this is actually gonna be receiving that frame over there.
The spring frame.
Yeah, that thing.
That thing.
So remember, process of elimination. Just awkward to get this thing out of the package. Honestly, it kind of comes back to that. That's kind of been like one of the biggest problems, wouldn't you say?
The problem is there's no directions.
Oh, well, that too. This is where your tool goes. So that's going to go there. This is going to go here. We got one of these complex, strange things that you don't know exactly what it's supposed to do. Parts. Doohickeys. There's a pin here that's riveted. Oh, great. So that means that this probably, okay, so let's look at this with the camera. This is gonna go there, obviously, okay? So then this bearing is gonna go in between. So the pin head is gonna go outside and then that's gonna go on the inside, okay? So it's gonna be like this. This is gonna come off. And this is gonna go through, then it's gonna slide through that thing, okay? Then, it's gonna go like that. Did that go this way?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for paying. I know that's it. You are my favorite friend right now. I don't really think the directions are necessary.
No, this has been so just counterintuitive and intuitive. Sorry.
I think it's been maybe, and it's not like the worst project ever, but it's pretty bad.
Well, I gotta help you. Can I?
Well, no, you're not
Okay.
because it's not necessarily that I can't do it, it's that it's not bent out, okay? It's that this thing needs to be opened up a little bit. And so now I should be able to hypothetically get that in. See, the other thing is this could need to go here. Nah, it doesn't fit, but it could also be here, like that. But I honestly don't know which way to do it. That might explain it. See that? I just don't understand which way it would go. It's not super clear.
Does it fit in the hole on the other side? If it was.
If it was that way, no, it doesn't. So it must go there. This is why you have instructions, people. If you're in China listening, this is why you have instructions, okay? Because, you know, you get people who build machines for a living and can't figure this stuff out.
Well, if you had one of these before, you could
maybe if you've done it before,
sort of
or if you
figure it
watched
out.
a video on YouTube that showed you every
On
step
how
by
not
step
to
on
video.
That's true. This is how not video. See now maybe. See then does that go there? I mean I would think this goes the other way. To be honest, so then it's a bearing surface. It goes between these two moving parts.
Right.
I don't know. I guess it could honestly could be either way. But then, you know,
That
like that maybe.
Pinch together.
Huh?
You have to like squish it.
Yeah, it goes like this, I think. And this is the type of thing that you'd run into, and you know, you would just call up tech support and say, "Hey, what do I do, people?" And they would say, "Hold on, let me get some help, find out."
Consult the owner's manual.
Yeah, exactly. Well, or a technical manual. Which, how happy are you going to be when you realize there's another installation manual? Except it says installation.
That's
manual.
where we went. We followed the directions.
We did. So I don't know for sure that that's exactly right, but I think it is the correct way. Because now that it's together, it fits. But again, there probably should be a washer there. And the only reason I believe this to be true is because it's got this. Right here, okay? See? And then this doesn't go to the spring goes to there. So I believe the way this is going to work is this is going to lift up like that, and then like somehow magically, yeah, that's, you know, like, how am I going to get that spring on there? Camera crew?
Very carefully,
Yeah, I'd say carefully.
because that's,
Like dangerous?
yeah.
Like that's like an incredibly powerful spring.
Yeah, and that's not close to being.
Well, and you know what this does, right? This
It lifts up the whole
dead
thing.
Load of this
Yeah.
probably 450 pound thing.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what would help with this?
What?
Directions.
Hey, if you hooked the spring on the little hook first before you put the pin through,
No, because you can't. Oh, you mean
And then,
hooked
like,
it on first and then stretched it?
yeah.
Did you see how hard that was?
Well,
to
I
do?
know. Yeah, I know.
There's no way.
That's why I said probably not, but
No, there's no way. No way. No way. And the other thing is, maybe that's just holding this half up. Because the thing is, really, it could be just spinning this up. No, that ain't gonna do it either. I think what we gotta do is we gotta probably pin this together. Next. We gotta put that pin in. Okay, so we'll do that
Okay.
next. Process of elimination. You know that every piece that we put in is one less piece we have to put in.
until we realized we did it wrong and then we have to do it again.
You kidding me? Does it look like there's a wrong way on this machine? Oh
Well.
wait, it spins at high RPMs and could kill somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh there's that.
It's a good time to have like instructions.
Yeah. Tighten it there.
Well, they probably didn't write the directions for it.
I'm pretty sure they didn't.
Well, I mean, obviously they didn't, because no one did, but.
Okay, so this now is the new challenge I face, and that is I need to get that to go out just a wee bit so that as I lift it, I get it. Okay, good. I got it. It just goes together like butter. Ooh, got it. Got it. Oh, jeez. Just gotta use my hammer. It's the right tool for the job. Using the right tool for the job presupposes that somebody designed it to be using the right tool for the job. Okay, so that's in there. Process of elimination. One less thing to figure out. Now this, I would hook into this, okay? But we're not gonna really get to that yet. Because I'm just trying to think, like, if we were to now lift this up, that's gonna pivot that down. But this spring is gonna wanna pull this whole thing back, no matter what position this is in, right? That was a genuine question. No, see, it's not gonna be able to change that. But it definitely, I think that's the one it goes to. Oh, it could also go to the other one. No, it goes to the middle one. That
yeah,
one goes out
out
there.
to the end.
Which, process of elimination assembly. Here we go.
So
There's two of these.
there's two. Oh, they're different.
One of them is right and one is wrong. This one's got a pretty significant bend on it. And look at that high quality welding right there, guys.
Sweet.
They must have used flux core.
It's the trainee weld.
So that's not wide enough. Okay, this would be wide enough. So if it goes like that, that would work. Rotate it around.
That looks pretty good.
Show them that tight tolerance. All right. So I think process of elimination has served us well again. Hey, camera crew.
What?
Parts.
There's three sitting behind me.
Ah, damn it. We're getting there though.
Yeah.
Guys, if you were to have
Amazingly.
endured this long into the video, then I really hope something starts changing for you.
You could at least come make us dinner.
The kids are starving. What is dinner anyway?
Chicken and wild rice soup.
Ooh, that sounds delicious. How long does that take to make?
A long time.
Huh?
A long time.
Does it seriously?
Yeah, kind of. You can't really
No.
rush wild rice.
Do we just start wild rice during the video? Oh, now look at this, guys. There we go. I got it. The wishbone. Oh, wow. Now look how nice that
Ooh.
lines up. Wow.
That's
gonna
gonna be
right
a
on the mark.
bit
Oh, for goodness sakes. I was afraid we'd have to bend this.
Okay, dumb question. If you flip it over, it's not any better,
No,
right?
then it goes like way over.
Way the other way. Okay.
Yeah, I think we do actually have it the right way.
Okay.
Because if you flip it over, that's the only other way it can go.
Right.
And it's not even gonna be close.
Okay.
No, I mean, it's okay. Just let me know your dumb questions, because honestly, I might not have thought about it yet. Because I'm thinking about all the next step.
I know.
Process of elimination, assembly. So this is, I think it's gonna work okay. It's just, we don't have the geometry quite right yet because it's all hung down on the ground like that. So normally that would be lifted up. We may have to reposition the forks now, lift that side up,
Put
get
a
the leg in,
block under it or put
so
the
that
leg
we can
in.
reach this. All right, let's do that next.
Okay.
Let's have them not endure the suffrage, because we're just gonna be putting stuff away.
Okay.
So lots happened since we paused the video. We moved all that crap out of the way, and now we've got it set up, ready for the next few steps. I'm gonna probably need the camera crew's help on this one, because in order to get this whole line up here, I took the pins out of this. I have to actually push this over a little bit, then watch what happens. Wait, do I pull it back? I can't remember.
I don't think you have to push.
One way or the other, and I've already done it once, but I was just alone at the time. No.
It's
Oh, what did I do? I did something and it made the alignment proper, or a lot better. I just hope it's not lifting this up, because I'm lifting that up right now with the forklift attachment.
oh.
See,
This
push
this
on
way.
it? Will it push?
Like pinch my fingers.
The only problem is we're in a pinch point already. So I don't know if that needs to probably go up a little bit more.
Okay.
So maybe it relaxed, the hydraulics probably relaxed a little bit. See what happened now?
Yeah.
Now I just need to basically get that pin started. And then we're just gonna relax the hydraulics a little
Just
bit.
a little bit.
It should basically push through. Can you try pushing it?
I need a bit more. You might be able to get it with one. No.
Huh?
That's almost a little bit too far, but you might be able to get it with not holding a camera.
Oh, okay. Oh, dang.
It's like so crooked.
Well, and that's part of the problem here is, remember how you asked me if we were lined up right? If we flip this around, it would be like way over here.
Even
So,
worse. Okay.
yeah, I mean, it can only go two ways.
Right.
And this is the far better way.
That's closer on this side.
I think you might be right, though. I think we might need to lift it up, or if we had something we could stick in there, like a screw erector spike. Okay, so I think part of the problem here is this. The alignment of this is
Not-
perfect with each other, but it's not perfect with that.
With that.
So the squareness is going to be an issue. Plus, we're also off. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to have to probably just have you put pressure. Make sure your fingers are only on the outside. Come on.
Yep.
Grab your index finger on this side and put your thumb on the other side. All the way. All the way so it's not in a pinch point.
Yep.
Okay, you safe?
Yep.
Good, that's what I want you to do. I'll go as slow as I can.
Yep.
There it goes.
Okay.
Lock it in.
Nope.
Did you miss?
Yeah. I don't know how I'm. We might have to pause it so I can.
Just pause it.
Okay.
Okay, so we just had to have 4 hands for that.
Yep.
Which makes sense. I mean, because after all, it does say in the instructions,
Make sure your wife
step
can help you.
1, get a tractor that has a forklift attachment from TitanAttachments.com, which I'm beginning to think there was something to this. It's like they're profiting from that. Okay, so then the other thing is, you see what I'm doing with these pins?
Yeah. What do you?
When you get
doing?
up tight next to another surface like this, I don't like to damage the finish because, this finish is so beautiful.
Pristine.
So I'll do that, and that way it can spin free. Okay? So now that we've got that attached, and then you'll notice I wiped off some of the, like whatever that foreign agent was
Substance.
all over everything.
Mm-hmm.
So
Good.
the next thing, I don't know if this is the next thing, but I know this is a thing. This goes here to here, okay?
Okay.
So that's gonna keep things square here. It's possible that's the wrong order. I think the next thing I know for sure I need to do is I need to get that leg in at some point, but honestly, we could probably wait and do that later. So, gotta take these are a nylock bolt, nylock washer, nylock nut, and They appear to be 8.8, whatever that is. So I don't know if that's a rating or a size. I don't think it's a size because it's not 8.8. I think it's a hardness. So this goes through like that, and this goes through like that. Now that was not process of elimination. That was from looking at the front picture on the manual. Then the washer presumably goes in against the surface, and then the nylon goes in. Make sure that the nylon gets onto the threads so that it prevents it from slipping. Which, honestly, if you're building this thing and you don't know that, it'd be very sad and dangerous world to be your neighbor.
Hopefully our neighbors aren't
Our neighbors.
watching this video.
You probably already heard all they need to hear. So, as par for the course on this installation, we've had all sorts of fun with just kind of like weirdly engineered things. I have an idea for this. I don't know if it's going to work, but we'll still give it a crack. I'm going to use the handy dandy non-crescent sizable branch here. This is what I'm told it's called a socket.
You're told.
Dryer. Sorry. So we'll see if this goes tight. It's like the easiest part we've installed on this whole machine.
Don't say that. You're not done yet.
Well, that's true. There could be some other easy parts.
You know you're not done with that part.
That's true, I guess. Metric hardware always seems to have such a shallow head on it, which I don't understand why that is. Anything by it, I promise.
Whatever.
I didn't, because that's what I'm talking about. The shallow head, it makes the thing slip off on you. Although I do have a extension that's probably unnecessary. Okay, let's go back to the picture menu here. I'll take that thing.
Some assembly required.
So there's one more armature that appears to reach out here. And I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to have to pivot this thing to know where that goes, because it's clearly that thing there. Ooh, no, dang it. See this? I thought for a second maybe that was it. And I got to thinking about that. That just looks like, to be honest with you, what this looks like to me is this looks like a drawbar link of some sort. But I honestly don't know what it is, because I don't know what it is at all. And this could be maybe something that's used to like safely adapt the spring. I don't know what the heck this thing is. And it's the only piece that we can't get by process of elimination so far. There is that thing there. Which,
here.
Yeah, this thing here. This
Yeah.
thing here is a lock that goes in here.
Oh.
So you can lock that, or does that go in there all
It
the
will?
time? Yeah.
Oh.
It goes through to this.
Mm.
Or does that go in all the time? I don't know. I guess the only way to know for sure on that would be to probably lift this up, which would change the geometry of everything. If you want to just see if maybe that makes it clear.
Maybe.
Where I put this fork through, the fork is not hitting anything past here. Obviously, the closer into the carriage you get, the more leverage and lifting force you're going to get. And this thing is really heavy. So anyway, you have to be careful when you lift that way. But you'll notice that that did open up this gap here. And I can't help but think that that is going to have to go there. But doesn't it seem to you like that would prevent it from changing its angles?
Do we have a picture from the other side?
I don't think so. That would be like way too convenient.
I know.
So I'm about 99.9% sure this needs to go through there. Because once that goes in there, my fear is that that's like some sort of a transport mode. And if that's the case, then that seems like a really inconvenient way to have to do that.
Yeah, for sure.
So the other thing is that could come out and it could actually receive this long piece. But this, again, this long piece, I'm not sure what this long piece is. It looks like a stabilizer bar of some sort. And you see this here? There is that pin there. So that could go there. You see this here?
Mm-hmm.
That's got a similar angle to this. But I just don't know where it lines up because I honestly don't know. I can't tell. I know that this is just temporarily being stored there. That's going to go right here. Okay? So that's your tool that's used to replace the blades. But then this thing, I'm just not sure. I'm really baffled on this part. And there's a couple of different places I could see this going. And it should only fit one way, you'd think. This does reach out. Maybe that goes there. But if that goes there, then what would this attach to? Up here? No. If it was at this angle, it would go way over there, so that's probably not it. It could go from here. No. If it was in between here, like this, camera crew, you see where it would end up? It'd be like it'd be way up here.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't see, what's that other little piece? That one's pretty, unless maybe this is an option for people that don't have a top link. And they just, but I don't know how you would control it without the top link.
Right.
And some of these guys will pull.
So there's something.
And I definitely have this in the right spot from the drawings. Oh, hey, we can put in the, well, there's that, but you see how far back would be.
Right.
So then if we were the other way, you know,
That doesn't make sense either.
That doesn't make sense at all. Unless it, no, it won't go like that. It won't go like that. No, it won't go like that. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and put in the, actually I don't need these because it's got a quick one. We're going to put in the leg because we can get to that now.
Yep.
Which is kind of nice. Okay. So that would be in the like storage mode, I'm assuming, which is what we would be in now. Okay. So now when we let it down, we know where it's neutrally supposed to sit. And you'll notice that this doesn't hit when you get up high enough. So right now we're not geometrically right. It's never going to be in this condition right here.
So should we put it down and
we should put it down on the stop.
Yeah.
And we just need to be careful that we don't catch this at all. Okay?
Okay.
So I say that, but I actually need my camera crew to actually make sure that that doesn't happen because that could be bad. And then you see this hole here? I honestly don't know what that is for either. And it's pretty obvious that this is only one spot for this. But you see that square thing there? That square thing. See, and then this is just a different point to attach
For your top
link.
Yeah.
So you can attach it at different angles depending on what type of top link attachment you got. And then you see up here, there's a big pin up here, and then a small pin down here. And I don't know if that'd be for like a quick hitch or what, but I can't tell for sure, so I don't want to say. If I know for sure, I'll say for sure, but I don't think I know at all. And I'm just trying to visualize where that thing could go. I don't see anything that would be like extremely obvious. At some point, we're going to have to stop this from pivoting, okay? Because this will swing out to the back and it'll go straight. So maybe that's what this bracket does, is that this holds this into the drive, like where that's going to be squared up. What do you think? Because if that were true, this pin would not be necessary because it would maybe go over that. No, that's too small.
Would this, okay, if this was.
No, that's too small. But this could go there.
Right, and then
And then
this goes here.
could go here. But then how the heck are you supposed to stow that when you're driving?
Well, but then do you pull it out? Because they both have a quick, no, that one doesn't have a
No,
quick.
it doesn't have a quick. And that's why I'm saying it doesn't seem right.
Right,
But you see what I'm saying there?
I agree.
Because if this were to lock this mechanism square when it swings forward, oh, and you know what else? When that swings forward, is that even going to be able to be on there? Yeah, because that holds the top. This is a bushing, and then this swivels.
Okay.
So I think our next step is to let it down and then reevaluate the geometry. Because I don't know what else to try.
Hey, what am I watching? I'm watching this doesn't hit the PTO
I'm gonna
shaft,
leave it
right?
off, so. Anything you see? That noise is horrible sounding.
Yes, it is.
Hey, we still haven't got that done though.
What?
That one in the middle. That one in the middle has got to get attached. So I'm going to start this again reluctantly and go up.
Yeah.
Expectancy.
Got a whole 6 months out of that thing.
Yeah, well, that's 14 years in China terms. I don't know if you guys have that same experience. We just spent hundreds of dollars on LEDs in this house. And what are they, like 6 months old? If that?
Yeah.
Maybe they're 6
Well,
months.
maybe a little
they're
older.
7 months. And the garage door opener is maybe 7 or 8 months. But even still, that's not 14 years. Okay, so once I undo that, then this is allowed to swivel. But you see our problem now is I've got to get it into that pocket somehow, which is going to be gloriously fun. And the only way I can think to do that would be to somehow undo like everything or back this off, which, to be perfectly honest, I'm wondering if that would be acceptable. Undo the bolt, slide it in there, put the bolt back in.
With that in there, is it still going to be able to pivot the way it's supposed to?
Yeah, because it's slotted.
Okay.
Because as this pivots, I just don't really understand the function of that particular piece. The other thing too is when I undo this, is that going to allow the whole frame to drop in?
Right.
I kind of hope not. We'll find out.
Okay.
It's all part of the show, guys. It's all part of the show. And to be honest with you, this has been quite the doozy. All right, just unpack the items. In fact, it's technically one step. Because the one step is like, there's 4 pieces.
Yeah.
Which is totally not true, because there's like 60 pieces.
There's 4 packages, which each contain.
Yeah. Yeah,
Multiple
that's
pieces.
true. There are actually 4 main pieces. That's sort of true. Okay, so now when I get this undone, let's look at it together. It hasn't fallen yet. Okay? It's got a bushing, washer, and then a lock washer. Now I can slip this in, hopefully. Slide my pin through before I go, which it does seem to go. It's all the way through. So now I can get that started, so I get my hands free. Drop this over, and then throw the pin back in.
That's better than starting over
Wow.
so far.
I was going to say it was probably like the easiest step of the whole process.
Those pins are kind of a super fun part of the experience.
They're always this way. That's nothing new. That's not even a Chinese problem. That's just the way it is with these pins. I always have problems with them. And if you were more experienced with working with them, it wouldn't be an issue at all. I just don't want to forget to do them. So don't let me forget that one.
Okay.
I have no clue what size this is. You can't over tighten it though, because it's got that bushing on it. Because if you're worried about over tightening it, then that would tighten this so it wouldn't move. But since it's actually got that designed into it, that won't be an issue. I know it's hard to believe that they did that. Tell you what, if the thing works half as good as I hope it will, then I'm going to forget about all these problems about the first 10 minutes I'm out in the field. So let's hope it does that. Because otherwise I'm going to remember all these minutes.
You can just go back and watch them on YouTube if you forget.
Yeah. It's like filming a vasectomy. Okay. I still have no clue what this thing is. And I'm a little bit nervous. I mean, it sure looks like, honestly, something that would go like a tow package sort of thing. But then look at the way this stuff is not painted. It makes me wonder if there's, like when you pull on this, is it going to release this? I'm just not sure. It's probably got something to do with the way you lift it and lower it. And that's the thing is, like, I can't see it in the pictures here. Let's just reevaluate the manual for just a second on this step. Because before we get that other brace in there, see if you see anything. There's something that looks kind of like it. Or is that,
no,
that's where the top link
yeah.
attaches. Yeah, that doesn't do me any good. I don't see anything there. Drawings aren't really that helpful.
Exploded views don't really help when they're not
detailed.
exploded.
You can't even hardly see. What?
I wonder, flip back.
Disclaimer. This must be used by capable.
We're out. Just send it back. Wait, go back to the second to last page. One more. Where it talks about transport.
Just call this number right there. Need help?
Except we only do things after hours. Secure to transport position to reduce transport width. Would it be something that you use only to secure it while you're transporting it?
You know, that's totally possible, but at the same time, it's just one of these things where it's got that big spring on it.
I know.
And so it almost appears to me like it would be something that would be used to couple it to pull it. And that's the thing that concerns me, is that we need to probably raise this up and down now again, so that we can see if it binds on that one that we just attached. Because now we can verify that that's correct. So once we drop it to the ground, then we can pull this out and pivot it.
Okay.
Let's do that next. All right, you want to go to the other side and watch? I just need to make sure I don't bind on anything. Yeah, that's not damaging anything. It's sliding through the range.
Okay.
Okay, you're watching the end of the fork predominantly.
Yep.
Okay, so that's caught it.
Yep.
That's what I was concerned about there. Am I rubbing on
Just on. Camera crew fail. This part here, but not on the PTO shaft.
it? Okay.
Sorry, guys.
Alright, so now that it's on the ground, that's the way it's going to sit. Now we should be able to take this and pivot it Oh yeah, see that pivot's free now,
Right.
which makes sense. And look at this stop block here. You see that? That does not look right because that hits. I don't think that would normally be allowed to hit. And so what they might be talking about is securing this thing. Makes perfect sense now, maybe. See that? That lines up now. And look,
So
removable pin.
That would just be for
So
transport then.
when this goes in, when you're done using it, you can do it like that. I don't know. Let's just put it together.
Okay.
Process of elimination assembly.
Oh, my
This is
favorite.
ridiculous. Okay, so, but how do you stow it while you're driving? That's my big issue still. Because you can undo this side, but then this side is still attached. And then you pivot it, and then we're like, where do you put it? So let's just get this pinned on. It's probably so self-explanatory. I think it's kind of like, you know, like setting up your kid with a surround sound and be like, okay, hook this up, kid. It's like, you know, there's probably some kids that can figure it out. You know, or mechanics that have built these type of things for a lifetime are going to have no problem with this. But to be honest with you, it's like...
But a lot of this stuff in this size class is geared towards people that are like
people that are in a,
starting out a small, you know,
it's a small, like
small
a hobby
farm. Yeah.
It's not like for a real farmer. I suppose a real farmer might have one of these.
But he also has other equipment to learn how to do it.
Okay, so look at how this pin's going to fit. Jeez,
Sweet.
That's crappy. I think I'm just going to refuse to do it that way. I'm going to put it the other way. It's going to make it easier.
You can have leverage. The other way?
I'm just going to have to... Oh, you can't do it the
Yeah.
other way. There's nowhere to put the pin. That's fine. It's just the way it goes.
Because that's for transport, right? Or
Yeah, but this half stays on. That's part of the reason why I'm confused. Because, like, what do you do with it when it's stowed?
right.
Like, when you're not
Yeah.
running it in that configuration, what are you supposed to do with it while you're bouncing through the field?
Yeah.
Like, cutting hay and stuff.
Exactly. Okay.
Okay, so we got that bent. I'm going to do that kind of the similar thing to what I did earlier, just to kind of keep it from damaging the finish really, really bad there as much as I can. But it's kind of hard to get the tool in there. Okay, so now this is how you drive around. Okay, so now let's say you're not driving around. You have to be able to undo this. You flip that up. You throw that back in, and then this can fold up. At which point, this pivots into there, and then you see that? It looks like it might store there,
But
like
not as soon as you hit a bump, it's gonna.
yeah, like that's not like really a safe spot for that to flop.
No.
'Cause you have a PTO shaft there. Unless you're supposed to pin this back together somehow. Man, that's not good. It definitely doesn't go the other way because you couldn't get it down to keep it locked in that configuration either.
Right.
Though. And it doesn't go the other side, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
I don't know how it would.
Yeah, I don't see any other way it could go. So you get, I mean, you're certainly not going to be able to undo that out in the field. The other thing is this might be bent a little bit. So maybe if that's bent wrong, I suppose you could have something here to hold it.
But there's not like a latch or a pin or a.
Well, there's this thing that I believe is just used for protecting around the, oh, okay, so this is going to go around the PTO shaft. Okay, so that's at least one other thing. So this will go here.
Hold on,
Okay, so process of elimination, installation. So that's going to go there. So that we could put in, it looks like this actually has to go like that to fit. Which, I don't know. Which way they're actually supposed to have you do it this way. It looks like this is just going to catch a bunch of debris. That would probably be like the safer way, but
It doesn't
it
fit.
doesn't fit.
Yeah,
So
you're right.
it's got to be going up right.
Yep.
And yeah, so that would take care of this one. So this just has 4 nylocks, 8 washers. So 2 on each. Pretty simple thing. So maybe I'll just take this apart, get that set up, and then come right back.
Okay.
So guys, we had to pause for a battery issue, and what we had was 4 bolts that had to be fed through here with nylocks that hold on this guard for the PTO takeoff. So if you want to come around here, you can kind of see. This was the worst one, so I ended up getting in here, and you just don't have much room to work. I could have used a longer extension, but as you can see, I'm back here on the other side, just kind of working it in. Not getting much progress, but I'm still getting it done. And it's just an awkward spot. But with nylocks, the good thing is, even though this is going to be under a tremendous amount of vibration, like into perpetuity, really what you're talking about is guard. Plus, this plastic was cut, and it was cut like, you know, really high quality cuts to where they didn't take the melted plastic off. So it'll be fun when you stick your arm in there and get cut off on it, I'm sure. Oh yeah, like that.
Yep.
Yeah, so we got, you know, the pseudo scars there. We did find out where the last part goes too, because as I was thinking through in my head, I was like, okay, so this goes here, this drops down, locks it in position for transport, okay? Then this, I don't know if we're gonna have to bend that and just put a kink in it so that it holds it, which honestly would probably be fine. So you bring it over here and you put it into the running configuration where it's off to the side, because obviously you're not gonna run in a row, that'd be weird. So you're gonna go like this. I found where this thing goes. Okay? Now this thing is very heavy and it does some weird things. And I think what this is this allows this whole arm to break away. Because if you were to pull super hard on this, I think it will pop out of this. Okay? So the way this works, and then I noticed some more damage if you want to kind of, I know you're not going to be able to like lay down here, but see this little frame here? This is bent. And then this pin comes off, and then this little thing kind of receives the whole shebang here.
Oh.
And then this goes, not into this, it goes to the top one. And it goes right where the alternative choice would be. So as you can see, that's the correct size. So that means that's the right way there. So what I want to do is I want to try to straighten this bracket. I also need to take this pin out. So I don't know if you maybe want to try to like get a view from over here.
Yeah, I'll
maybe?
come around and see.
Then can you grab, while you're up there, will you grab those needle nose pliers?
Yeah.
So that's, okay, so I don't know if you can see down here what I'm going to do. See this? This is the same as what we've been doing on those pins. Can you see it?
Yep.
Okay, so there goes that pin. Of course, you kind of got to do this a little bit blind. Luckily, you've done it like 7 other times. So, or 8 or whatever it is, more times. So you got a pretty good idea by now exactly how to do it, because it's in just a really nasty spot, to be honest. Oh man. You can't really see what you're doing, so you're just kind of hoping you're getting it where you need it. Ooh, geez. This didn't want to pull out very well. I always had a problem with that.
Are you pulling toward you? There you go.
I'm kind of pulling down, yeah.
Okay.
I'm pulling hard too.
Yeah.
That's the thing I don't understand about why it's not wanting to go. It should go, and then of course it'll go like really hard and I'll like whack myself.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. So I feel it going, but it's just gonna, I know it's like the proverbial, I know it's gonna pop out and like shoot across the room on me. And I wanna try to avoid that. So maybe I can get in here and pry it out. Oh gosh, of course the one that's like totally inaccessible is gonna be a pain. So we'll pause it, get this pin out, and then show you what it looks like when we're done. Okay, so I got the little pin out, and so now these come out just like they have on all the other ones. So we'll just lay that aside for now. And then this thing, I want to try to straighten it. So can they see that that's bent too? This thing?
Oh, yep.
Okay, yeah, that ain't gonna bend just by being nice to it.
You want your crescent wrench?
Yeah, but I get it.
Okay.
So this would be probably a pretty good spot for a hammer if this doesn't work. Man, that's actually a lot more stout than I figured it was going to be. Oh, jeez. It's sturdier than I thought it was going to be. Oh, come on. Okay, I guess we'll go to here. Oh, jeez.
It's moving.
Is it?
Yeah,
Doesn't feel like it's moving on my end.
it is.
Oh, it's moving the whole machine now. Great. That's gonna get out of the way now too. Oh, wonderful. Thanks. You don't need to catch that,
Okay.
camera. Just let it fall. Oh, jeez. Okay. If I can just get the right angle on it. Oh, see, now I'm just twisting it, which is okay. I mean, this really what this is going to do is it's going to catch the whole mechanism.
It's just a
So
catch.
when the thing comes undone, it's going to catch it so it doesn't fall in the field
Right.
and get lost. I think we're still going to probably show them how many scratches and stuff there are on there, because that's before I did it.
Yeah,
Looks
that's
good,
pretty.
doesn't it? I'm just trying to think if I want to try to grab the forks and just kind of try to bump it over there, except then we have to brace the machine to kind of give it something to push against. I could also try to put something in here and pry it, which might be easier than what I was trying. Let's try that first. So we'll try to go into this. Maybe I can open the crescent and brace it up on here, like this. See how that swivels? Nope, not enough leverage. If I had a longer one, I could really get in there and get some good leverage, but I just don't think that's going to happen. And there's just too much of a gap. I don't have enough leverage on that. So I'm probably going to pause and we'll get a hammer. Okay. Well, the welds don't look very good, but they're actually holding, so. Anyway, that's another tool you're going to need. So the other thing that's really awesome is it is snowing heavily. And so why else would you not be getting your hay equipment ready to go?
Yep.
I think I overbeat that by one hit. So we're going to pause it and get it right.
Okay.
Okay, so now we got that squared up-ish. This, you can tell which way goes where, because there's a smaller hole and like a much bigger hole. Slip it in there, and then that's where it's going to be kept. And take your washer, throw it on there, and then with your third eye, you can try to get this pin back in, which you can see why we had so much trouble with that, because it's just bent still pretty good. And this one's just like really hard to bend, harder than the other one, so I straightened that a little bit so I wouldn't have to fight quite so much.
What's the springy thing for on that? What's the spring thing for on that?
That's part of the quick detach, like for dangerous condition. It's like if you were to catch something on the end of here, it's going to create a ton of leverage, and then I think it'll pop this free.
Oh.
And it allows the mower to kind of move out of the way. It's a breakaway design, I think. I don't ever want to find out if it works.
Well, yeah, let's not.
So, okay, so I'm in the hole. That was a lot easier that time than I thought it was going to be. Awkward. So guys, just remember, the moral of the story is unpackage the 4 pieces, and then just assemble it. Just simple as that. And to be honest with you, you know, it's not maybe as horrible as I make it seem. Maybe to my wife.
If they would have had instructions, this wouldn't have been that bad. It's not that many pieces, and they're pretty. But when you literally have no clue where anything goes to start with.
Although, I mean, like from our experience with Chinglish manuals for electronics and stuff. Well, I mean, they might have been worse. Like I don't know.
Industrial equipment seems to be somewhat better than the electronics.
Honestly, I would say I work on industrial equipment for a living, and sometimes it doesn't exist either, I guess.
A few more pictures even would have been helpful.
The biggest issue I have is that, you know, some of these things could be dangerous if they're not done right.
Yeah.
Like if you couldn't figure out where to put this, well, granted, you're going to figure it out pretty quick because you can't lock it in the moving position. And then, like, how is this supposed to stay out, folks? I don't understand how that's going to work.
Well, and we still haven't figured out how to get the spring.
The spring is the next thing on my list of things to worry about. So let's lock this in position. And I don't know if I mentioned this to you guys, but I took this rag and I had snow on the forks because I went and took stuff out to put it in the yard. And basically most of the schmutz and stuff came off, you know,
the black mud splatter from China.
This didn't come off as easy, but I think we're gonna try to get that off with, I mean, it just like a little bit more effort will take it off of there. You see how this works, guys? That's where that goes. And then in the event that this thing ever gets yanked hard, I mean, it's gonna have to be braced for me to demonstrate it, but it's gonna pull really hard, and then it should hypothetically kind of yank on that, and then it'll just pop this pin out. Show them from above. So when you pull really, really, really hard on this, it's gonna pop out, pop. And so what that's gonna do is that's gonna let this go back a little bit, because the tractor is gonna be going that way, pulling it that direction. Okay, so the mower's off to your right-hand side. So this is backward of what it's gonna be.
Yep.
Of course, we also gotta figure out the top link. And both side links, they're supposed to be the right size, and they're not. There's nothing we can do about that at this exact juncture. I believe it's not just that I need the correct pin. There's a different type of pin that will accept this hole and then work with a category 1. So, not sure how that got lost in translation. There's not really an excuse for that. Everything else along the lines, you know, could be a translation issue. So now we gotta figure out this, which regrettably is probably one of the more dangerous things we've got to try to do. Now, what I'd like to do is I'd like to figure out a way to, you know, like something like this, and then just like stretch it. I mean, what could possibly go wrong, right? Other than death and dismemberment.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is going on with this, guys? I'm gonna kick myself when I realize there's this simple solution, but I honestly don't know what it is. Because it's almost like this is designed like it's supposed to be vertical, or it's supposed to be bent, or supposed to be a key in there to receive a pin.
Yeah.
Like
or there's supposed to be a slot in the bar to slide on. Yeah, something else.
Where does it go?
Because that's obviously not the answer.
And that's not going to be okay, because I mean, you're going to have a 3-point.
The PTO is going to be right there.
It's going to sit on your top link here.
Yeah.
So I just don't understand how that would possibly be okay. And it's not like you can put it into this pin, because it's just way too far away. And you can't just throw it back here, because, you know, this thing has to be there.
And you can't, like, take it out, because it's...
Well, you could, but you'd have to have tools. It doesn't make any sense. I'm thinking what we're probably going to do is we're probably going to take this and just brace it with another one and bend it up.
Bend it up.
I got something to hold on to. But, I mean, even that's not going to be that great, because then, you know, you hit a bump and it just goes pops up.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the other thing is you could zip tie that, but I don't want to have, I mean, you could have a zip tie that just slides along here. Yeah, but that's not going to work well either. I don't know. We'll think about it. We'll come up with something. But then, like, how in God's name am I going to tension that thing? There's got to be something that you can do with this. There is this like hole here. See what I'm doing?
Yeah.
But it's not near enough. I'm like, how much pressure is going to be on here?
And you have, it's,
I mean, that's not like without some level of risk. If that thing
Yeah.
breaks, then it's going to spring my face.
yeah.
Just the reason I keep coming back to this is because it came with the equipment and it's a weird specialty thing that needs to be done. Now, we could try picking that up and tipping it, at which point that would relieve the necessary pressure on this. And then you'd be able to hopefully hook it. Then it will help to bear that load. Because what that does is that allows this to freely bounce along the surface of the ground.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking that's probably our next move is we're gonna have to try that, which is gonna require me to take the forklift and come back over here, and then without tipping the whole machine on its side, we're gonna have to try to pick up from like back here, and just maybe I can do it.
But that means it's going to be sitting on just that one
That
single
one
foot,
foot.
right? Which I don't think it's gonna fall over.
Yeah, and that's why we said we had to have the 3-point.
'Cause
Because once
it's
we have
gotta-
the 3-point, but then our forklift is used.
Right. We can't use the 3-point and the forklift at the same time.
So then at that point, we're gonna have to somehow figure out how to jack this up or hoist it up or come along to lift it up to the point where this can hook onto there. But there's gotta be another way, and I think there's another way, and we just gotta think about it for a little bit.
This end,
Unless I can make this long enough to actually get a leverage. What?
this end is heavier, right? The drum end.
Yeah, we
Can
pick
you
that end
pick
up.
this end up and just fold it up that way?
Yeah, and
Maybe.
then it would just be like on its side.
Yeah.
Which would be good
Because
for
it'll
storage.
sit on the base.
Yeah, 'cause
The
it's very heavy.
sorry,
Although
I
it
can't
might
see
wanna
you.
fall over.
Well, I know, but at least to get that on.
Camera crew's gonna have to catch it if that happens.
Oh, good.
I know. I'm excited about it too.
Do we need to pause?
No, I don't think we're gonna pause.
Okay.
I think we'll be okay.
Okay.
I think I am probably just gonna zip tie this just temporarily.
Okay.
Just until we have a chance to get things kind of situated.
Well-
Because I don't need that thing flopping down and causing
No,
a
I know.
problem.
And that's what it seems to be doing. Except remember, that's gonna have to move with it as it goes up, right?
Yeah, but I think we'll be okay because
Okay.
the angle of it. You might have to go on to something else. See, because when we lift, this is, well, it'll just break the zip tie if it's bad enough. Or it'll just pop off like that. It's not staying anyway. So it probably doesn't matter.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
just don't know what to do with it.
I know.
It's like this useless adventure that just gets in the way all the time. Okay, so
Where are you going? Oh, you're gonna lift it up with that. I thought you were gonna just lift it up.
well, I could also take it out of the run mode and put it in the pull mode, and then that would give us more room to work with. But it's going to make it taller. It'll also make it more balanced. I wonder. Maybe we should do that. Plus, that'll get the thing out of the way. See this?
So just
This
switch.
mode. That catches itself. Then this goes over like this. We put that. What am I hitting
Okay.
now? Am I hitting something new?
It's just hitting there, but that's not new.
and
But that
looks
doesn't
crappy
seem
too.
right.
No, it doesn't. Like, why do they have such a big bearing plate here and then they have just like
Nothing.
a knife edge here? Oh, I don't know. This Chinese make me think a lot more harder than I should have to.
Where?
The other thing is I can put a strap here for safety, and then it won't be able to tip over. So that's probably what we'll do is we'll just find a strap quick. Let me find a strap and we'll come right back.
Okay. Oh, shoot. That's all the way up. If you didn't hear him. Darn. My idea didn't work. Yeah.
That's all the way up. You're gonna be able to do like it's not.
Nope.
Okay, back to the drawing. Alright guys, I figured it out. It's kind of embarrassing. I undid this pin down here, which allows you to lift this. Well, what I neglected at the beginning is that this actually wasn't welded on there. This goes up, which is probably also how you catch that. So we'll talk about that later. But this allows you to slide in, which is the key to doing this little operation, okay? So me and my camera crew were just like racking our brains trying to figure this out. Well, that was before we realized this thing pivoted like that, which explains why we have this, because that's gonna help us to get the leverage we need. I'm still kind of thinking it's gonna be a little tricky to get that in. So I just grab a pair of pliers. If this doesn't work, I got another pair close by. Ooh, yeah. I could grab the hammer and just tap it in there.
Okay. This is one of those times where like instructions
might be helpful. And I mean, it's a little bit embarrassing because, you know, this is something that if you really worked with this stuff a lot, it'd be pretty obvious. So now what you can do is you can somehow use this together, but now you can get that leverage on there and you can go down to this somehow. I'm not 100% sure exactly how that's going to work, but obviously at some point you're going to lock that down, okay? So how exactly do you now do that? It does appear that we have this in correctly now, maybe. Yeah, because like this is correct. That catches the edge.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you'll notice this is allowed to tip now, which is not necessarily good for what we're trying to do, but it is kind of good for like storage and stuff. Because look, now I can probably,
Give me the.
I don't know yet, actually.
Oh, it's super close.
But see, the thing is, the spring is not tight yet.
Right.
So then, when do we tighten that? We probably have to have this locked first, or it's just not going to let us do it. Again, this is one of these things where you should be able to know from like reading the directions, because this is, you know, I could see some people getting into some pretty unsafe situations trying to do this in stupid ways like what we were trying to do.
I push from this in.
Yeah, maybe just lift up here.
Here.
Yes. Can you just go a little bit?
A little more.
More.
Oh,
Sorry, you're gonna have to go more.
it's not moving though now.
Okay, then let go. Let go. Step back. That pivots. That's all the way stopped.
Yeah. So do I have to push?
So looks like what's gonna
From
happen
here?
is like I'm gonna have to do a little bit of this at some point. So then that becomes the next question is now that we know how to get the hook adapted, that does not necessarily mean that we've resolved exactly how to then tension this and get that thing tight.
Mm-hmm.
because now we have to figure out a way to get that latch back down. And I honestly, I'm not sure how to do it yet. So unless it's supposed to only be there, which is also possible, that maybe it's not ever actually meant to be in that stowed position like what it was stored in, or like it was shipped in.
And then maybe that's how it is allowed to, because if it's gonna spring or bounce around.
Like maybe this is, ooh, maybe that's what happens. No, that isn't right. Or maybe you go that way to lock it, and that's actually the position that it's supposed to be, which would explain this.
We still gotta get that.
Yeah, but I think we're close enough to where this would go, which, there it is. Process of elimination directions have really barely helped us get this done. And again, like I said, I don't know if this is right or not, but we'll find out in a minute if it all goes together, right? It hasn't killed us yet, which is good too. Now I got to try to get this aligned, this was hard to do even when it was neutral because the frame is just kind of twisted on it.
Mm-hmm.
So, but you can see, I just have to try to get the angles right to get that thing to go through. If it goes through one, it should go through the other. We may have to pause on this one for a sec.
Okay.
All right, so we ended up getting this pin in. It was a big struggle like it was the first time, just mostly because things aren't very, very square. And then there's this new challenge that we're facing here where we can sort of use this right here to do that. But I don't know if that's right because this was in the all the way, and that doesn't really do anything for us here. It just kind of is another crappy solution that doesn't quite work. And then you can release some tension. You can try to go the other way. Let's show them from this angle here. See, and this was why I was so confused about this at the beginning. I didn't realize this pivoted at the time, which was probably an oversight on my part. But if I were to push this really hard, there's only so much I can get. Because then you're back to just, trying to overwhelm the spring pressure, which is just tremendous. It's not, like humanly possible. And so then if you take, like a tool like this, you can get it to start moving, but this is a soft enough steel that it just starts to bend eventually. And so we don't know exactly how to get that done yet, but we do know how to get the spring on there, and it is most definitely on there. And who knows, maybe you're not even supposed to run. Maybe that's all the more you're supposed to do to go between different modes of action. We honestly don't know. So, and being that we don't have the pins, we can't finish this project now, and it's snowing, so we're probably gonna have to sleep on it, unfortunately, and come back to this when we have had a chance to talk to Titan and have them tell us that they don't know either. Which is what I'm concerned about. And since everything else was already bent, I suppose I could try to bend this back. I suppose it'll go.
Maybe.
Oh, jeez. Sort of bent back. See? Now it looks a little bit less bent. So the moral of the story is so far, guys, and there will be more, this thing has been really fun to put together and not quite done. And like I said, if it works, I'll be very happy. And if it doesn't work, then I don't think I'm going to take it apart to ship it back. All right, keep watching. We're going to finish this. All right, guys. I figured it out. It's kind of embarrassing. I undid this pin down here, which allows you to lift this. Well, what I neglected at the beginning is that this actually wasn't welded on there. This goes up, which is probably also how you catch that. So we'll talk about that later. But this allows you to slide in, which is the key to doing this little operation, okay? So me and my camera crew were just like racking our brains trying to figure this out. Well, that was before we realized this thing pivoted like that. which explains why we have this, because that's going to help us to get the leverage we need. I'm still kind of thinking it's going to be a little tricky to get that in. So I just grab a pair of pliers. If this doesn't work, I got another pair close by. Ooh, yeah. I could grab the hammer and just tap it in there.
Okay. This is one of those times where like instructions
might be helpful. And I mean, it's a little bit embarrassing because, you know, this is something that if you really worked with this stuff a lot, it'd be pretty obvious. So now what you can do is you can somehow use this together, but now you can get that leverage on there, and you can go down to this somehow. I'm not 100% sure exactly how that's going to work, but obviously at some point you're going to lock that down, okay? So how exactly do you now do that? It does appear that we have this in correctly now, maybe. Yeah, because like this is correct. That catches the edge.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you'll notice this is allowed to tip now, which is not necessarily good for what we're trying to do, but it is kind of good for like storage and stuff. Because look, now I can probably,
Give me the,
I don't know yet, actually.
oh, it's super close.
But see, the thing is, the spring is not tight yet.
Right.
So then, when do we tighten that? We probably have to have this locked first, or it's just not going to let us do it. Again, this is one of these things where you should be able to know from like reading the directions, because this is, you know, I could see some people getting into some pretty unsafe situations trying to do this in stupid ways like what we were trying to do.
I push from this in.
Yeah, maybe just lift up here.
Here.
Yes. Can you just go a little bit?
A little more.
More.
Oh,
Sorry, you're gonna have to go more.
it's not moving though now.
Okay, then let go. Let go. Step back. That pivots. That's all the way stopped.
Yeah. So do I have to push?
So looks like what's gonna
From
happen
here?
is like I'm gonna have to do a little bit of this at some point. So then that becomes the next question is now that we know how to get the hook adapted, that does not necessarily mean that we've resolved exactly how to then tension this and get that thing tight. Because now we have to figure out a way to get that latch back down. And I honestly, I'm not sure how to do it yet. So unless it's supposed to only be there, which is also possible, that maybe it's not ever actually meant to be in that stowed position like what it was stored in, or like it was shipped in.
And then maybe that's how it is allowed to, because if it's gonna spring or bounce around.
Like maybe this is, ooh, maybe that's what happens. No, that isn't right. Or maybe you go that way to lock it, and that's actually the position that it's supposed to be, which would explain this.
We still gotta get that.
Yeah, but I think we're close enough to where this would go, which, there it is. Process of elimination directions have really barely helped us get this done. And again, like I said, I don't know if this is right or not, but we'll find out in a minute if it all goes together, right? It hasn't killed us yet, which is good too. Now I gotta try to get this aligned, this was hard to do even when it was neutral because the frame is just kind of twisted on it. So, but you can see, I just have to try to get the angles right to get that thing to go through. If it goes through one, it should go through the other. We may have to pause on this one for a sec.
Okay.
All right, so we ended up getting this pin in. It was a big struggle like it was the first time, just mostly because things aren't very, very square. And then there's this new challenge that we're facing here where we can sort of use this right here to do that. But I don't know if that's right because this was in the all the way, and that doesn't really do anything for us here. It just kind of is another crappy solution that doesn't quite work. and then you can release some tension. You can try to go the other way. Let's show them from this angle here. See, and this was why I was so confused about this at the beginning. I didn't realize this pivoted at the time, which was probably an oversight on my part. But if I were to push this really hard, there's only so much I can get. Because then you're back to just, you know, trying to overwhelm the spring pressure, which is just tremendous. It's not, you know, like humanly possible. And so then if you take, you know, like a tool like this, you can get it to start moving, but this is a soft enough steel that it just starts to bend eventually. And so we don't know exactly how to get that done yet, but we do know how to get the spring on there, and it is most definitely on there. And who knows, maybe you're not even supposed to run. Maybe that's all the more you're supposed to do to go between different modes of action. We honestly don't know. So, and being that we don't have the pins, we can't finish this project now, and it's snowing, so we're probably gonna have to sleep on it, unfortunately, and come back to this when we have had a chance to talk to Titan and have them tell us that they don't know either, which is what I'm concerned about. And since everything else is already bent, I suppose I could try to bend this back. I suppose it'll go.
Maybe.
Oh, jeez. Sort of bent back. See? Now it looks a little bit less bent. So the moral of the story is so far, guys, and there will be more, this thing has been really fun to put together and not quite done. And like I said, if it works, I'll be very happy. And if it doesn't work, then I don't think I'm going to take it apart to ship it back. All right, keep watching. We're going to finish this. YouTube, it's still Brian Phillips. Don't worry, you're not done with me yet. So we have come up with a solution to be able to try to get this thing flipped around, thus leveling the 3-point, because right now it's tipped at an angle. I believe, based on the detailed instructions, that this spring is what's going to bear the load of the 2 drum mowers. Now on the bottom of there, there's like a disc, or excuse me, there's like a convex, what would you call that? Convex.
It's so it like floats on the
It
ground.
floats on the ground.
Yeah.
But the thing is, there has to be a spring to, you know, help resist that and let it float, because this thing is really heavy. So I got this tool. I use this for work. This is what we use to move around truck scales. You know, because everybody building these
Has one of those. Yep.
lying around. So this is where I'm going now. Obviously, we can't do that with the crescent wrench. It's not enough. But this is proven to be maybe enough. You'll notice it's moving. So I'm just concerned about collapsing this hole. If I do, I'll get it in position and then bend it back, I guess. I don't know if you guys can tell how much pressure I'm putting on this.
A lot.
It's a lot. A lot. Oh, crap. So, let's see if I can get lucky. Oh, good Lord. So, I don't want to claim to be some He-Man, but I'm not a weakling either.
No.
And that is crazy hard to do. My wife is cringing.
I am.
The camera crew is concerned for my well-being. And you're probably thinking to yourself, well, Brian, why don't you just disconnect this? Yeah, but then this is unloaded then. So
Yeah.
it just moves.
And then you have to reconnect that.
And then how do you're doing it on one end or the other?
Yep.
Well, or at that point, can we just lift this up with some other machinery so that it's allowed to pivot up? I'm not sure. We're not caught on anything. Also, we got our giant black mark off of here.
We did.
Let's show the people at home. Ooh, wow, a little WD-40 special.
So pretty.
It looks so nice. Now we just have to get the touch-up paint for all the rest of it. And we did contact Titan, and they're working on trying to come up with a plan to get us from the incorrect
Pins for the 3 point.
yeah, which are greater than whatever the class 1 pin is. I'm thinking it's going to end up looking something like this, folks, where this is a long bolt, it's threaded, and then you have a nut, and then you have a lock washer, and you have another nut, and this is just going to be a little bit wider, and then the class 1 pin will come out the side of either side of these arms. And then up top, I'm not sure what you'll do. You'll just have to have the right size pin. The trouble is the right size pin can't have 1/8 of an inch of play on it, because that's going to beat the crap out of it. It's going to cut it. It's going to cut the steel over time. So we'll see. I think for the sake of not showing my death on YouTube, I'm going to try this off camera. But you guys get the idea of what's going on here. I'm basically ramming it in the hole. Oh boy! And then I'm lifting. And you'll notice I'm not quite getting it. And yes, I am very slightly twisting this frame. So I'm going to have to come up with yet another plan. Still haven't died yet. We pulled the pin. My camera crew and I were curious if this hole was bigger. And in fact, it appears to be bigger. This must be like the class 2 or the bigger, whatever the next class is. I don't know if it's class 1.5 or what. But this is a class 1 pin. There's a little bit of play on it, not a lot. And then that hole I was just using has just a little bit more play on it. But this outside hole is bigger. So that's good news actually, because that means that we could possibly use a regular top link pin, which in my opinion would be on my tractor already. So I mean, it really should come with a machine, but I can live with that. So really all we're after is the bottom pins now.
Yeah.
Secondarily, I was able to stick my rod through these holes because they were bigger. Now, my only concern is I have shortened the machine, the leverage I'm getting here, a simple machine. So I'm going to try it again and we'll see what happens. See now, as we ran into the other day, as soon as you start doing that, you literally pick the machine up. So I don't know if we're just stuck now until we get these pins and then we can come over with our 3-point and kind of use the hydraulics to hook the high or the low one. As you know, with the 3 points, they're not hydraulically lowered, they're just lifted so they float down. And of course, like we got a valve on the John Deere where you can speed that up or slow it down. But I'm thinking what I might have to do is I'll have to go to the low one and lift it. And so I can back up the tractor and then lift it. Problem therein, you're still going to want to lift the machine because that's ultimately what you're going to be doing. So I'm not sure exactly how to do this. I'm going to try it, just give it another good quick college try here. It's farther than we've ever gotten it. And the other thing is I could lubricate this, you know, and just see if the lube makes. Sometimes lube is all it takes. So.
But you still need like 6 hands to do this. Note to self.
Shh.
Don't.
Pour.
Don't drill a hole in here.
I drilled a hole in this today for extra fun, guys.
It was a blast, literally.
It was a blast, literally all over the room.
Yep.
All right, let's try it. Oh, buddy, that's a lot smoother. Maybe I can stand on this while doing it. Oh, the Chinese are laughing right now. Oh, I might be able to get it now. Oh, we just need to lube. Okay, we're gonna pause it. Camera crew's gonna help me. We'll come back if we can get it. All right, so we came up with another plan after we failed. This is as far as we could go with this little pivoting lock. we could get this thing slid over far enough to get to there. It needs to go all the way past, and I mean, it was everything I could give it. And I was standing on top of 2 of these blocks so that I could get my lever pulled up to my chest, and it didn't do anything more. So what we're gonna do now is we actually we pulled this out, stuck it in the other side, and lifted it so we could put this in there. And what that's done is it's caused this angle here. You see how this goes flat and then that goes up? Well, what that does for us is, I believe before it was going down. So when we would pull pressure on the spring, it was fighting all the stuff locked up. So now my hope is when we tension it, it's just gonna lift this, or in our case, it's gonna wanna let this down. So we'll see how this goes. Do you want me to just try it real quick the first time?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so here goes nothing. Feels like we might be able to get a little bit more, but it also feels a lot like the last pull. So you can see we're getting something done. We're just, I mean, I'm bending this bar. So, I mean, I keep rotating it, but this thing is bending. So if you happen to have one of these things lying around at Home Depot, go buy it. Or we'll have the solution here in just a couple of minutes. Okay, so based on our conclusions from trying this, you can see we didn't get it. We went about to the end of the arrow. After thinking about this a lot, which you shouldn't have to do, but we did, because directions should tell you how to do this. Once this is hooked onto the machine, which again, it's going to be challenging to do that, we're probably going to have to block this side up so that we can get it hooked the first time. Then once we drive forward, the blocks will fall out, and then this thing will be very heavy. As a result, this thing is going to stretch out. This is going to do its job. Then you'll be able to set that, or maybe you'll have to walk out here and push down a little bit and then set it. I think we're just going about this wrong. And it's pretty frustrating because, you know, directions would have saved, I would say, hours worth of frustration.
Yep.
Or you could just watch an awesome YouTuber beat his head against the wall. Welcome to my garage. There's more coming. Okay, YouTube, we're back. Still Brian Phillips. It's been like over a week. I've been sick, so we've been trying to avoid filming like that. And where we last left off, which was like 10 seconds ago for you guys, we were trying to set this, and we were having a lot of problems. And then we realized, well, maybe if we just get the pins, we could pivot this whole thing and pick it up with the tractor. Well, you'll notice the tractor's lined up with it. The 3-point, we had a blade on here, that's been taken off, so we're ready to rock and roll. We got the forks on the front, which is how we manipulate this giant heavy-duty thing. And basically, I want to show you how we came up with for pins, because the pins that were on here were designed for a quick hitch, and that's part of the reason why we couldn't figure it out. We're that green, you know, like Green Acre style farmers. We have no clue. So we're learning a lot as we go, though. Anyway, so the thing is, I don't really have any interest in a quick hitch because the depth of our garage doesn't allow for having an extra 4 or 5 inches on every fixture. So we're just going to go without it for now. Maybe someday when we get our big building built, then we can do that. But for now, we'll show you how we came up with for a solution here. We got this linch pin here, and then this is our solution. So we just got this 3/4 inch top link. And then we got these bushings, and I ended up cutting one of them in half, and that slides on there. And you'll notice this fits perfectly into that. This is a 1 1/8 inch hole. And then this is 3/4. So basically this gives a perfect adapting point. And then I took and drilled a hole in this bushing so that I could put my pin through it, like so. And then that holds that in place. Now, obviously, these bushings are strictly for me. They're kind of a preference thing. You could probably get away with just any pin in there. But for me, I don't want the play on it because I know that over time it's going to wear and tear this thing. It's very heavy. So anyway, so the way this is going to work is this will obviously come apart. It's going to slide through the frame, and then it's going to make this perfect surface here, nice and smooth, so that everything can play and move freely. So that's what we want. And so that's ready to go, and when it's being stored, you don't have to even put that bushing together. So this can just go back on here like any other top link that you would store on your piece of equipment. So without further ado, I'm going to show you the rest of it we figured out. So we can undo that, throw that linchpin back on there. And this is what's going to happen, guys. We're going to hook to it with a 3-point because now it's leveled this way. And then what we're going to do is we're going to hook up to it. We'll adjust the top link, and I'll show you what we're going to use for the sides because obviously the pins are out of it because we don't have a quick hitch. And then once we get this hooked up, we'll be able to pull it up to us, and that should give us the ability to set this, which will be our goal right now. Oh, and then we also just took 2 zip ties and we just did this. This is just a super easy solution. It's probably not perfect, actually. I'd like to use a chunk of wire or something that would be less likely to break. Because a zip tie is pretty strong, but when they break all at once and you don't have a whole lot of warning. With a piece of wire, I think we have a little better success.
But you also don't have a whole lot of warning when the thing keeps like falling down every time you move
really
everything.
So anyway, what we used, I'll just show you what we used. This is basically the little bushing sets you can get. And typically these are designed to take a pin, in this case this is a 7/8 inch, which is category 1. So our tractor is a category 1 3-point, and that means it's 7/8. Now if you go to category 0/1, then you might be 5/8, but mine's 7/8. So, and then this takes it from the 3/4 inch inside diameter to the 1 inch outside diameter. And then ironically enough, the outside diameter, if you would go up to the next size, would be 1 1/8 inch. So your sides are not the same as your top link. If you haven't figured that out yet, I'm just learning all this stuff, so I'm gonna regurgitate it. This came with a big jam nut. It came with a lock washer. Well, this would be a jam nut. This is just a regular nut. And then a lock washer. So this is designed to sandwich onto one end. And then of course you slide your arms from your 3-point onto here. Well, in our case, we came up with a solution that would give us, I didn't want to be just hanging off of one side right here. I just didn't feel comfortable with it, and I didn't want to hang off this side because I just felt like there's a reason that we have the, 2 pieces. I want to try to use both of them. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually run this through, and it took a lot of thinking to come up with this to make it line up perfectly because my goal was to do this. Well, the problem is this particular pin is extremely hard to find. It's 7.5 inches long, and we have 5 inches of thread, and then the useful length is a nut. We could have used those, but then what am I going to put back in there? I can't just grab 1/2 of this tubular steel. It's going to be very weak then.
And that's on our county line auger.
County line auger.
That we've used
Which we
several times.
We do have a video about that. Very good product. So anyway, I ended up buying 4 of these so that I could get the extra 2 nuts that we need, or 2 nuts that we need, and then the extra 2 lock washers. So we're up to 4 now, and we needed 2 more, and I'll show you why. So the way we're going to do this is we're basically going to take it all apart. I bought the linch pins. Of course, the linch pins go onto the end to keep the 3-point on. So if you're keeping track, that's a lot of different little pieces, but luckily they're all pretty inexpensive. I think these were like $4.50 each, this whole assembly, which if you look at what you're getting for it, it's a pretty good value. And then I ended up having to buy, unfortunately, 2 of these because I just couldn't bring myself to spend another $10 for 2 of these. And so that's going to give us the ability to jam nut and lock washer on every mating surface down here. So we'll show you how we're going to do it right now. We'll probably show you the first one, and then we'll just do the second one on our own because it's going to be exactly the same except the opposite side. So real quick, we'll just run through this so you guys can see what we came up with. And again, this isn't rocket science stuff. It's just, it was such a pain to figure it out. It's like, I can't just leave you guys without sharing this part. So obviously there's not going to be a nut here because we need to have enough useful distance here to actually adapt here. So you got to have this. You can see we've got a pretty good amount of extra space there. But if we have some overlap with the frame, we're going to be okay. But ideally, you'd want this to be threaded out further, and you could put a nut on that too. We're still going to have a nut on that though, and I'll show you why. Actually, I'm just going to sit down on this. So we basically have these thin nuts and we have the thick nuts. So my hope is to put this here, okay? And then we can use the thick nuts or the thin nuts on the inside. So in our case, I feel like it's probably not going to make a big difference, but we don't have an unlimited amount of nuts.
It's reality.
So basically what we're going to do is we're going to take a nut on each of these, and then there's going to be a lock washer in to mate up with the surface. So as we feed this through, there's going to be a nut that gets threaded on here. And remember, we can fit the 2 thicker nuts in here, but we need to use the thin nut on the outside, because if you use a thick nut here, you're going to use up your useful distance here, and you'll understand when I put it all together. And then that gets us so that we're using all the material, and it's all going to work together, and then it hopefully won't vibrate loose as we're running through the fields. Now at some point when I have these things, I'm going to have to use these because I am using them all up. So what I'm going to do is I'll just go ahead and use one of those on each of these. And I don't want this out here because this is quite a bit thicker than this lock washer. So I want the thinner lock washer over here. And again, you guys will see when this all goes together, there was a machined flat point, and then there's just a regular flat point. I want the machined flat point there. So I'm going to thread this through. And if I have my normal luck, then I will pick the only nut that's got like a burr on it while I do this. Okay, so I'm going to get this started. Run this through. And then as soon as I get through, I have to immediately try to get this on here. I'm looking for the machined flat surface. Okay, so there we go. And I'm just grabbing both nuts with one hand and then just playing with my shaft. Could you help me with this on?
I'm filming, sorry. You're on your own.
Yeah, that would be awkward for you. So here we go. We'll just run that through just like this. And then as you guys can kind of start to piece this together, it's not really, like I said, rocket science or anything. We're going to eventually run out of threads here, and that's okay. We're not out of threads yet. So really what's going to set our distance is going to be in here. So I'm going to run these nuts just to a point where I've got evidently a rough spot on that thread. Okay, so there we go. So that's going to be plenty far through. This has this little machined edge and then just a regular edge. So I'm going to stick this one here. And I'm going to run it until it's flush, just like this, flush, okay? Then when I suck this in using this, it's going to sandwich everything together. And then what's going to happen is, even if this would have a tendency of wanting to wishbone out on me, it's not going to be able to undo itself. So that's the whole idea here. So without further ado, I'm going to start tightening this stuff up. It's going to be probably a little bit of a pain in the butt, but it's going to be worth it. So once I tighten this, it's going to want to start resisting. And then I need to probably get something I can stick in here so that I can stop it from spinning. The linch pin might be enough, it might not. We'll see. My guess is by the time I get these lock washers tight, it's going to be pretty hard. But as you can see, there's going to be a lot of bite points on this. And then as we're running through the field, we're depending on this whole structural piece to go back through the machine. So that's what we're after. And then if I have a, half a thread exposed here, that's fine. We're still going to have enough useful length here, I believe, based on our calculations, which, again, we're not rocket science, but we did calculate it. We measured it out.
When we first started just like trying to find a few, everything, we didn't have anything that was long enough, so we didn't like the support, just on the one side. And this isn't the easiest thing to just like search online for pins.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like buy them
all
all and bring them all home and figure out what works.
Figure out which one fits.
Yeah.
So basically, you can see how this is going to end up working. Now I just got to tighten this one. And I'd like to kind of keep this pin somewhat vertical. I think it's just going to be easier to use if it's vertical. So I'm going to probably have to get a tool that I can use that's going to give me a little more leverage.
Yeah.
So like a flat screwdriver or something.
And this might be kind of overkill, but like we said, we don't really know, and we're just learning.
Yeah, you could probably put a pin right here and be totally fine, but I don't want to find out I was wrong because I don't know any better.
And that drum mower is really heavy.
It's really heavy. which, you know, the more we play with it, the more nervous it makes me that. Okay, so that's pretty dang tight. Under normal circumstances, that would be totally fine. And then obviously I can get to the winch pin just fine, and I can pin it on there. So plus this keeps this from being too long. If I would have gone with the longer lifting pin, that it would have given me a harder time opening up the 3 points to get on there. So we're gonna see if we have any problems now.
Because we don't have an infinite amount of play on the 3-point, but we measured, and like we said, it should
Okay, so
work.
now show the people, this is gonna wanna bend a little bit, okay?
Out? Yeah,
Yep.
because yeah, it's pushing out.
Yep, and that's what I knew would happen.
Right.
But you can only push out so far, and then it's sprung out where it's gonna be. It's not gonna go any further.
Right.
So my only concern is if we would need to add another nut here, which is possible, then what we'll end up with is this jam nut, and we'll have to put in the jam nut here, and then that'll jam these together, because these are all gonna be jammed together. But this one's kind of on its own. That's why we have the lock washer in there. So anyway, that's what you get, and then we'll go ahead and get the other one done right now, and then we'll come right back. Okay, so what we're gonna show you is real quick this play here. So this is a 7/8 pin, and this is a 1 1/8 inch hole, okay? Outside diameter on that. So that would be what came with it. And so we were concerned about that play. And so that's the rationale behind using all these nuts and lock washers, is just to kind of keep everything true. And if you look over here, there's enough surface area on all this stuff that it's just not gonna go. This is not gonna be the weak point now. If anything happens, first of all, I'd be amazed. And then secondly, what would happen is this would flex and that might loosen. But you still have 2 nuts holding this giant heavy duty piece of, you know, those heavier duty quick hitch pins are not necessary for this. It's just a convenience factor. But, well, in our case, it's an inconvenience factor because we don't have one. And, you know, if you've already got one, you'd probably love it. Probably a lot easier to use. So, and by the time we do this for a season or 2, we might want a quick hitch anyway. So, but the other thing too is like this tractor is only so big, but we've kind of scaled and sized our whole operation around this tractor and around the bridge that we built for this tractor, which you guys haven't heard about yet, but there's video series coming about the bridge that we use to drive our tractor across our creek. So that was a fun little project, and you guys get to see it, so I'd let the cat out of the bag.
Minus the fun and the little.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of not fun involved in that project, but it's done.
And it's cool.
And it's very cool.
Usable.
And it was fun the way we took the tree, which was already dead. So without further ado, we are gonna tighten these nuts and come right back, guys. So we're gonna take this thing off of our handy dandy little support. We're gonna go ahead and use this linch pin to support this in the storage mode, or transport mode, I think is what they called it. Am I doing something wrong here all of a sudden?
Hi.
Oh, I know what's wrong. It's because this thing is still unsprung.
Oh.
We can't even put this away that way. So I guess we aren't going to use that.
Okay.
So we're going to have to, well, maybe I'm going to probably make an effort to do it. Because I don't want this thing to like kick over on us while we're trying to put pressure on it.
Well, it's true.
So I think I'm just going to, see, I'm so close. Maybe I can get enough with just moving this. See?
Do we need to pause and I can help pin it if we get
It's
it?
not really that hard to get this moved over a little teeny bit. It's just more a matter of having like 7 hands.
Yeah.
Which is always awkward.
Mm-hmm.
I could also put a screwdriver in there and just purchase some. That's always fun on the fresh concrete.
That is not the. I think it's annoying.
It's so close. Because as soon as we start pulling this out, then this is going to clear.
Right.
Here. It's not going to be a binding point anymore.
Yep.
And the other thing is I can put it on there.
Just temporarily till we get
Just
it hooked up.
temporarily, maybe.
Well, except then when we get the 3-point arms in there, it's going to be in the way.
That's a true statement. So all these interesting problems we've come up with have just been ridiculous. And yet, you know, you guys are probably at home like pounding on the desk like, why just do this, Brian? It's not that hard. All you gotta do is move the rotor girder.
Maybe that was supposed to be step 3 on the instructions.
Oh, no, there's only 2.
I know, it was supposed to be step 3.
Yeah,
They missed
there's
it.
only 2 steps.
I forgot.
Sorry. And then this can't stay there either.
Nope.
Goodness gracious, what are we gonna do with that? Drop it on the ground? That seems like a perfect solution.
Apparently.
All right, well, whatever. I guess we're gonna try to pick it up. So now the next step, guys, is to basically back up. We'll pull the linch pins. You'll notice I ran this linch pin forward and backward, which isn't maybe ideal.
Yeah.
I want to make it so that if we forget to clip it, it's not going to fall out on the ground, but it's going to fall out on the ground because we're going to have clearance for that other pin. So now we're going to go ahead and back up.
Do you want me to keep filming?
Yeah.
Okay.
Might as well.
Extra excitement.
Protection.
Yeah.
Now that we have that in position, sort of, then pull the first linch pin, pick this up, see if we can get it on there. Ow, that was a pincher. Okay, so that's on. It's getting pretty exciting, guys. It's only taking us like 7 or 8 times as long as a normal person to do this. Okay, so we can lower the 3-point down. Or is that all the way down?
All the way down.
Well, that sucks. I mean, I'm not surprised that it's going to give me a problem, but it doesn't seem like it's all the way down, but you know what it is it's probably not all the way down, but I've already got that side hooked.
Oh.
So it's supporting it.
Not allowing it to go down more.
Yeah. Let's try this again.
There we go. Yeah.
So can you just push that one out with your hand and still film?
Yep.
Okay, great, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Crappers. So we'll try to get this on. So that was actually really easy right there. Okay, I'll get that one.
We're gonna have more. Yeah.
Do that at the same time. I just needed it on the outside. So as you can see, our useful distance is good.
Good.
And let's show them the clearance here. So as this arm comes out, shine from right here, so they can kind of see, go a little further. There you go. So you see this pinch point here, guys? That does make me a little bit nervous. The good news is, as we run this machine, we'll just wear those corners down. That's direction step number 57.
You get to make up steps 3 through 56.
Yeah, right. So now we get to do the top link. And this part you haven't seen yet, so we'll show this. So obviously we want to take this out. So throughout this process, I broke this pin down here, this goofy pin from John Deere. And so they wanted $20 for the replacement pin. So I said, yeah, I'm not retarded. So I went and spent $4 on replacement components and made it actually work properly so you can take it out without getting pinched here. That was just a stupid mistake, but still, I'm not stupid to make 2 mistakes out of it. So I do not want to have to reset that location. So just remember, just go to the nut.
Oh, okay.
So what I'm doing is I'm lengthening the top link here, which is pretty obvious for those of you who know what's going on. Of course, I don't most of the time. I'm just bringing this out to a point where I can more or less try to pick it up See how this is gonna work now,
Yep.
camera crew? I was trying to explain this to her, and usually she gets stuff, but this was something she wasn't getting.
This technical stuff just...
She's usually really good at it, though. Okay, so that goes in, and then this bushing takes care of that side, and then this just lines up with that hole. And you can see, show them the hole. Just shine it right in the hole.
That is not appropriate. This is a family channel.
There it is. That worked good. Okay, so as you can see, and then this isn't gonna bind up. It'll be allowed to do all the movement it needs to. And so now, I don't want to call it the moment of truth, but it is sort of a moment. Moment of failure, moment of truth, I'm not sure what you want to call it. But I think I'm going to go ahead and crank it a little bit, see if I can just pull this.
Hey! Who would have thought?
Now this is where safety glasses would be a good idea. So I'm not going to have them on.
Want some? Okay.
I'm living dangerously for you, YouTube. Got every other safety measure on. As you can see, we're making progress. Huh. Man, that would have been so easy to print on the instructions. Instead, we spent hours of dangerous stupidity trying to figure it out. It is pretty hard to turn this now all of a sudden. Probably because we have like this gigantic spring we're tensioning essentially.
We are like almost to the arrow that we could barely get to the other day.
Yeah, and I'm not working that hard.
No, not like the other day.
I just hope it doesn't decide to like break off and
I know,
fly
I
across
am
the room. That would suck.
Still slightly nervous.
I'm not really that nervous. Whoa!
There's a snowblower there
Is that what that is?
that we don't need.
I don't know why I went to that side. It not only screwed up your shot,
That's all right.
but it was hard. It's actually harder. The reason I did it was because I was going to get this crescent wrench.
Yeah.
Crescent. It's actually a crescent wrench. It's a sizable wrench.
How did I not know that?
Huh?
My dad would be ashamed of me.
No. Your dad wouldn't be ashamed of you. You can use that type of tool. Use woodworking and stuff.
That's true.
Oh,
See, it's like
lifting
moving
it
the
up.
whole thing now. You can hear it sliding.
This is pretty cool. You hear it?
Yeah. Well, I do. I don't know if they do.
Look how close this is.
I know.
Oh man, that's a good sign. We're getting so close. Now my jam knot's coming into place, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark positionally where that jam knot was.
Oh, because you're going to have to move it now.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to see if I can do this now, which, negatory.
Still no.
I
Still
can't,
hidden.
I can't hit the angle, so like, I don't know when that's ever going to be useful, to be honest.
Well, but this isn't like, we're not vertical here yet.
Oh, that's true. We may have to
So-
lift it up to a certain spot
Yeah.
first. Whew. So, this is what I'm marking, folks. Show the people at home. See what I'm doing? I'm just marking the threads. And then I'll know, okay, well, that's where I pulled it from.
Because you have that set for the snow push.
For
or the
everything
blade,
else.
right? Oh, for everything
Well,
else?
for the, it's not a snow push, that'd be a,
Not, yeah.
just a regular back drag.
The back blade.
Yeah.
I'm just so glad we spent all these quality hours together in the garage.
I know.
Breathing
I feel
all
we have
this.
a better relationship because of it. There should really be, there should be less things with instructions from China.
Better than installing a garage door opener or an attic ladder.
Now, it's possible, we are so close,
I know.
we are so close. I wonder if I could just like grab this and lift it up. Oh yeah, buddy. You notice what it's doing?
What? No, do it again.
See that?
Oh, yeah.
Now I need your help, because this is pretty easy. I think what we're going to do is we'll go ahead and pin this now. You actually probably don't need to do it. I'll just do it myself. I think I can do it. That sounds comforting.
Yeah.
Okay, you're going to slide that on.
Okay.
Okay, ready? Does it go?
No, it needs to go towards the front, towards the tractor a little bit. Okay.
Push it all the way on. Okay. Okay, camera
It's
crew.
not all the way on, but it's on.
Just let go.
Got it?
I got it.
Okay. Sorry. Can't do that with one hand.
I wonder if we'll have to, because I'm clearing this now, but I just don't have enough clearance just quite yet. You know what, I think I didn't tighten my 3-point links. So that might be part of the problem. We'll have to put that pin back in here in a second.
Okay. Do you want me to turn?
You want to get it? Okay, block it.
Okay, it's on.
Wow.
Whew.
Technically, I think the tractor is bearing the weight. Look how close we are now.
Right. So,
Okay, so I'm going to keep spinning that thing.
okay.
I could also get on and use the hydraulics to lift it. That's probably the wiser thing to do.
Okay. But it's still gonna have to get like locked in. You have to lift it up enough that we can put that little red lever down, right?
Yeah, I'm just kind of hoping that it does actually do that. I could also try to pick up the machine.
Well, we're further than we've ever been, so we're past the arrow.
So I could try to lift this. Is that moving all the way? Or do I need to go the other way?
You need to, it needs to go that down. Yeah.
And then I'm going to have to move the 3-point.
Okay.
Guys, told you this would be easy. This is actually a lot easier than the last one.
It
Pretty screw ups we
amazingly
did.
is.
All right, guys. Okay, so now the scary part is, didn't really feel like it was lifting it up.
Were you,
Did it look like it was lifting it up?
no, were you trying to lift it
I
up?
was trying to lift it up, yeah. That's why I ran the RPMs right out. So I guess we'll find out like how bad it really is here in a minute.
Was this your ploy to get a new tractor?
I don't want a new tractor, are you kidding me? I've already put all this work into this one. So now, let's just spin it.
Is it off the ground? It is
Yeah.
off the ground.
So that's what it'll do.
Just slightly
Now,
faster.
do you see the inside there?
Oh yeah, the PTO shaft is moving.
Yep. So that's what I was concerned about.
In there.
In terms of clearance. So you can see the belts here. Show the people all the belts. So now, my next question becomes, when we're ready to mow, is this in the locked down position or is this in the locked up position?
I don't
Because
know.
obviously it's going to swing around and then you're going to hook up the PTO shaft, which technically that'll bring the load in closer to the tractor, which means you'll be able to hypothetically lift it. A lot of hypotheticals in this.
Yeah.
See, that's free now.
Right,
Totally.
which is crazy.
Yeah, it is. So now, what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to try to pivot it over, and I don't know if I want that leg down or not for this step. I suppose it's off the ground
Right.
at this point, so that gets lifted up like so. I just wonder when we install the safety skirt.
Step 2.5.
So now let's show them this other thing. There's an adjustment here, guys, that we might need to make on ours. And that's gonna bring the 3-point arms to a certain height. And then there's also these adjustments. So you see how there's play left to right like this? We're not gonna want a lot of play like that when we're using this thing. So we're gonna have to adjust those on our tractor. And it's one of the most annoying things to have to do because you take these stupid rings off and then you can spin to tighten these turnbuckles. And then same thing, this turnbuckle will make a fine-tune adjustment up and down. Obviously all these tractors are gonna be a little bit different. Yeah, there's a lot of load on that, holy crap. But it's definitely working. The other thing too is I may have to put this, we may have to make the decision to go back to this other hole if we can't lift it properly.
Oh,
That'd be a worst case scenario, I
and
think.
that was a smaller hole, so we would have to use the bushings maybe?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm not sure yet actually on that, but I don't think so. So now, this thing needs to pivot. So that would be the next thing. And in order to pivot, that means I probably got to drive forward a little bit so that I can make the swing. It might make it
I think it
now.
might make it.
I'd rather not reposition it if I don't have to. but I think I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna go ahead and pull forward just a couple inches. This tractor might be a little bit on the small side for this, I don't know. Which allowed me then to use the loader to let go, which lifted it higher. So I helped the 3-point hydraulics to get it up in the air. Now it's in the air. So obviously you're not going to cut with it like that, but with it a little higher, we can finally show them underneath too what it looks like on the bottom. And when I say on the bottom, I mean these surfaces are a big bushing surface or like a bearing surface. So you see that? So that's what's going to slide along the ground. So like when this thing spins, right? See how it spins? This doesn't have to spin, but it can spin too, okay? Isn't that cool? And then you can see where these blades are. So these blades are obviously going to swing out here, and they're reversible. If you reverse them in time, that is. So now I should be able to grab the PTO shaft on this and spin it, and that stuff should move.
Okay.
So I'm going to try that now. Yeah, it's a little bit too heavy on the gearing. I can't quite do it.
But the PTO shaft was spinning when you were spinning the whole thing earlier. So,
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, I can see the belts in there moving.
Right.
So now at this point, I need to swing it over to the side, but it is quite heavy. So my concern is if I were to release that and it would like swing out of control, so I don't want that. So I'm going to have to be a little bit careful. So on this one, I'm probably going to have you go ahead and pull the pin so I can slow it down a little bit.
Okay, so go ahead and pull this one.
You see that play? I'm probably gonna have to take that play out of it. You see that play, guys? Look at this. See this play? That's unacceptable. That could cause some dangerous conditions. So what I need to do now is I need to turn these turnbuckles. I hate to do all this setup just for, you know, like a test to make sure the equipment runs.
Yeah.
But it's better to do it now than when it's like really nice and I need to cut the lawn so I can take hay. And anybody who's watching this, who's thinking about doing this, we've got some more stuff coming here pretty quick. And we will show you what we've got. It's going to be pretty cool. We're excited to share that. And it's probably going to come with better instructions that are like almost in English.
Oh my goodness, I hope so.
Yeah, me too, because it's a little bit more complicated.
Did we show them the warning label on here while you're doing that?
Yeah, show them the warning label.
But just there. Don't cut your foot off if you can read Chinese. Otherwise, I don't know, stick your foot under there. This is a dangerous piece of machinery, so it would be nice to have a little more like instruction and safety precautions
and this is
in
probably
English,
about
maybe.
The time where people are like, "Oh, you're irresponsible. I can't believe you would use something to cut grass." Yep, irresponsible. But it is hilarious though, because we were talking about this. We get all these, you know, essentially toys, and we have all these safety instructions involved, and then we get this like thing that could kill you easily, and there's like no instructions whatsoever. So I guess I gotta tighten these. I was thinking I would shoot them out. I don't know why I was thinking that.
Oh.
So
Yeah, those things are kind of a pain.
here? Now I've got a little bit of pressure on there, and I want to take a little bit out of each side. Okay? And then I can just relock this stupid thing. I hate this. This is probably one of my least favorite parts of this John Deere tractor is this stupid little clip. Because it's so dang up. It's difficult to get it started. It's like putting keys on your key ring.
Yeah. It's
I
not
don't want
quick
to
at
do
all.
that every time I need to make a minor adjustment.
Yeah.
Okay, so that one's tight. Now I gotta do the same thing over here. And I mean, maybe there's not like a really good way to do it another way, but there probably is.
Well, we always have gloves on, and so it's always just a pain.
Okay, so that's done. So that's loose. So now I can start turning the turnbuckle. And as this tightens up, of course, what that's going to do is that's going to stop that play side to side. Okay? Okay, so I've got that one done. So now I want to, before I get that stupid clip back on, I'm going to make sure it doesn't sway.
That's a lot better.
Yeah, so now it'll just break off the tractor.
Sweet.
Exactly. Okay, so, well, at least that one went on like really easy from that angle. Sometimes it's easy and sometimes it's horrible. I don't really understand what I'm doing wrong. Sometimes it's horrible. I would assume it's probably something I'm doing wrong. So the other thing is, I want to show you this control. You guys probably have one on your tractor. This is the speed by which the 3-point hydraulically lowers. Okay, so if you have it set too high, like when I'm doing my 3-point drag behind blade for clearing snow, I want it to go pretty quick. This thing I want to drop slow, so I don't want it to like fall really quick because I can't lift it without taking the weight off the loader with the loader and then doing that a minute ago. So really what I want to do is I want to slow it down. So I'll play with that before I move this thing next. And then that should, it's like turning the knob on your hydraulic jack stand. It's going to slow down how fast the hydraulic oil comes out. Okay. And the thing is, this is at a bit of an angle. So when this swings over, it's going to swing over going downhill.
Right.
Okay. So if we wanted to propagate, if we wanted to be more dangerous, then we could just leave that. Or we could try to bring this side up. I just hate to make all these stinking adjustments just to find out that it's not going to be required for anything else. But we got to try to do it safely, so get the handy dandy sizable wrench.
So you have to adjust that one side.
The turnbuckle? Yeah. So show the people what I'm doing. So I'm going to try to shorten this. So I'm going to break the jam nut, which, there we go. Okay, so I got it broken. And then I basically need to make this shorter. So I never can tell on turnbuckles. Oh, I did that backward. It's always hard to tell on turnbuckles for some reason. I have a hard enough time with regular nuts. So as you can see, every time I turn this, why don't you give them a view back there so they can kind of see it adjusting. Can you tell? I don't have much room because everything is so tight on these machines. Everything is so close. You can see I'm having to really kind of get creative about where I put my hands and stuff. Okay, so now I ran into that jam nut. I'm gonna jam that just so I don't forget.
Okay.
I think that's probably what I need to do.
Okay.
Still kind of tipping that way, don't you think? I think I'm gonna have to probably do a little bit more.
Feel it.
Because my other fear is when we do this and the tractor goes, that would kind of suck.
Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna do that, but I'm still, I want to do everything I can to avoid it so we don't find out. We've already tried to tip the tractor over once on this job.
Just once?
Yeah, remember? Don't you remember in the video? The people on YouTube remember?
I know, I was thinking it was more than
Oh, it was
more than once.
Oh no, we only filmed it once. I think.
Oh, okay, maybe that's what it was.
Once was pretty bad. Okay, so it's getting pretty heavy. So my guess is we're probably gonna be getting to the point where it's not worth it a whole lot more. How does it look over there? Can you tell me?
Yeah.
Does it look pretty level now?
Level.
Just look at the flat on the top of that gearbox or whatever it is.
Sure. It does look more level. I think you need to.
Stop?
Yeah. You're gonna go too far.
Okay. What do you need?
Always taking things too far.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that jam nut's tight now.
Okay.
This is not a crescent wrench. This is a Craftsman sizable wrench. Now you know.
Feels so much smarter.
Guys think it's good when women know things like this. Okay, so now the next step is, first of all, let's make sure this is free, which it is. Okay. I believe that needs to stay down. Of course, I could consult the directions, except they don't exist. Okay, so I gotta pull this pin and then swing this over. So,
Do we need to put it down more so it doesn't have so much?
nah, I kind of want it to help me.
Oh, okay.
And I don't want to have to try to lift it again. So my only concern is that this thing might want to have a tendency to kind of fling off a little bit.
I know. So,
So I'm gonna have to probably be over here doing.
do you want me to undo the pin?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably. And then you see where this blade is?
Yeah.
I could fold that in so that way, if it goes by, it hopefully won't cut me. I don't
Your
think it's
leg?
gonna cut me. It's not quite that sharp.
Okay, so I'm gonna release this pin and then does
Run
this need?
for your life?
Okay, great.
I'm just kidding. It's maybe not quite that bad.
It is.
Has it got a lot of pressure on it?
No. Do you want it? This needs to go up
Hey,
though, doesn't it?
No, just
Okay.
let's fall off. I don't want you to get pinched.
Okay.
That's my only concern, is that I can't really control that and this at the same time. Okay? Why don't you go ahead and pick that up? It's not falling. My fears have been not realized, which is great.
Okay, we gotta figure out where that's gonna attach though now,
Oh, geez.
because we left our.
And now that the thing is fully assembled,
There's still not a spot to
there's
put
still
it.
nowhere. It's okay, now when you're bouncing around, it can like just undo this.
Good. That's perfect.
Or is that supposed to go up here so it can't undo?
Oh wait, we're gonna need that again.
I don't know.
I don't understand.
There's just certain stuff that just make you scratch your head, like, really? They didn't think of that? Like, didn't they know we were gonna have to do this? Okay, so it's pivoting.
Okay.
If the tractor tips over, you need to watch out.
Oh, okay.
What am I concerned about?
The bar that we have to attach for it to run, do I need to be watching that, or will it swing up on its own probably, hopefully?
I'm kind of thinking gravity will still, be working against it.
Okay.
Where is the pin anyway?
It's in my hand, because I...
need it.
Oh, seriously.
That's pretty heavy.
Pin.
Okay. That was a little bit scary, but nobody died yet.
Less scary than the stupid spring
Look.
thing. The tractor's only sort of leaning that way.
It's not tipping over. Yeah, where are you supposed to put the sticking thing?
I don't know. So dumb.
Well, it sits on top of the top link. It doesn't really hurt anything there. Doesn't look like we're obviously that needs to go down to the ground so we can ride on top of the surface we're cutting. Oh man.
Should it be level right now or not
Well,
necessarily?
I mean, in a perfect world, it would be level right now, but I don't think it's going to be level right now until we bring it down.
Okay.
So this is where I need to, and this is where it'd be nice if I knew what plus and minus meant. Because I don't know which one's more and which one's less. It's either more resistance or less resistance.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
But like, I don't know which one's which, so I'm just going to an end stop and then I'm gonna go very slow with the control. Okay, so I got it tightened enough, I believe, so that it shouldn't even drop. It's gonna go all at once. So I moved the stick for my 3-point control here, and you'll notice it hasn't moved at all, okay? So I'm just gonna turn this knob. Hear that noise?
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, buddy.
Oh, jeez.
Now I'm gonna tighten it again. Whoa, buddy. So it's definitely lowering,
Mm-hmm.
but I just think it's gonna lower too quick yet. See, that's moving pretty
Oh,
slow.
that was...
Gosh, I can just feels like it can turn indefinitely. Okay, here we go. So I'm lowering it down some more. So now it's like on the ground. So you can see how low that's gonna cut. That's like crazy.
Because it'll basically go like that. Like it'll ride, because it's going to ride along the ground
Well,
to a certain
yeah, I
extent.
mean, it'll ride along the ground, but the thing is, like, I think what needs to happen is I need to adjust my top link back out so that I can now level this surface.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Okay, so now that we have this tight, see, like, that's got pressure on it now.
Now.
Okay, so there's no, I'm doing that, okay? Goodness gracious. It's like if you went into a room full of kindergartners and you were like, okay, read this book, and then watching them learn to read. That's what it's like watching this video.
Yeah, sorry.
So,
Might be
hopefully
slightly
nobody
more
laughs, 'cause I
exciting.
feel a little bit bad about that. Okay, so now look what happens. See how I'm setting the
Oh,
angle?
yeah, there you go.
So this angle's now going to change. Now I want to try, I'd like to bring this back to where I had it for the other stuff, but I don't think it's going to be that easy. Okay, so that looks pretty level. And obviously we're on a flat level plane here because we're in a garage. I feel like that's pretty level. What do you think?
That looks pretty good. Yeah.
So I can go ahead and tighten this. I need to get a sizable wrench or crescent wrench that we can mount on here.
Oh,
permanently.
yeah. Or put in the toolbox
In that, yeah, that toolbox of instruction manual
full of
box.
stuff.
Okay, so now that's turned. That looks pretty cool. Let's give them a shot from here. Have they seen it from here?
Not really. I was standing over here.
So as you would drive, I mean, I'm kind of curious if I need to lower it more, or if I need to like not lower it more. See? See what I'm talking about? Like
Yeah.
at this point, I don't even know if it'll pick it up. Let's try.
Okay.
Okay. That's the adjustment I made, so that worked pretty good.
Yeah.
For the hydraulic relief.
So, okay, but does the tractor feel stable? Because I feel like it's like
It actually feels pretty stable.
tipping.
It's surprisingly stable. No, that thing's tipping, make no mistake about it.
No,
That's gonna be running along the ground.
The tractor. I feel like the tractor is like tipping.
No, it doesn't feel like it's tipping at all when you're on here.
Okay.
Now, I'm not saying I want to go like run down next to the creek right now and try it out.
Well, yeah, let's.
But the thing is, like, okay, so if I lower this down more, that was like about an eighth of a turn difference on
That's
that.
good. Was a lot faster.
relief.
Well,
See, and then as you hit bumps and stuff, that arm is going to be allowed to pivot up.
right.
So,
So we just need to find out, where do you actually run it? Like up or just
yeah,
like
I
that?
think you want the PTO shaft as straight as possible.
Okay, which we haven't even
Which
messed
we
with.
haven't, that's the next thing. So,
Yay.
now we get to work on the PTO shaft. There's nothing better than working on the shaft.
That was not in the express written directions of filming
Are you
today.
kidding me? Step 2, assemble it all. Step 3,
No, your step
Oh,
was
you're
put in the
talking-
pins and hook up the 3-point.
Okay, so as you guys know, the prop shaft is allowed to slide in and out to a certain extent, and it's possible you may have to shorten this.
That's how
Which
shafts work.
I don't think we're gonna have to shorten it. We have never had to shorten the shaft before. Now there's grease zerks on here, but I'm just gonna do it the lazy way. Okay, so let's show the people too. There's a release here. So that's a nice little release. See how that works? There's a relief that's cut into it.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So these things are expensive, so don't cut them wrong. I'm gonna cost you over $100 for this thing if you make a mistake on it. Okay, so I'm gonna try to slide this on. If you want to try to give him a shot.
Yeah, kind of awkward.
Awkward. It's my middle name.
You know.
Wait, it's not my middle name, but that's okay. We'll just pretend it is. Who would have thought playing with my shaft on YouTube doesn't go well? Ooh, yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. She's in. She's in.
But how? Oh, great.
It looks a little bit long, doesn't it?
It's not usually a problem.
See, it can go longer, and it can go a little bit shorter, but not quite short enough.
Great.
Why would we expect it to work on the first crack? You know what else we could do? We could try using one of the PTO shafts from another machine.
That one's even longer.
That would be kind of nice. Oh yeah, that one's way longer.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's show people at home what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Because you've probably all done this if you're owning this type of implement. Okay, so that's the long setting and that's the short setting. Well, in our case, obviously it's too long because this needs to be hooked onto this right here.
Yep.
Okay. Now, if I were to lift this up, then it might allow me to like force it in at some weird, strange angle. But we want the shortest position to allow it to go on.
Right.
Okay. And then we want the longer position to be, you know, where it's going to end up for normal run mode. And then you need a little bit of play in there in case you move your 3-point up and down. So now we have to figure out exactly how to cut this, which there's a million videos that show how to cut PTO shafts. It's not supposed to be super hard, but I'm not really looking forward to it either. So let's see how hard it is to do this. So I'm going to start by taking this little clip off. Okay. I could have taken off that one too. That would have been probably easier. So I think what I need to do is I need to have an idea of how much shorter we need to make this first. And so just from looking at it, I can tell you right now we got to lose quite a bit of length. Because I got to go from like here, surface, over to here.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty big difference. And then I need to leave a little bit so I can pull it back onto the shaft here. So I guess I get to pull this out now next. Okay, show the people at home how that looks. See that?
Okay.
Okay. So I'm sure these things all have names. I do not know what they are. And then how the heck do I take this whole plastic thing off? I'm sure there's also another easy way to do it. You know, directions would normally tell you how to do this sort of thing. I'm gonna just let that down.
So, because that's the part you're gonna cut.
Yeah, you gotta cut. Well, you gotta cut both. But it shouldn't be too hard. You just do it with a hacksaw.
What?
With a hacksaw.
Okay.
I thought you were gonna have this done when I got home. Dang it.
Sorry, our children are alive though.
Oh, good. Okay, so I see some plastic in here, and I've got to figure out how to get this stupid clippy thing off. The protective cover. I could just cut through the protective cover, because then what I'll do is, my goal is, at the end of the day, I want this to have the same amount of protrusion out the back end. So,
Oh, really?
yeah. I'm going to probably have to figure this out.
Okay.
All right, guys, so we're going to go over this really briefly because I don't know what I'm doing any better than you. I've never cut a PTO shaft in my life. I hope to only have to do it maybe 1 or 2 more times before I die.
Yeah.
So, anyway, without further ado, you take your PTO shaft, you measure it on the ground, you collapse it all the way, you measure it from the pin to pin, from pin to pin, okay? Then you put it on your machine, you want it to be at the tightest axis, okay? And that means when it's lined up straight, that's the tightest. When you go up like this, it's gonna be longer, so it's gonna pull itself apart, okay? So as you know, there's two sides of these. The one goes into the collar and then it spins, and that's how you transfer the torque from here to here, okay? So basically you measure that, then you take it, you put it on your machine and you lay them on the ground like this, and then you do that measurement again. Now in my case, I'm not taking the plastic off because I'm lazy and I can't figure out how to do it.
Most of that.
Mostly the second part. So I measured from the center of there to where it should be if it wasn't fit down. So that's 24 inches. So I had, what did I have on the main measurement?
30 and a half.
30 and a half minus 24, plus however much the depth of the yoke is. Now, is that on one side or two? I don't know. Everything we seem to find showed one yoke. Because you'll have one side connected and then you'll have the other side connected.
Yeah.
You're not going to do both at the same time. And if you had a long PTO shaft like that, then you can get away with losing more material, but you still lose a lot of that torsion strength if you have less overlap inside. So you want to lose as little as you can and still get the job done. So in our case, that turned out to 9 inches total. So you take the overall length on the ground before you cut it, in our case 30.5 minus the 24 from here to here, okay? That's going to give you X, and then you take from X, you add to it however much your yoke depth is.
Yep.
And that's what you're going to cut from every surface. So you're going to cut this 9 inches in this case. Now remember, this is going to be different for you. 9 inches here, then this sticks out a little teeny bit, so you're going to cut that 9 inches once it's out. Then this one sticks out quite a bit, so you're going to cut this first at 9 inches. Then when you're done cutting that, you're going to take your hacksaw, you're going to measure back 9 inches and cut it. So you're going to still have this much protruding, and you're still going to have this much protruding. It's just going to be back here. So now just to show you how that's going to look, you can see where my mark is, the X mark. This is what we're going to remove, and this is what we're going to remove. So we're still going to have a pretty fair amount of overlap. And so what are you going to have, like that much overlap there? And then you're going to have this much sticking out as well. So you're going to have, let's just call this 4 inches of overlap. Plus you're going to have, in this case, you're going to have another, what is that, like another 4 inches or so?
Yeah, probably not. Yeah.
That's about 4 inches. So you're going to have 8 inches. You're going to have 8 inches of penetration, which would be wonderful. But anyway, the 8 inches of penetration plus whatever we can't see.
Right.
So I don't know.
Supposedly.
There's a lot more penetration now, but the thing is, you got to be able to put this thing on.
Right.
And every time you go to swing this to go through a gate, you're going to have to take it off, which is going to be really fun. So without further ado, we're going to go do that. Are we going?
Yes.
Okay, in true to form, I don't want to take this thing off and put it in a vise. So I'm gonna just try to cut it right now. Because unlike the other people on YouTube, they have other things to do that are more important. Like doing this the hardest possible way. Wowzers. I think it's gonna work.
How are you gonna file the inside of that now?
Let me tell you something. I'm gonna pause the video and file this for hours.
Okay. Oh, let me know when you're done. I'll be back. If only it was that easy.
That is good stuff right there. Wow. Whoa. Now I hope I did it right.
Jeez.
So now normally I would just like file that until it's perfectly clean. Except I'm not going to do that at all. I'm going to like run my glove around it a few times and then that's going to be what it is.
Won't it like self-file as it slides in and out?
Around at 4,000
Yeah,
miles an hour.
it's fine.
It's probably going to melt a little bit. I was actually thinking about using a lighter to file it. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to measure, this part actually might maybe matter, but I'm still going to do it just as haphazardly. Because I want it to blend in with the other Chinese directions.
Yes.
So, this is what I'm doing. Hey, get him a real close-up of my shaft here. I want him to see what it looks like.
When it's fully extended.
Oh, wow. Okay. So, I'm not going to like wrap my tape measure around it or anything. I'm just gonna mark one spot, and I'm just gonna kind of like be careful until it's cut.
Sweet.
So you'll notice this thing is cut pretty clean, and it does make me a little bit nervous, but as you can see, it's not going anywhere either. So I'm just gonna like use this finger as a guide, and I'm just gonna start cutting stuff. Holy crap! Whoa!
That's what I always like to use as a guide when I'm cutting.
My finger.
Yeah. Well, your finger, I suppose, is fine. Not mine.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can we stop and talk about this tool so people can buy the same one? This tool was purchased 25 years ago for some hobby project. I've never replaced it. Probably because it wasn't made in China.
Did you buy it?
Woo! Working hard. No, it's funny. I used this thing earlier this week. It's like the second time.
You
in my life I've
did?
used
Why?
It. What did I use it for?
I don't know.
I used it for something.
You did?
Oh yeah, it was when I was cutting those bushings in half.
Oh. When do we save the people from their sanity of watching you cut your shaft off?
What are you saying?
Can we pause?
Yeah, you can pause it. So we wanted you guys to be able to see the end of the cut so you can see if this works well. And to be honest with you, it seems to be working pretty good. So, we're gonna make it, but it's just a lot of work. Okay, it's about to cut through. I can tell because I can fold it now. Oh, I got a little bit to go. We'll come right back.
Okay.
As you can see, it's opening up a lot, so I could probably break it, but I'm trying to get as clean a cut as possible.
It really didn't take you that long. Thought it might be worse.
It's just an awkward, it's just a lot of sawing.
Yeah.
It's a pretty hard piece of steel. But my goal is to cut it as clean as possible. Which is why I didn't use a grinder, which is what I wanted to do. So you can see it's all the way open, so. So that could have been a whole lot worse. That was pretty good from hand.
Yeah.
Just, by hand. And so now I'll probably end up just using the grinder on the end of it. Or maybe I'll use the Dremel tool actually so I can clean up the edge a little bit.
Oh.
Because those things still have to go in and out.
Back together.
And you can see the factory edge.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like amazing or anything, but. So now the next thing I gotta do is basically do the other side the same way. And there's enough extra length on this thing that I can't temp it together to make sure it's gonna work.
Right.
So you're pretty much committed once you start this process. So we'll pause it and come back when they're both cut. Okay, so we're almost done cutting this one again. It's been very fun. again, trying to use the blade to cut it, not just bending it off. Because I want it to be as clean a cut as I can get without going totally nutty. Whew. Good thing I got gloves on because that hit my finger really hard. So this cut didn't cut as clean. I got a little bit of an angle on it, but I think it'll be fine. I bet they would slide together right now without doing anything, but I'm gonna take a Dremel tool and just kind of clean up the edges. So we'll get that set and come right back. Okay, so that got it pretty clean. It doesn't need to be perfect, but it needs to be fairly clean so that they can mesh up well. Okay, then I gotta do the other side. We gotta clean that stuff off the floor, but see if you can get them a shot over my shoulder or something of what I'm doing. See these nasty edges here? I'm just getting it flat. And I'm just going around the edge, knocking down the sharp point. And then I'm going to go around the inside. So then that should get that to where they'll mesh up okay. Again, it doesn't need to be perfect, but it needs to be smooth enough that you can take, you know, like here's the one I cut off. So just slide that over there. So that goes on there just fine, okay? And then I can take the other side I cut off just because it's easy to do this way. And then I can take and make sure this is going to slide in, which is definitely going to go in okay. So now we get to lubricate this real quick. I'll probably just quickly hit this plastic and just make sure it's smooth. You can see my precision markings here. I don't even know which side it's going to touch. Which side's the outside? I assume this is going to be the outside because it's got the safety label on it.
Mm-hmm.
So then, I think I'll just take a torch to the outside of this. So we'll pause it and get the torch. Okay, so we got a torch. Of course, never fails.
Always.
On camera, it's not going to work. So I don't want to do it too fast, but as you can see, that just cleans up the edge almost perfectly right away, see? Nice and smooth. You don't want to melt it to the extent where it's going to not fit together, but look how nice that looks.
Yeah.
See, you just get it warmed up, and then it's pretty much perfect. So, now, I want to just probably dry fit this before we get all the grease on there, because that's going to be a mess. So I'm going to let that down. Grab this off the end of the shaft here. Then one thing I did, which you guys will want to do, is I scraped some of the paint off of the tip of the grease zerks. So we'll just make sure this works quick. Okay, so this will line up. Oh yeah, perfect. That should be no problem at all. And then this should slide right over the top. I might take some acetone or some, there you go. So now we'll see if it lines up, which it clearly gives us enough room. Show them from the side so they can see this gap. Got a nice liberal amount of clearance there, which is nice. So I measured 2.5. That was probably more like 2, but the thing is I'm glad we did it the way we did, because now that should make it really easy to install this on there. If I can just get the dang thing lined up, which I think that's part of my problem, is I'm just not quite lined up with the two, because it's not letting me spin anymore. And it's really hard to idle this thing, because even though there's a big pulley right here, I can't do it.
Do you want me to go down there?
Yeah, go down there and spin it for me, will you?
Yep.
I'll let you know when it lines up. So just spin it, spin it, spin it, keep going. Okay, stop. Got it.
Sorry.
Go back just a hair. Okay, stop.
Okay.
Now we're loose. Okay, so now we can come back and show the people here. So obviously we've got the splines lined up, so that we can get that back there and keyed.
Cool. Good.
So now we've got the PTO shaft on there, and of course this is the only thing that I'm not honestly 100% sure of how I'm going to handle that yet, because it's going to be kind of a pain to cut the chain for that. But I can see that dragging down quite a bit. It's probably not so good.
It is.
And I can't just feed the excess chain through and hook it to itself, because there's not quite enough room here. So what I might do is I'll probably just go ahead and pop this off and then run it down to another chain point. So maybe something like this. And then I'm not sure if I'm going to cut that real quick while I've got my wonderful hacksaw, or if I'm had enough hacksawing for one day. That really sucked, by the way, guys. Jeez, get through there already.
Would it need to be longer when it's extended, or is that length going to be?
Well, we just cut off 9 inches of the
Well,
length, so
yeah.
technically, you know, you could cut 9 inches of this chain off. So
Right.
let's just, for grins and giggles, let's see how much we got here. So that whole chain is going to be about 8 inches. Yeah, about 8 inches, and
right.
I probably could have gone one more.
Right.
Which, because I'm just thinking if you get this to spinning, it could swing out pretty good. So I think I want to go ahead and actually adjust that a little bit more.
Right.
So we'll pause it and come right back. I'm probably going to take some alcohol and wipe off, unless my marks just come off by rubbing. Yeah, it's sort of coming off. I'll take a little bit of WD-40 or something and wipe off all these marks real quick, and we'll come right back.
Okay.
So we're going to grease, now that we've cleaned it up, you can see we kind of got it cleaned up a little bit. I'm just going to pump a little bit of grease. I'm not a big believer in like over greasing the crap out of things, especially things that are going to be out on a machine that get dirty and just collect dust and cause all sorts of grief. So I'm basically going to find the shaft that goes inside, and I'm just lubricating all the way around lightly, and then I'm hitting the inside edge a little bit. And I'm just using regular grease, nothing special.
Is this your favorite tool to use?
The grease gun. It's one of my least favorite, because I'm a clean freak. I hate grease. Hate grease all the time, every day of the week. But it needs to be done so that things don't catch on fire and blow up. So, okay, so now we can reattach our now sort of shortened chain. I'm doing that kind of zip tie, double zip tie on there, so that when this gets to spinning at 540 RPM, I don't have to worry about it popping off super easy. But I don't want to cut it yet, just to make sure I'm satisfied with the way it works at the end. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take and grease these too while I can easily get to them. Except I don't know if it's going to really be all that easy. So I'm going to just do a little bit of grease here on this, which is going to, again, it's one of those things where, you know, you really do want to have grease on it, but you don't want it to be like covering every possible surface, because all it's going to do is going to collect millions of pounds of dust on it. Millions of pounds might be a slight exaggeration.
And grass and
Grass.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But you do need to get a little bit of grease on there if you're doing it right. And yes, there are grease zerks on this tool, but I'm just going to get a little bit of grease into this area here. And yes, I probably could just use a clean hand to do this too, and it would probably work better instead of a towel that's ripping up on me. But like I said, it's all part of the show around here. Just lubricating all this unlubricated Chinese gear. So now I can slip these together. Mesh these surfaces. And then we'll see how hard it is to get to it with the grease gun. Okay, so that's in there. So yeah, that's going to be a real bear cat to get to once it's in there. So we'll kind of do the same thing over here. This actually has a nice little access on my tractor, so I can get to this one. And there was already grease on that spline, so I'm not super worried about it on the front. So I'll just get onto these grease zerks here and just get a little bit of grease in there. Giving them a pretty good amount actually, because they're probably dry. Okay. Get off there. I love it when they don't like to release like this. So as we mentioned earlier, it's not really super easy to grease this inside one. So yeah, I'm just gonna pull it off real quick and kind of put this off to the side here.
Oh, sorry.
So now I can just get into this grease zerk here.
You want me to hold it up?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Probably not. Thank you though. So obviously we're gonna get this one pumped full. Boy, it didn't take much at all. Jeez. Yeah, it's already overfilling like crazy, so. That one probably did have grease in it, because as you can see, it came out all over. So I'm gonna carefully wipe off this excess here, and that excess there, because I don't want it flinging all over my equipment. And then the excess I can just wipe onto that spline there. So you've got those 2 points, and then there should be one more. Yep, those are good and sealed up, so there's only 2 points there. And then we have to unfortunately take this back off the other side so we can get the other half. So we're going to go ahead and slide this back onto the machine. As you can see, the length we did is pretty good length. Gives us plenty of room to get in there, a fairly easy job. Hooking up PTO shafts is not usually very easy. There's just always something that doesn't quite line up. Okay. Trying to think, is there an easy way to get this held through? Not really. Okay, fine.
Oh, that one there.
Yeah, that's the one I gotta get to. That's gonna be awkward as heck, isn't it? Well, I guess I'm just gonna pull the whole thing off. Once it's off, I can manipulate it to a better angle. So, you can see really good here, guys, where that grease zerk is. It'd be nice if I could get to that while it was on the machine, but I just can't really. Thank you for falling. Appreciate you doing that. Make my life just a little bit harder. Jeez. Acts like there's no grease coming out. What the heck? Okay, we'll figure this out, come right back.
Okay.
Okay, so we got the U-joints greased on both ends, and then there's I believe it's a clutch up there too, we grease that. So now we're gonna go ahead and grease all these bearings here, these areas here. We're gonna take quite a bit of grease actually, probably. Man, it feels like it's just not doing anything at all. Hope it's not out all of a sudden, that kind of stuck.
That would be our luck.
Oh, no, it's coming out. I can hear it.
Okay, good.
There it goes. You can hear the noise.
Oh.
Hear that?
Yeah.
Usually about the time you see it like going out the opposite side of the machine, that's when you know you can stop.
Great.
Yeah. So I got quite a bit of grease in there. See, we're not going to be able to easily pivot that, so I'm just going to cap that back off. Came with the nice little plastic caps, which I like a lot. And then we should have a couple other grease points. Pretty much anywhere where it pivots, there should be a grease point, except there's bearings here that are bushings that are plastic. So there won't be anything there. There should be one on this shaft too, but I don't know where they've got the Zerk for that. But that one's pretty critical or important in my opinion, because it's the main shaft for all the spinning belts and stuff, so I'd really like to find that if I can. I hope it's not inaccessible. I would suck the big one if they did that. Huh.
You pointed a couple of them out while
There's
we
one
were...
here, there's one here. It's pretty much anywhere that it pivots. But like the main drives, you would think there'd be grease zerks on those suckers. Oh yeah. Ooh. I can hear it.
This might have been a good thing to put, like,
Instructions? I don't know. I'm kind of over the instructions. There you go. So there's pooping out.
Oh, good.
So that's usually about when I try to stop greasing something that's important. And like these things spin, so you would think there'd be some sort of a grease zerk.
There's one on this side,
Oh,
like
good.
right
Okay.
opposite where you just were.
Yeah, okay, so that's in the center, so that's only gonna have one, then this one's gonna have one on each side. But then, like I said, there should be one on the shaft where the spinning part actually goes. This is just for the bearings where this pivots.
You suppose they're all that same style of, like, cap thing, or?
Probably. Which I'm surprised about that, because some of the other, oh, there it is, it's popping out, so we're good there. Okay, so we got that capped off. What concerns me the most is I don't even know if this thing has oil in it. I don't know if it needs oil in it. It's possible it could need oil, but I don't want to take it apart in the wrong order and have it fall apart inside of there. The other thing I noticed while I was on my butt laying next to this thing is that this guard is rubbing into the belt. Can you give them a shot of this? See how this rides on top of that frame there? Mm-hmm. Well, if you look down here, there's a pretty sizable gap. See this gap where my finger is?
Yeah.
Does it not look to you like maybe that's supposed to go in between this and that instead of on top of this and then, see what I'm saying?
Jeez.
So if that's done wrong, that would explain why this belt is touching here. That would make a nice fire point. So I'm not sure if I need to pull this off just to inspect that real quick, because it is only 4 bolts or 4 nuts.
But how would you know how it's supposed to be?
Well, the way you would know it's supposed to be is if I move it down, it still doesn't touch the belt on the top or the bottom. Although if you kind of look at it, if you look at the clearances are pretty darn close on the top still, but down at the bottom, it's darn near touching. So if you were to take it off and slide it so that it was inside both of those lips,
Right.
then that would free it. Plus then we can show the people at home what this looks like inside. I think we're gonna pop that off real quick. So that'll be our next move. Because I don't want to turn this thing on and have it running and then like literally catch the belts on fire.
Yeah, I suppose that'd probably be bad.
That'd be bad. Okay, you want to come over here and just show them what we're doing? These are nylocks, but they're actually not on there very tight. Keep all shields in place, it says here. Oh, where's the instructions? Just kidding.
Hey, that has more steps in the instructions, though.
Yeah, exactly. Don't forget to tighten all the loose nuts. That's the last step, right?
No, the last step is enjoy.
Oh, that's true. What if you like cut your head off because the instructions didn't tell you how not to?
Well, then you didn't follow the non-instructions very well.
Oh, okay, true.
You should have figured that out from the Chinese warning label over there about your half foot.
That's true. That's true. So we'll see how this looks inside. I mean, to be honest with you, there's pieces of this equipment that looks really nice. And then there's other pieces that are like, what were they thinking?
Well, just the whole lack of instructions on something of this caliber is like,
Yeah, it's a
how do you
multi-$1,000
expect people
piece
to
of equipment.
do
It's not
this?
like I just got it for free or something.
Yeah. What?
Okay, so there's some, what looks like washers back there. Oh yeah, that thing is pink. Probably the belts. Well, would you look at that? I don't see a grease zerk there. That kind of sucks. I was hoping I'd see a grease zerk. Oh, yeah, but the grease zerk would actually be on this whole shaft here. God, I can't imagine there not being a grease zerk. So you can see the belts are, hey, look at this. Ooh, can you read that for me?
China, 2018.
So, okay, so, like, seriously, let's look at this. I think, what's that? There's like something there. What is that? Slag or something? Whoops.
Ew.
Oh man, that was the important part.
The whole thing's gonna fall apart now.
Just kidding, just kidding. Okay, so let's see if we can put this on the way it's supposed to be, probably. See the way it's supposed to be there, camera crew?
You gotta get it over the top of that, right?
I think it's supposed to be that way. Because now, if you look, when you look at that, there's actually a slightly bigger gap. My concern is, I don't know for a fact that that's right. I just know that it appears that this should probably be. As you can see where that thing's gonna spin, right? And then it's gonna be really dang close down here.
So,
I'll show you what it was before. I don't know, it doesn't seem like it's a big difference.
it was on,
Because I'm like running into the belt trying to put it on. So
it was on the outside of the, it was on the outside
it was
of
on
the
the
lip
top
before. So should it be on the outside of the lip
I
on
think
the
it's
top and the
supposed to be,
bottom?
this is supposed to be on the inside of both the top and the bottom.
Oh, not on the outside of both the top and the bottom.
No, it was, I think honestly it should be on the outside of the top and bottom all the time, but it's not big enough to do that.
Oh, okay.
You see this?
Making sure we're on the same, not page here.
Because
Yeah.
like, if it was the way I got it, then this would be, instead of being under this lip, this would be over this lip. And I just don't see that making sense. Because it feels like it's gonna hit the belt.
And you still have clearance on the top of the belt there.
I do?
Yeah, well, at least from here where I can see you do.
Well,
And then there's a little more clearance down at the bottom.
it's
The
still
people at
tight.
home are gonna love this. Can't see anything.
Well, I hope they can see enough to watch out for this. Because I honestly think that we have it right, and I think that they said it wrong.
I think it should be over on the outside of the lips.
You think this should be on top of there?
It would keep it from rubbing if it gets like crushed. I think it should be on the outside, on the top and the bottom.
There's no way you're ever going to get it to stretch that far, though.
I don't disagree. I'm just saying that's what I think it
I think
would be
it's-
the safest like protection for the belts.
Well,
I guess we're gonna find out, huh?
well, you know why? Because I can barely get it to go back on the top.
Well, I know. Well, this is better probably than it was, I guess.
We're going to find out in about 30 seconds here, because we're going to turn this thing on.
Great.
I know, finally.
Where's my like full body shield? I'm gonna go stand in the backyard
Yeah, I don't have one of those either.
with the chickens.
So, Those are the types of things that makes me nervous, though.
Now, is it loose?
No.
Oh.
Not loose, really. I just have to tighten these nylocks up now.
If only there was a way to know how it was supposed to be.
Yeah, that'd be super nice, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And then you could probably make the argument that like, well, why didn't you leave it the way it was? Well, because it was touching down here. I didn't think that was really an option.
Is that where it was?
Yes.
See, that's why I'm thinking it's supposed to be on the outside and it got crushed.
There's no way it would be on the outside though. Because I just don't see how it would have deflected
That much, yeah.
Because there's no way you could bend that. Because as soon as you bend it, it's going to want to collapse.
Yeah.
Well, at least we know what it looks like in there now. That does make me feel a little bit better.
Well, it's still clean and not full of baby mice.
Yep, I would say this thing is going to get beat to death once we start using it though.
Yep.
It'd be nice to know what size those belts are, so I'm glad we got the video of that.
True.
And you would think there'd be grease zerks up here too, but I don't see any.
I don't see any more. Not
I've
that.
got 2 grease zerks here, and I've got 1 grease zerk there, right?
Yep.
Then
That's
we
what we've
have-
done so far.
None of this is lubricated. Man, that's heavy.
Still.
Yeah. Still. I think we have to throw caution to the wind at this point. What does the drawings show?
Don't stick your foot under it when you turn it on.
No.
Oh.
Hey, let's look at this picture. Call me crazy, but I see a lip on there. I see a lip right there on the top of that. Right there.
Is that the lip or is that?
That's the lip. I think that it just must have been put on wrong.
I'm still going with crazy, but I don't totally disagree.
Okay. All
So,
right. Hearing protection?
for real?
Yeah, for real.
Where do you want me to be?
Somewhere where it
Far away?
swings off and swings at your feet and you're protected.
So not over here.
Maybe you could like be up on top of that thing.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm not going to immediately start the PTO. I'm going to basically start it up and then I'll get it up off the ground.
Okay.
And then we'll just turn it on.
That's it right there. Okay. Wait. Are the blades gonna hit the ground?
They might. We'll find out.
No. No one can hear you. No one can hear you.
I can't believe they said that without instructions.
No kidding. He said he can't believe they said that without instructions. That is... Don't do this at home. That's scary. You need a thinly veiled sheet of vinyl between you and that before you do it again.
Oh yeah, that skirt's gonna save your life.
That's like scary.
Is this how farmers die and stuff?
Oh yeah.
You hear it still spinning?
I need better workman's comp.
No kidding.
Where's the union? The videographer's union.
Well, hey, it's gonna cut stuff. I'm kind of excited to see this thing just tearing it up.
I am terrified.
Call
me when you're done.
The other thing that's good about it is we know that we can pick it up now.
Yeah.
Which is a big deal because, like, I didn't know it was gonna pick up. And safety first.
Yeah, because that's gonna help you.
Oh, I don't know. You were supposed to be behind the camera. So now the only step that's left is to put that skirt thing on. Now, one of the reasons we're a little bit reluctant to do that is because our current storage technique is to put it right there.
Hold on, I'm stuck here. Okay.
So these frames, which they're actually pretty heavy, but that doesn't make the vinyl any heavier. But you can see what's going to happen is that's going to stick right there. And right there, you're going to take this off and stick it down there. And it looks like it's going to be, it's quite a bit bigger.
It is. I mean,
So
we're not using this for a while.
So you guys are going to have to use your imagination on what the skirt looks like.
That's the only thing in the picture you can see, is what it looks like with the skirt on it. That thing is
That's crazy.
Scary.
I know, I can't wait to see it tearing up. It's going to be cool.
Oh my.
So now I wonder if there's like some big red mark on the ground down there. But see that thing on the bottom keeps spinning.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
probably does.
I don't know. It's pretty cool. I don't know, I'm excited to see it work. I'm excited that it's lifting up now. I'm excited that we got the PTO shaft worked out. I wasn't real thrilled about that chain. That chain is like swinging around like crazy.
So.
Did you notice that?
Yeah, I'm
wondering if maybe I should throw a zip tie on there just to keep it from pulling out away from it.
Okay, but the auger doesn't have a chain on it, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Does it need a chain that just seems...
When you pull this apart and it falls in half out in the middle of the freshly cut grass, it's going to be a mess. But I mean, like, okay, so we still don't know if there's like some magical solution for this.
Zip ties, I'm sure that was the answer.
Not necessarily.
But, I don't know. Where does it go?
That's the thing, I don't know. I still don't see a solution for it. I mean, the zip tie seems to be working good. This is under load now, so you can't undo it right now.
Right.
But if we were to take this and run it into the storage mode, then you're basically going to release that pin, that linch pin, and then you're going to pop that off.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be allowed to swing it around, but you have to have it lifted. You want to see what it takes to do that? Or do you want to park it right now with the tractor? Because then we wouldn't have to use the forks anymore.
I was hoping that was possible now, is that we could just back it up and park it and then unhook it, right?
And then once we unhook it, we can pivot it to the other side if we decide to do so.
Right.
Okay, so we're gonna let you guys have one more comic relief here in a minute when we park this.
Oh my.
We gotta clean up all this junk and then we'll come right back and show you that wonderful process.
Kind of surprised that it actually picks it up, but I'm glad.
Hasn't taken over yet. I'm gonna go bumper out on the passenger.
So we cleared a spot between the snowblower there and the welder. Just I don't want to get close to this thing at all. Yeah. Yeah, you're good. Oh, yeah. Okay, slow down. Couple more inches.
Hey, if you drop that leg down one.
Yeah. Woo!
So that's the one that we have to drop down there. You might have to kind of throw your foot on the airplane.
Okay. Get that somewhere out. Hold on. Okay.
Now I can see your help foot on the wall.
Yeah. Hold on. Close. Okay, tilt it down. So last time when we had the forks on it, then we pushed that part back a little bit more, but that's like right up against the wall. So,
So, we'll just try it from here then. So we'll see if we can get this.
this might be what we have to do for a while. It might be in here.
Doesn't really
I don't
bother
know.
me actually, as long as it's, we gotta take the PTO shaft off and we can just throw it up on top of there.
Okay.
So we'll just kind of see how this goes. Of course, I probably stopped it in like a horrible spot. Of course, I had to show the kids. Camera crew was not too pleased about that.
No, it's,
She's still terrified.
I am.
It sounded less crazy the second time, I thought.
We don't have a ton of stuff in our house that can like kill you, maim
Well, this
you.
isn't in our house, it's in our garage.
Okay, so much better. That's why they call them accidents, as my dad would say.
Well, your grandma wouldn't do this, right?
No.
Exactly. I don't know, I didn't really honestly know if we would ever get to this point.
I guess I'm like kind of,
Oops, wrong pin.
even though I'm scared of it, I'm happy that it is actually working. Oh my gosh, how are you gonna get that off there?
I can lift it.
Okay.
So you gotta remember, we took all that play out, so
Right.
we have to kick it. Getting stuff off of 3 points is always a pain.
Yeah,
Well, not always, but a lot of times.
a lot of times.
I'm gonna try to get the top link off too first.
So, do you have to loosen that though, so that the spring, or
what are you
like,
talking about?
the spring just stays the way it is now?
The spring is locked.
Okay, so we don't have to like,
There's no trick now.
okay.
Alright. I'm just putting stuff back the way we designed it to be for storage.
Okay.
And I'm just getting this thing ready so that we can go pick up our crap that was on there before and hopefully not have to adjust a million things. Okay.
It'll be nice when we don't have to switch back and forth between mowing gear and snow gear.
We're gonna have to switch between this and hay taking gear.
Well, yeah, I know. That's true.
Because that's the whole point of this thing, is so that we can take hay.
It's the never ending switching of,
That's probably why people
implements.
use quick hitches, eh? So now I can drive forward and it's basically stored. Now, if I wanted to, I could slide this up into the wall. See, there's a gap.
hey, there you go.
And then I can just push this with my knee. Not like real easy to move, but it's definitely movable. There you have it, folks. 2.5 weeks of pain and suffering, and every step sucked.
Yep.
But we're not even done.
Nope.
So when we put this thing together, we will grace you with an update video because I'm sure it will not go smooth.
On their edge of their seats.
And obviously the first time we cut with it, I'm not gonna leave you guys out of this, but it's gonna be a little bit before we do that, so I don't wanna leave this stuff just in the can, although we probably could. One way or another, you may be seeing this and then you may be seeing cutting in just mere seconds, but you have to wait and see. Come back for more. All right, guys, so we're still here working on this drum mower. It's been a few months now, actually, in practical reality, because we came back to it. It's been stored on the ground. You can see where I spray painted and touched up a bunch of the scratches and stuff. And now we have a nice pretty machine, and we've taken off these brackets that hold the skirt. So as you remember, the directions went a little something like this. Build the thing, or unpack the 4 components, and they listed them. They drew a little drawing. They circled each of the 4 components that were actually more like 30. And then step 2, install the skirt, and then do what else?
No, step 2 is build it.
Yeah, that's right.
Step 3 was install the skirt.
So we found out another step that they forgot, which is to install
all of them?
5 liters of oil, which we were really nervous about this. And so I just got to checking because we're getting pretty close to using it. And as you can see, I've pulled this. This is a vented cap, which I should have known that. I should have known better. I was nervous about taking it off because I didn't know if it was structural. So they want you to use SAE 90. I'm assuming you probably use SAE 80W90,
yeah,
which would be like a regular gearbox oil. I'm not sure what we're gonna end up doing. We had some left over, so I envisioned something like this, but of course it would just be SAE 90. So you pull this out, it's nothing special. I started with thinking I was gonna take off the cap just to visually inspect it, but there is a gasket material on there, which is how I came to the conclusion that it must be fillable with oil. And so I did some research, and sure enough it is. It does list it on Titan's website, but they just don't show it in the instruction manual. Why would they show something like that? So you take this, you stick it in a hole, and you squeeze the oil in there. Okay, this is about 1 liter. You're gonna need 5 of these. So 5 liters is approximately what, like 1.4 gallons? Google will tell you.
Yeah.
So anyway, we've got that taken apart. We learned what we needed to learn. We did this strange configuration with our tractor because it's about everything our tractor can do, lifting it in this configuration. When we get ready to lower it, it will release the spring pressure, which will allow us to potentially pull this pin. We've already pulled out the cotter and the washer. So at this point, we're gonna go ahead, obviously we had to take this off too so we could get it really low to the ground, and we put some blocking in there.
And we're doing this so we can put the cover
That's
on,
right.
because
because, hey,
yes,
that's right, I almost forgot to tell you. So
the super fun part
look,
of the
we have
whole
a
thing.
Nice fun hole here, you know, like a hole. Here it is. Okay, so let's just install this real quick. Oh wait, you have to take this all back apart to get to it. Then in our wonderful situation, we're gonna have to go get the SAE 90 because, like, I don't know why they didn't call for 8090 like every other gearbox on the face of the planet. So probably, again, you could use either one, but we're gonna be on the safe side and go ahead and get the correct oil for the job. So we pulled off those 2 brackets. We're gonna assemble this thing, show you how easy it goes together, how pain-free it is. So I don't know if that's gonna happen. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna basically, where did the bolts end up anyway?
I have the long bolts still in my pocket from earlier.
So we're gonna take these nuts and washers, or nuts and lock washers. I'm gonna need the bolts. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna set this on here to just show you guys kind of how it looks and operates. There is gonna be a bracket that goes across, but my hope is I can just relax this on there. And then this will just kind of hold in place. Because as with other steps of this project, it's going to be near impossible to complete with just a human set of hands, which would be 2. Unless you are superhuman or you have a second or third helper with you, you're going to probably really dread doing this project again. My camera crew and I thought this should be a pretty easy thing. We can just take it on and off at our leisure. It won't be a big deal. And then we started looking at it and we're like, uh-oh, it's gonna be just like the rest of the build. And part of the issue is, so you guys got to key that in there. You see that? Yeah, I'm keying that in there. So it's like A plus B equals C. 1 plus 2 equals family. Okay, so there you stick that in the hole and you ram it in. If you do a project like this, there won't be any of that going on. I can tell you from experience. So this needs to be here to help brace the load. And as you can see, they line up perfectly. Show the people at home. Show them how well that lines up.
Hey, it's like everything else.
Yep, so stick that through the hole. Then in my case, just so I can save my fingers from getting crushed, I'm going to take the washer, look for the bit part on the nut where it's been bit by the lock washer, and I'm just going to throw this in and get it finger tight. And when I say finger tight, I'm only going to get a couple turns on it probably. That's good enough. And then I can just yank this one out and then prepare to ram it in the hole again, just like this. Make sure you have good penetration. And of course, you're going to look on your nuts, see where the score mark is. I always check my nuts for marks. That's an important part of the process so that you damage the nuts in the same direction. Okay, so there's that. So, I mean, it looks nice. It's wonderful. Now that it's all together, it's, you know, all malfeasance have been forgiven, except they haven't. So we're going to try to line this up. It's not quite square, but it's close enough. And then same thing, look for the damage on your nuts. I don't know if you guys can tell from the video at home there. It was really cool though, when I was done painting, there was a bunch of overspray that got on my danger logos. And you know, usually there's like 14 or 15 labels that say, hey, don't run the gearboxes shipped empty, you know, which everybody kind of knows that that's ever bought a machine. Except what's the point of instructions if you're not going to mention to put oil in a machine?
There weren't really other instructions
Kind of
anyway.
nice for that. So I'm going to pop this bolt out and slide it back in here. And then I'm going to go ahead and tighten these suckers right up. Those lock washers and nuts are really probably about the, you know, reasonable. I mean, there's 22 bolts on here, so it takes a while to do this. A lot of playing with your nuts to do this. So once you get the frame on, pretty simple transaction. I'm assuming they're metric. But yeah, I don't care, so I just used whatever I had that was easy. I used a Bosch hammer drill, or not hammer, impact driver. And I was using 11/16 inch for the cap here, so you can see that 11/16 there. And then, I don't know if you guys can see this here before we put this in. There's a hole there, there's a hole there. You guys want to see something gross? Watch this. It's a vent. Oil.
Gross.
Chinese oil, too, no less. Wow.
Great. Good timing.
That's right. Yeah, sure there's no Corona in there. Okay, so we're going to tighten that down right here until it's finger tight. And since this is going to get covered up anyway, and what the heck difference does it make, I'll just go ahead and give her a couple of turns. Not trying to tighten it real tight. It's got a freaking hole in it, so it's not like it's going to make a seal because it's got a hole in it, which is the way it's supposed to be, by the way. So then these things, you can kind of center them. See this here? You got to kind of draw it in to center the holes where you'd like it to be. And with your blessing, camera crew, I'm going to go ahead and throw this on.
Oh, okay.
If it doesn't bother you,
I'm
or
fine.
if you want, I can get you some.
I'm fine.
So this is going to be 5/8 inch. Worked really good for me. I'm going to pull that in tight-ish. Tighten it up. Notice I'm using a U-bit or universal joint there so that I can make it around this shaft. Okay, so then this, I'm going to just push those so that they mate up together. Come on, Mower. Okay. Okay, so that's nice and sturdy. Sorry for the yelling. Now that we've got that done, we can start putting the skirt on. This is where it gets complicated, guys. It's not hard at all to do that part. What's hard is you have to figure a way. Ooh, look at that. Now I can straighten this nicely. Do you see what I did?
Yeah, that's way better.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
So this was supposed to be rounded, but mine's kind of like octagonal. I think it was supposed to be rounded, but I'm not sure. This here is supposed to be round. It's kind of got that bounce to it. That doesn't really bother me. It's not a big deal. It's kind of a superficial thing. But like the rounded part, it might make it hard for the skirt to fit around. So I'm going to be a little bit careful about that. So now that we have everything in place, we should be able to go ahead and put this on. Except we first have to either relieve this pin or this pin. Now in our case, we had a really hard time getting this pin in. We also had a pretty hard time getting this pin in. So it was kind of like a crapshoot. So I thought, okay, well, I think we're going to have better luck getting this one in. I don't know why. It's just that this one's a little bit tight. It's very close to the frame. So that's what we're going to do. We've already tried this a million times. So we know what's going on. I normally wouldn't do this without the power on. But I'm going to do it without the power on because it's quieter for the video. Show them how this relaxes. Actually, why don't you come around so they can see this? Because this is the important, guys. You can't relieve the pressure here. But as we lower down, you have to have your foot out. So undo the pin, take the foot out, or just raise it up and then pin it back in. Because they have the lower hole here. Which is nice. When you're running, you can do that. So as I lower this, guys, look what happens. This is relieving the pressure here. And soon enough. Okay, so that's totally down. Why didn't it go as far as it did the last time here? I think we must have bound up a little bit.
Yeah, turn it on.
Now watch this, guys. This is super cool. Oh, yes! I gotta help it. I must have got it.
That's right.
Blocks in a little bit so that it can sit up a little higher. Now I can get that released, and then we'll lower it the rest of the way. You'll see this is collapsing and this is opening up. Okay? Now it's down all the way. Once it goes down all the way like that, then you gotta do that too. Because then it's up straight instead of catching the corner of this, which makes it a little bit tighter
tiny
down.
bit more. Yeah.
But you can see the spring is almost untensioned, okay? So at this point, we're gonna be about, we should be okay where we need to be. And the key is, since this can't twist, it's tied to the 3-point, it shouldn't be able to fall. So if your blocks are secured here, you should be safe. I just used 5 blocks to do that, and you could use whatever you have lying around. Or a hill, you could bring it into the hill and it would do the same thing. So my idea is to try to get this pressure off of here. And as you can see, it doesn't spin free. So that tells you that there's still pressure on it, okay? And that sucks, because it'd be nice if you could totally relieve the pressure. The only way to totally relieve the pressure is to now take the top link and extend it. So I'm going to turn this turnbuckle. Obviously your tractor has something like this, okay? So show the people what's happening. Show them here. This should be slacking, okay? And I'm not sure if it's slacking or not, but this is going to basically push this back, which should relieve the pressure somewhat on this, which should then in turn relieve the pressure on this, okay? I can't push it out by hand yet, so that means I get to do this some more.
It's going up. Is that what you want? The whole thing is going up.
Oh, it's going up?
Yeah, when you were turning that way. So you need to go the other way, right?
Hold on. Is it going up?
Yeah.
Oh, so it's shooting it up. Okay. Well,
Still pretty slack, but
and this is the problem we ran into while we're doing this, guys, is we're trying to find the sweet spot where the pressure is relieved on this little
yeah.
geometric shape. And the problem is, you go one way with your top link and you think you're fixing it. Then you go the other way and you think you're fixing it. See, now it's dropping down.
Yeah.
And just make sure your blades aren't touching the ground if you're on concrete like we are. And obviously at this point you guys have already figured out you can spin these. Okay. That's just the paint slipping along the okay.
That's quite a bit lower than it was.
Okay, my jam that just ran into the top link. You were going for that steep angle, because at some point we're going to be able to relieve the pressure on this joint.
We hope.
And we hope. And we say we hope, but we have faith that it's going to work. And if it doesn't work, then we're just going to throw this thing back in the fire. Just kidding, we're not going to do that at all. But as you can see, this thing's getting slacked as this goes. Okay, so I'm out of adjustment on the top link.
Okay.
Now, the other thing you can do is once you relieve the pressure totally on the top link, then you can undo the top link and you can get really aggressive with relieving pressure. But at some point, this is going to be okay to do. So we've got this weight supported here, okay? And this elbow is not allowed to pivot. So as long as everything is still attached to the 3-point, except for potentially the top link, you should be okay where it's not going to fall over on you. So now we're just going to do a little tap test on that pin. Now this pin's not going to shoot out or anything, but it may come out of alignment just enough that it's really hard to get back through. So that's our concern, is that it's going to be a real bear cat to get back in. And then we have to do some more creative stuff to get this back together. So we're both notably nervous that this isn't going to work the way we want. However, if it comes to that, we will have to take the top link off and then reattach it, okay? That's our next thing, which might include pulling this spring off. Again, instructions kind of would help solve this. It's out, but it's still got a little pretty good amount of pressure on it. So I think at this point, I'll just gonna use a bolt that's smaller than the head of the okay. Now ideally, if you have another pin, you could put another pin in there that's maybe a little bit smaller, but I don't think I'm going to be able to even get that much. See, now it's coming out. I'm not saying there's no pressure on there, but it doesn't feel like there's a million pounds of pressure on there. Because if there was a lot of pressure on there, I could not grab that by hand and move it at all. So we're going to go back to this. I just don't want it to bite and get stuck in there. Okay, see? We're so close. See, now these two are going like this, and there needs to be a sweet spot where you can relieve the pressure. Show the people at home. Just go right down from the top, like this. so that they can see kind of what I'm talking about. See how it's at an angle? This should be square, perpendicular, and instead it's a slight angle.
Yeah.
So it should look like this, but instead it looks like this. That's the way it should look. It looks like this, okay? That's what we're fighting, guys. Now, that's partly from having not well machined machinings, and then partly because we try to stop a little bit of weight on this. And this is gonna wanna push toward us a little bit right now. So actually, we're just a little teeny bit too high. So it's coming out. I'm just walking it out about. Oh, I don't want to give you a good shot. See, and it bit, but it didn't bite hard. Okay, so that thing's not bent or anything, so that's always a good sign. And we did this off camera, but we pulled out there was a washer and then a pin. So no big deal. Now my goal is to get this thing back out because I just hammered that in there. Of course, that's fun. I should have probably used this gigantic nail. It would have probably been easier because now I'm going to ruin that while doing this. I can manipulate that now. See? It's not like a ton of pressure. It's enough to screw up threads, but I didn't screw up the threads. This grade 8 bolt didn't get damaged. So that's handy. I figured it was ruined for sure. So now at this point, see?
Sweet. I'm glad that only took 15 minutes.
Yeah. Now the biggest problem we have is that at some point we're going to have to get real creative with the PTO, or not the PTO, the 3-point, and then the top link to be able to build this gap back up. But at this point we can get the thing on. Yeah, it's just that simple, guys. Now, I'm sure some of you are still screaming at the TV at full volume, but there's an easier way, and I'm sure there is. Maybe they should print that in a manual.
Cut a hole in it.
Hello, nice to meet you. Whoa, it's our first date. So here this is. This, wow, whoa. That's looking, wow. It covers up all the problems, guys.
I feel so much safer now.
I do. It's like when a rock comes shooting out at 4,000 miles an hour.
Yes, that will surely stop
This will surely stop it, so.
Great. It's like the shortest
It
safety
doesn't
cover
look like
ever.
it goes down long enough. But I guess we'll find out. So now, there's grommets here. Looks like there's 3 right here. And then there's 2 here, there's 2 here, 2 here. It comes with string, so we'll show you what our plan is. So there's string like this. So I guess we could see how horrible this is before we try the easier way, which is what everybody is probably going to do anyway. Let's see how bad this is. This might not be so bad, I guess. Do you know how to tie a knot?
No.
Oh, crap. So there's
Tie a shoe.
There's a tie. It's like a shoe tie?
No.
Is that the way you're supposed to do that?
No.
Okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to grab these.
Throw those away.
Hold on. You find the nearest trash can and throw them in. And then you're going to go get yourself.
He's going to go get those later to keep them.
I'm going to go grab them. I'm going to keep them. She knows me.
That's what I said.
So we're going to take some zip ties because that's what people do nowadays. I suppose depending on where you are, you might want to have maybe a little bit larger zip tie. You might want to have a little bit, maybe you want it to be yellow to match. I have no idea what your preference would be.
Whose awesome suggestion were the zip ties?
I don't know. The zip tie manufacturer? Wait, it was the camera.
I think you're trying to earn brownie points.
No.
It's too late.
No, the feelings are mutual today. So, as you can see, this is not going to be particularly hard to put together. And really, oh look, it comes pre-ripped too in my case. Look at that, it's like a pre-rip. But that's okay, because to be honest with you, I mean, I'm not gonna like make any bets on this thing working well. One thing I will make a bet on is the fact that it's gonna be a little bit hard to get the oil in now. Oh, there it is. There it is. So we have some ideas for it, and we think probably the easiest way to resolve that conflict is to regrettably cut a hole. And what I actually think might work really sharp is if we got a grommet that was fairly large. Because the thing is, you want this strength to block, you know, like when a stone comes flying out, you don't want it to be cut from here to here because it's just gonna splay off in all directions. And to be honest, I don't want to die because I was being lazy. But my wife does want me to die. I think.
Just today.
Yeah, right.
It's gonna be hard to put a grommet in there though now.
Well,
We have to do like a duct tape
it's okay.
grommet.
We can just
Take it
the
off.
spring
Yeah,
off and
sure.
then go back.
You're gonna need a new
through
camera crew.
reverse engineer all the steps, unpaint the touch-ups, return it to Titan.
Yes. Just get a new one.
I'm just kidding. Guys, this thing is a pretty sweet deal. It is like 1,000,000 times cheaper than the next option on the market, which interestingly enough is why we have it. I know it's hard to believe that we would buy the cheapest thing you can find that's in the same size class we want. This is also probably pushing the limits of the tractor to the point of maybe being more than the tractor can handle, and we're going to find out just how much more it is shortly. Obviously, as you can tell, we are going to share that process with you because we painstakingly dragged you through this argument-ridden, hellacious installation assembly. This is probably one of those assemblies where it's like, you know, like on a storm door when they say 15 minutes.
Yeah.
You're like, 15 minutes? Like, no. No, that's like 15 minutes in creation. You know, it's like God created the earth in 6 days and he took a day of rest. Well, 15 minutes in God time.
Yes.
You know? So like God would have done it in 15 minutes, a human would have done it in 3 years. So, or maybe 10 millennia, I don't know, depending on what you believe. So here we go, we're almost done. And actually this step was pretty easy. Like we didn't need a lot of instructions for this step. It was just the getting
This could have literally been one step of put the skirt on.
Yeah,
Like
I mean,
that
that
could have been a step.
If they would have actually provided a method to get it on there.
Yes.
Because many other drum mowers, this doesn't go to the middle, it goes to the side. Or it goes to some other area of the machine. And why don't you lift up the skirt and show the people at home what it looks like?
That's not what this channel is about.
Do it. Show them where the zip ties are so they can see kind of what's going on there.
Well, they're all along the side, but then, they just go around the outside part of the frame, and then there's one set in the middle.
So you can see it's going to be held on there nice and secure.
Yeah.
And to be perfectly honest, it's not that hard to get the skirt part on, except for that.
Right.
So really, this just needs to have a slit, and it needs to have a mechanism by which to reattach.
Needs 2 more sets of grommets.
So if there was grommets here, then, you know, this would probably be acceptable.
And then you could get to the oil reservoir if you needed to fill it or check it,
or if you needed to like change it, then you won't be able to do that because there's no drain plug.
Well, also that, but
yeah, because what
we'll
goes
worry
in
about that
must
in
come out.
15 years.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I guess you could probably figure on putting that oil in there and then just like never changing it until the end of time.
Oh, that's my plan.
Yeah, that was mine too, actually. So the good news is, by all rights, if you discount the fact that there's no oil in there, yeah, I noticed that too. That was pretty exciting. Nah, it's not gonna fall over. It'll be fine. It'll be good for the show if it does.
Oh, great.
So at this point, my camera crew's nervous, so I'm gonna push this back over. All right, so now we have to figure out how to get that line back up. That's gonna be a blast from the past because we've done it before, and it sucked the first time. So I'm thinking we're gonna probably go ahead and have to start the tractor and start fiddling. Or actually, before we do that, why don't we just try turning the top link first? Yeah, see, when I extend the top link, that goes out, okay? When I retract the top link, it goes in, okay? So it's possible, being that we have no spring tension on here, or very, very limited, I could potentially take this out, okay? Yeah, see, there's only a little bit of pressure on that. That's actually probably the right move. So we'll take this out of the way. I don't know if I showed you guys this, but I had to modify a couple of ring adapters. And then I got some linch pins. Yes, I did paint it with overspray for extra beauty. Definitely not to protect it. So now at this point, this thing should be allowed to move. Yeah, see? So that's probably what you were supposed to do in the first place, guys. So
With step 2.5.
we're sorry, China. It was a good design.
Nope. Sorry, China.
Wait, it wasn't a good design. But still, you know, we're learning a lot doing this.
That we didn't care to learn in the first
See what
place.
I'm talking about, guys? It's not the pressure. Show them from the top. It's the body of the...
Yeah, it's not square.
I don't know. Is this one of those things that got damaged maybe in shipping a little bit?
Probably.
So I'm just going to, while I've got it apart, I don't want to knock it off, but if it knocks off, it's not the end of the world, you know? Yeah, it didn't really bend at all. So that's probably good enough for one video. Yeah, I marred it a little bit. Okay, it's in. Okay, now we got the pin in there. And we'll just fold that up. Normally I would just fold them a little bit so it doesn't come out, but this, you might put your hand on it. So I don't want to put my hand on there and get cut. So I'll make it extremely hard to remove it. All right, top link back in. So you got to take the linch pin off. You got to take this thing off. We can slide it through. Now this was obviously a quick hitch compatible, or iMatch or whatever compatible, I'm assuming. Which is why we had such an easy time putting it on, since we don't have one of those things. So I'm going to screw this all the way in. You'll notice I'm not turning the turnbuckle. Okay? I'm going to give it half a turn so I don't get bound up. Okay? Now I'm just going to pry it and slide it. Probably going to have to do it from the other side. I probably don't need those right now, do I?
Nope.
You were just wanting to listen to me yell some more.
Yep.
Okay. So it's through, but not all the way. You want to show the people at home what my problem is right this exact second? Because I'm having to play with the extra load here, this gets a little bit more challenging because now all of a sudden I have to try to move 6 things at once, okay? So you see what I'm doing there?
Mm-hmm.
There it is. It's funny because on tractors, I never thought how much you would have to kick things to make them go together. I mean, I just thought that was like a lazy thing people did. I didn't realize you actually had to kick stuff.
Parts in the
to make it
directions.
work, you know. And the good old like just get a bigger hammer joke is not exactly a joke when you're dealing with this crap. It's you just need a hammer to get it in there. So same thing here, gonna do the same crap, different day. I'm trying to think, I probably could at this point pull back, get the pressure back on, put the leg down. Why don't we try that? Then
Okay.
I'll put the linch pin in. Thanks for falling on the ground, linch pin. I want to get down there. You see this is stretching back out. Goes back until there's neutral pressure on this piece. Nice. Oh. Now that's all back together. Everything's looking fine. I'm so strong. Oh yeah. We can go ahead and pivot it back to its original position. Now, as you can see, this thing is up at a pretty steep angle. Now, the reason for that is because we have the 3-point, and we were screwing around with it to try to take the pressure off of that spring so we could relieve the pressure on these 2 pins so that we could feed everything through. Well, we're done with that step. So now, as you can see, there's tons of pressure on this handle thing, so you can't pop it up anymore, which is the way it's supposed to be. I want to pivot this around. So this thing needs to come out. Do you want to kind of just show them from over here? This is the challenging part on a small tractor, is you're constantly trying to find something that's going to work, get the job done, but also is light enough and strong enough and cheap enough or whatever. So I want to make sure before I pull that linch pin that I don't have a ton of pressure on there, because I don't want to die for this video, okay? So what I need to do next is I need to probably go ahead and extend that down a little bit. You can stay on that side there.
Okay.
Now you could do this with no weight on it and it would be a lot easier. So that's what we're going to try to do. So you'll notice we have a leg on there. We'll just run this into the ground a little bit, take a little bit of the pressure off. See, there you go. Just a little bit of the pressure. Now it's down. Now at this point, when I relift it, it's going to go back to the regular position because this elbow was folded. So now that it's on the ground, it's going to be all hunky-dory. You also notice it still has pressure on it, okay? So my next step is going to be to go ahead and probably extend this some. Oh yeah, I got to go the other way. Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, it's letting it bounce back a little bit. Now that's neutral there. So I'll just bring that up to about there. And you'll notice that the PTO shaft is off of this machine right now. Actually, it's sitting right there. So the PTO shaft right there, okay? It's sitting right there. When you're driving this thing around, if you need to pivot this thing around, you have to take the PTO shaft off. So definitely not a good feature, but at the same time, they're not going to put that expensive U-joint mechanism in there. So this is what's going to be holding it when you're running, because you're not going to cut like this. You can't cut like this unless you have another tractor hooked up to it.
That would be exciting.
That would be a little awkward, hard to drive. This is where if you hit something, it'll break away, okay? So now that we have the weight off of that, we can undo the linch pin safely. Our little mechanism, for once, just work.
Can we push?
Yeah, push on that end. We found, but you gotta be careful, this thing's infinitely strong. A little bit more.
There's nowhere to push on it now.
Yeah, I know, because you've got, just push on that top piece. Just a little bit more. Okay. Trade. Ready?
Yep.
We're not at a point on the actual 3-point.
Oh,
It should pull right off
not yet.
at some point. Okay. Now, see, easy as that, guys. So we'll get that neutral now with a fork.
Almost.
Okay, we'll come right back.
Okay.
Okay, so we moved the 3-point up and down a few times. And then this was our super modification that actually worked. Because we needed some way to hold that while we're driving. And so hopefully that continues to be as awesome as designed. You know, because those really complicated design features like hooks to hold things that you know for sure are going to be there. You
That
know.
aren't used all the time.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's right. Because, you know, like half the time you're running, actually all the time that you're actually running, this, that's going to be in place. So now we have to swivel the thing around, and in the past I grabbed the frames. It's a little bit harder to do with this thing intact. I guess we'll see if how strong this is. You get out here pretty far, it just slides pretty easy. See? You don't want to like crazy overshoot it. If you had a big, huge tractor, you could lift it up on the 3-point and go way up. But you see, I got to be able to have that there and swivel it, so it's a little bit awkward. Ready?
Yeah.
Watch your fingers.
I know. A little bit more. Okay. Got it.
Okay, so now it's on there. And then we just reinsert the linchpin. Like I said, I mean, it's easy as that. That's, I don't know why you guys are saying
15
that's
minutes
hard.
tops.
15 minutes tops in God mode. So at this point, we basically will, oh, and then I guess I can show you this. I don't remember if I showed you this at the beginning. We're really excited to see this thing run. It's going to be cool. There's a pretty good amount of clearance between the blades, where the blades are going to be, and the actual skirt,
Yeah.
which makes me feel a little bit more comfortable about it, because as you pass through the grass, it's going to want to push the front skirt in toward the drum cutter.
True. Yeah.
So if it was really low, then it would just get cut immediately, and then it would be trimmed anyway. So they must have actually thought of that part. But at this point, we have been parking it here, and we're probably going to move things around a little bit and park it. And I guess for now, our next step is going to be, do we go ahead and cut this, or do we just cut 1, 2, 3, 4 zip ties and then slide this back? Throw it out of the way to put the oil back in.
Right.
It's probably going to be the 4 zip ties, because then the water sheds away from this. So that's what we're going to do. Guys, this has been so much fun to share this experience with you. I hope that when this is all said and done, one of you will come back and watch again some other video, because they're not going to be all this good. Okay? All right, signing out. Hey, let's show one more quick advertisement for free. Palletforks.com, Titan Attachments. This is the is that drum mower? Is that
Probably.
Drum mower
Yeah,
135.
135.
So whoever put this label on obviously
Didn't want to do the
that
advertising.
guy got fired. This is supposed to be over here probably.
Yes.
Also, didn't we have to move this down? Did we do that? Maybe off camera?
Maybe.
Because there's 3 belts in here. And it's, I mean, to be honest with you guys, this thing is built well. It's just really ridiculous to put together, and a little bit heavier than this tractor should be hauling around. That's my fault. So hopefully it's still going to work good. I'm just going to have to get in here and really adjust and fine tune things. and hope the bearing plates do most of the work with bearing this load, because that's what they're designed to do. And let's hope I don't want to cut the grass like, you know, instead of like this tall, if I want to cut it this tall, it's not gonna work. Because yeah, I don't think the tractor will lift it up. And it'll be super fun because I have a tree right here on the bridge that I just built. So I'm gonna probably have to like back the tractor across it. It's gonna be exciting to see. Because I'm pretty sure once I get that PTO shaft hooked up, yeah, I'm not gonna be undoing that and doing all that crap out in the field.
Literally.
So, and if we do, we're gonna do it on a hill so we can take advantage of the gravity to help us, which actually is probably not a bad idea. Get yourself positioned on a hill so you undo the pin and it'll just swing neutrally.
Well, good. We have lots of those.
Yeah, we do. All right, guys, that's all you get. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe. I mean, I've even asked in like 3 hours. So if you haven't already subscribed, or if you stopped subscribing, please resubscribe. I promise it won't all be this bad. And we have more plane footage coming because obviously that's what I do best. And maybe not this stuff, but this stuff is still cool. It's a big part of our life and we want to share it with you. And to be honest with you, things like finding the oil in the instructions or not finding the oil in the instructions are the types of things that you watch this channel for, because I don't want to burn up my transmission, you know, and neither should you. Come back for more. All right, YouTube, we're continuing this project. We did get the correct weight oil, which is SAE 90, and rather than the DMWR135 like we had. The 90 weight is just, I don't know, it's a little bit heavier, I think. It's a little thicker. So real quick, I'm just gonna show you how we did this. There's a fill cap here, it's pretty obvious, okay? So I'm just using a crescent wrench. I showed you the size yesterday. I think it was 11/16. It's probably some metric size in reality. So as you know, if you haven't already seen this part, there is a vent that goes through here and then it comes out the side. So hopefully it doesn't spill like crazy. Obviously we cut the zip ties that were located, you know, here, and we just kind of stuffed this over out of the way. This should be relatively easy to do, but you never know. This stuff is really thick. So that's part of the problem I ran into, is that this stuff comes in a 2-gallon opaque container. So there's no sight gauge anywhere. You don't have any clue how much you've used up, which is really tough because basically this is 7,570 milliliters, also known as 7 liters, okay? So we had to do some math to figure out what we were gonna actually get into the container that we planned on using, which happens to be an 80W-90 container, but we're putting SA90 into this. We're just using this as a measurement device. Ran into a bit of a problem with that because this is only 946 milliliters or 1 quart. It calls for 5 liters, and 5 quarts, of course, is less than that. Now, I thought that 5 liters, I thought we'd be able to achieve a full liter in here, but we can't. And I'll show you how I came up with it. This is about 926 grams of net product, which tells me that I am short by a factor of 20% on each of these bottles, which works out great for our equation. We're gonna fill it to the top, and then we're just gonna use this spout. It's all been configured into it. Of course, I've got the cap off of it because I know I'm gonna be just doing it with this bottle. This, I need to do 5, right? No, I need to do 6 because I'm losing 20, 40, 60, 80, 100% of 1 full bottle. So you do 6 quarts. Or, in our case, 6 quarts is probably close enough, first of all. But as I can show you here, this thing is full to the brim. Okay? So 946 milliliters. And if you come over here and show the math, I basically, this is how I started. I just used a measuring cup that shows 30 milliliters, and I was very particular about getting that to the edge, which I measured that at 26 grams of net product. So of course I zeroed the scale with this on it. I have a piece of cardboard to keep my wife's kitchen scale, don't tell her, clean. So I started that way, and then I went over to this. I used one of these nice little flexi spouts that worked really nice, and then I threw just a regular self-tapping screw. I threw that in with the impact driver, and now we have a nice little breather vent. So when I'm done, I can throw that screw back in. This stuff is so thick, I don't even think the breather vent is doing anything, which is kind of annoying. But just so you know, that's what we did to measure that. We figured it out. So now at this point, I need to make 6 of these get into there. And so we'll do the first one and we'll show you how that works. Don't know yet if I'm gonna need this, but since my measurements are all predetermined on that 926 grams, at this point, really my only thing is to just keep from spilling all over the place. I believe this thing will actually work on both types of caps, so we're gonna try that. It does seem to work actually. This is a flexible, fits most gallon, quarts, and pint containers. Well, evidently it works, so we're gonna find out how good it works here in a second. The reason these things are nice is because you can kind of point them where you need them, and you can pinch them off like this. This is gonna suck because when it runs out, you guys see how thick it is? Isn't that crazy?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, look at that, guys. I'm squeezing it, and that's how fast it's coming out. So basically, we have to try to get, for all intents and purposes, that makes it nice because I can just leave it right here and just let it run in.
Right.
Well, if you're gonna let it run in by gravity, it's still gonna take forever. And not only that, I don't want to get all of my container, all of my, what am I trying to say? Funnels.
What? Oh.
Dirty. Because this stuff will be a pain to clean off. I have to use fuel basically to clean it or brake clean. Because it's just so viscous. Like it's gonna take forever to get this in here. So,
yay.
Yeah, I know. I'm excited because you should see how fun it is to fill this container.
Yeah,
So the problem is if you try to force 2 gallons in this thing, it's gonna take like 7.5 years to do that, and it's gonna be like overfilling all over the garage.
Yeah.
So let's see about how long this takes, guys. I mean, I know you can't see, but you can see me squishing it.
Yeah.
I can't see myself if it makes you feel any better.
Well, luckily that reservoir doesn't get filled up.
See how thick it is, guys? I can squeeze it as hard as I'm squeezing it. Look at that. Look how much comes out.
That's insane.
See how it's coming out?
Yeah.
Can you show them from the side here so they get an actual view of it? That's with me squeezing with the death grip, okay? It's not exactly coming out real quick, which is what you want, basically. This stuff is going to fling up on all those gears. So with that being said, I think I'm going to lay this down in here and just let it do its thing. And we'll see if it like empties sometime this year. The other thing I was thinking is we have another bottle like that. I saved it for just the same type of thing. So yeah, this is the exact same container. So maybe I could just fill a second one. I'll show you how that works. And then I'll go ahead and put it in there when this one's done. And then maybe I can just, maybe this cap would be easier because I can just, see I left that one uncut. I've got the other one cut. I can just flip that over and let it in there. This stuff is just a little bit thinner. It's pretty thick too. So I'll show you what I did. And if you like the process, of course you can copy it. It's probably a little bit on the precise side for what we're doing here. So I use the kitchen scale. I turn it on. Okay, it comes up with the reading. You want to come over on my right, you might be able to see a little bit better. So I did all my math here for what it's worth. If you want to see, I measured the small cup empty, I measured the cardboard here, I measured all these things in case it powered off and auto zeroed on the startup, which it did. So I'm just going to measure this, and I'm just going to zero it. And of course you could start from there and just fill it up and verify that it's the same. But since we've already done the math, we don't have to necessarily do that. Okay, so in this case, I'm just gonna zero it with nothing on there, and I'm gonna measure this and the lid to make sure that we have the same measurement. I measured that bottle at 86 grams. This one's at 81, close enough for what we're doing, guys. So at any rate, we're gonna do 6 of these bottles, and then we'll end up with a good reading, and we can basically eliminate the scale at that point. So hopefully that answers your questions. I'll leave that out of the way for now. Obviously you want to use up this. Let's just show you how thick this crap is. It's just crazy. Look at this. Look at that. It's like syrup. And it's not so bad when it's pouring a lot, but then look how long it takes to run out. That's why we're using this weight of oil, guys, because it's going to work great in the gearbox, but it's just going to take forever to get out of there. Like I'm just such a cheapskate. I'll put that upside down on top of here and try to save it all later, but my wife will roll her eyes now. So now the next thing I got to do is, oh, that would be too easy, wouldn't it? Of course, I've got my filler spout over on the other bottle. So I'll show you how fun this is. This is like the recipe for disaster, guys. You ready? You want to watch the rest of, yeah, you see how that works? Oh God, you see that? It's all over the freaking place. Told you the chugging story. You remember, hon, when we were buying this? Look at that mess, guys.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
gonna waste half of it.
I finally got it pouring good. And then watch what happens when it gets full. It's going to be like, right now, I'm overfilling. And then it's going to take me a fraction of a second to respond. I cannot move to make room for your camera there.
I know.
See, and then it just changes directions like that. Like, how are you supposed to respond, guys? So I know some of you at home are like, geez, welcome to the farm, right? Well, yeah, I agree. But at the same time, you would think that the manufacturers of these products would come up with a, pouring mechanism that would work. So basically I got to do that. And then I got to make a giant mess and then try to fix it. So using the little rubbery spout thing is very helpful. Now, when we're done, we'll see how much out of this. Hey, it feels like it might be empty actually. Oh, nope, there's still crap coming out, see? But it feels mostly empty. There we go. Oh, thank you for doing that. I appreciate that. Good Lord. Oh, you son of a gun. You see it splatter all the way over here? It smells nasty too. You smell it?
No, not yet.
God, what a mess. So anyway, now I understand why the Chinese people don't ship them full. Mostly because it would take them 6 times their production time to actually fill them with oil. Secondly, I'm going to definitely be using this spout because that spout, I didn't realize how awesome it was. This is called a flexible spout. It's made by Funnel King. So I like it. It works good. Did we just have somebody crash into our garage door? Oh, jeez. So we'll show you how fun this is. Look, you're going to have to make your body where you can see because I can't move it any other way. See this? Look how fast that's going to be, right?
Yeah, but at least it's mostly going in the bottle now.
That's what she said.
Unfortunately, I did.
So the problem is, if we do this, it's going to take so long that we're going to lose track of how long it's been. Oh, there it is. There's the top. Okay. So that was actually maybe not so bad. Between the 2 different pour methods, you guys can decide. I make the mess and then you decide what you want to do at your own house. In this case, it's kind of a mess. Of course, I laid down the bags that we got at the store. So we will come right back and let you know if we ran into problems. Or what we'll do is we will start filling them. And then when we actually get it overfilled to where it's spilling all over the floor at like 3, we'll let you know that real quick. So come right back.
Yep.
So we put 6 of these containers in, and the only container I didn't overfill was the 6th, which worked out pretty good. But just so you guys can see, check this out. Okay, I'm just kind of finishing up the last one. And you can see it's so viscous, It's barely, you just don't really ever empty the container, So you could sit here and leave it like that for 3 days and it would probably still have product in it. But if you want to just shoot down here and here, you can see that it's still quite a bit down from the top. And I'm going to spin these. You want to show them back here? Just so you can see, obviously that gearbox, it's not like there's oil pouring out on the bottom of on the floor all over the place or anything like that, which is what we were afraid would happen. So we wanted to test this for you. Again, this is SAE 90. This stuff, it says it's for a Ford tractor transmission fluid. So I'm pretty sure it would also work for other models. But the crazy thing is, this is supposed to be 2 gallons or 7.57 liters. And I probably spilled, I would say, at least half of one. So if you guys are able to buy these sizes for the price of this, or really similar, it's worth the premium. So normally I'm like, buy the volume, because you're going to get more in the bulk. But in this application, what a freaking mess. So definitely go for this size if you can get it in the right, just SAE 90. So
that was our only choice today, was the 2 gallon.
Yeah, the 2 gallon was the only size we could get.
Yep.
So without further ado, guys, thanks for watching. This has been a long one, and if you stuck in for the entire thing, I can't believe it. You must be really bored. Oh wait, there is a almost worldwide quarantine going on right now. So I would say it's a perfect time to watch this
You're
video.
welcome.
Thanks for watching. Come back.